Fuck. Hello. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I got minorly... Oh, dear Lord. What is happening? I got minorly distracted for a second.
What the hell did Randy go?
I got randomly distracted for a second because I hit go live and didn't turn on local recordings. And then I was like, fuck, once you hit go live, you can't turn them on. But I clicked the button to turn them on in like the fraction of a second. Are we live? We're not.
That's why I left. We are live.
No, we're not getting individual recordings.
We're on YouTube right now.
It says it's showtime, but over here it says scheduled, and over here it says go live.
That's why I refreshed.
Okay.
We are on YouTube right now.
I think we need to redo this because we're not locally recording.
No, we are.
No, we're not. I'm looking at the recording
processing. Cloud recording processing.
But how do I turn off the stream?
You can...
I'm going to leave and come back.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah. Yeah, it also says go live over here too for me, for some reason.
I think you should come back and just hit the go live button again. Try hitting go live again.
This is a really, truly, honestly, 2025 is looking so swell for us.
Fucking bastard.
Wow. The perfect intro that nothing went wrong with. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight.
Still no looking recordings.
Yeah,
fuck me.
First try, nothing went wrong.
God damn it. I had all these opportunities to fix everything and now you broke it.
Whatever. Everything worked out fine.
My fault.
I don't know what he's talking about.
All right, no local recording signs. All right, don't do anything hilarious.
Well, let's just restart it and come back.
No, it's fine. I don't need this video to be 30 gigs instead of 4. All right, let me screen share. Oh God, what a great start. At least we're only a minute in. Not really. All right, share screen. God damn it. Here we go. All right, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, as you can see, we definitely goddamn need it. No one supports us, not even StreamYard. You guys can head over to patreon.com/OCA podcast. That's a good way to support us. I forget about it all the time, and I'm genuinely surprised every time I realize how much money we've made each month. Less than $1 a day. We get less than those Sarah McLachlan commercials for the dogs that are like on the street or whatever. Also, you guys can go to patreon.com/anime collector to help me to produce content again. Amen. Yes. All right. Moving past that. Or you can go to ocapodcast.com/support. And I invite you to go over there and click on this button because it now takes you to the correct place. Oh, wait, what? Like I was saying, it now takes you to the correct place. And once here, you can have a little thing in your cookies that suggests that if you were to buy something within the month, that it will help support the OCA podcast. Otherwise, if you're a gooner, you could shop here at. Although I always forget the name. Well, forget whatever. God damn it! What is it? No? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Motherfucker! God damn it! Here I go again. Oh yeah. Okay, if you were to instead go to https://shrsl.com/4ad6a. It's easy. Everybody knows that. That's the easy one. Here, I'll even put it in the comments just to show everybody how easy it was to go there and buy themselves some gooning material. All right, anyway, wow. At least I get to blame the intro on how badly this podcast is going, and it's not my fault. Anyway, let's get past this. All right, let's talk about this. Tokyo cancel Christmas protest march canceled by Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men.
This sounds like a subplot in a rom-com anime or something.
What do you think he's looking at?
A TV.
a couple.
No. I mean on the table.
outside.
We've got like a Santa hat, but what is this? Sexy Santa
Another-
lingerie? Is that what he's?
Maybe. Maybe he was gonna dress up as Santa, sexy, and then it didn't work out.
He got the wrong kind of sexy Santa. He didn't get the
Yeah.
kind. He didn't get the kind that Grok helped us become enlightened by last podcast. All right, so the revolution has been canceled temporarily. In Japan, the biggest Christmas celebrations actually take place on Christmas Day, not Christmas Eve. So on December 24th, Christmas lights were shining around Tokyo with the sound of traditional Yuletide music playing from shopping center speakers, and revelers happily headed to dates and parties with gifts to exchange in hand. However, there was something different about Christmas Eve in Tokyo this year. Something was missing. The annual anti-Christmas protest march held by the Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men. This is a video of last year's demonstration, which I think we covered. Holy shit, that was loud when I clicked it. Anyway, here they are. All 10 of them. Right? Traditionally, the group gathers every year in the afternoon on December 24th, carrying banners and chanting messages of opposition to Christmas. Specifically, the organization takes issue with Christmas Eve status as the most romantic date night of the year. However, it should be noted that the Japanese term that makes up the unpopular part of the Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men name, himote, specifically refers to guys who aren't popular with women. To a guy, does the term popular means fuck all? Who gives a shit? This is the only term that exists. Like no guy cares if he's popular with men unless he wants to get railed in the ass. And even then, he's like, it's still probably pretty easy to find someone desperate enough. All right. Girls want to be popular among everybody. Men couldn't give a shit if they're popular among guys. Anyway, and so it's pretty clear that the march isn't meant as a rally for those who want to focus on the religious or broader humanitarian aspects of the holiday, so much as a get-together for those who are frustrated about their dateless status. All 10 of them. Though, damn, dude.
I told you. I wasn't lying.
What are you hearing?
Reduce mic background. There we go.
It doesn't work.
It is working. It's working
Yeah,
right now.
it'll fail in a couple seconds.
Reese, talk for a minute.
Hi, I'm Reese. I'm a retard, I guess.
It sounds like you're sitting right next to your furnace. That's what it sounds like.
We just need to turn it on and off again each time he starts talking. All right. Anyway, where was I?
I can't believe this is the first time you've noticed that. Like,
well, I've noticed it, but it's particularly grating in the ears right now. It's okay though. I can endure. It's the poor audience members who have thought to themselves as they pulled out their wallet to grab their credit card, should I give them a super chat? No. Actually, the sound quality is ass tonight. No super
All right.
chat. Right.
Our first sub goal is going to be to get Reese a slightly better mic.
all Reese has to do is install the fucking that sonar thing, and it would be fine. But he is being a little weenie and doesn't want to do that.
He does broadcast from a potato, so I mean, maybe he can't even. Maybe he's not compatible with his IBM 5100. All right. Anyway. So it's pretty clear the march isn't meant to rally for those who want to focus on the religious or broader humanitarian aspects of the holiday, so much as to get together for those who are frustrated about their dateless status. Though not large or lengthy, the 2023 march consisted of about 15 people and lasted roughly 30 minutes. The marches have been consistent, taking place on an annual basis since 2007. However, the group's slogan of "Crush Christmas" couldn't be heard on the Shibuya streets this past Tuesday because the anti-Christmas march was canceled. As announced through a post from the Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men's Twitter account on December 19th. Holy cow. He's muted. Did you just mute him? No.
Nope.
Footnum's got the TV in the background. Man, why do I even have co-hosts if all of them are just going to be muted so I don't hear that? All right. This doesn't meant, good job, that the organization has necessarily softened its stance against Christmas, though. It's just that while its members may be unpopular, they're not unlawful. And they weren't able to file the paperwork necessary for holding a protest march on public streets. Damn. The announcement reads, quote, "Announcement regarding this year's Crush Christmas demonstration. Due to various circumstances, our representative was unable to go to carry out the application process, and so the demonstration has been canceled. We sincerely regret this and deeply apologize to you, comrades." How the members spent Christmas Eve instead is unclear, so perhaps they enjoyed some sand tacos. What? I'm just gonna find out what that is. Oh, I'll allow it. Santacos is top cosplayer Enako cosplaying as Santa.
Wow. Okay. Are they selling these outfits, or did she just?
I don't know.
I wouldn't imagine she's selling herself.
Well, no. It like is.
For the
Are you
right
interested
price?
in buying for yourself?
No.
For the Saudi prince level price, I bet.
Right.
Anyway, back to the article here. So while it would be amusingly ironic if the Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men had been disbanded as a result of its leaders finding days for Christmas Eve, this appears to be merely a temporary setback for the cause, and presumably their annual march on Valentine's Day, another celebration they're not too keen on, is still in the works for 2025. Wow. Can't wait to cover that. Anyway, let's looking at chats. Hello, Cool Tutti, and Happy New Year. I got the notification, but it seems the host didn't. Oof. Happy New Year, Lady Phoenix. Oh my God. I'm cold, all right? Don't read into it. Nero just broke the Twitch hype train record. That's AI. That is an exceptional, not H1B. Oh. Yes, for sure. Okay. AI still has problems. Wow. What didn't have problems when it first started? Kwanzaa was invented by a criminal to undermine Christmas. I read that Christmas is not really Jesus. No. Yeah, it's the winter solstice, bro. Like, you want to know when Jesus Christ's birthday actually was? A lot of people think it was 9/11. Hello, Mecha J. Look forward to your comment on my last podcast being read aloud in my first impressions for War of the Rohirrim. Haruhi Suzumiya was popular, but even I never care about that bully. Oh. Okay. Don't know why this need to be said. Bao from SNK has a design that can be colored as Christmas colors. Oh, wonderful. All right. I don't regret that at all. Let's put this in old doc.
We should do Haruhi after Attack on Titan so we can put Luigi in his place.
Take that.
Oh my God, Reese, you ever want to do something that we can complete like in decent time? Like ever?
We're doing amazing on Attack on Titan. All right. Anyway, voice. Yes. We, because I know none of you fuckers are watching it. Therefore, you're already done, and I'm doing great.
Called out, Randy.
In other news, voice actors Yusuke Kobayashi and Yumi Uchiyama have announced a marriage. Now, if you don't recognize him, this is Subaru, and I've just noticed he has what appears to be Sonic the Hedgehog and maybe the Nights into Dreams guy on his shirt. And it says Sega Atlas TV.
The guy on the right is Jack Frost from Persona and Atlas games.
Makes sense. See, when you said the guy on the right, I thought you were talking about this one. This is a lady.
Yeah, that guy right there.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so this guy voices Subaru in ReZero, and she voices Puck.
And the guy on the right.
So people are pointing out Amelia, no. Rem, no. Puck, yes.
Yes. Smash.
Now she also voices Rudeus from Mushoku Tensei. I thought this is a much funnier.
Oh my god! Yes, that fits so.
Woo! All right, do you guys want to do pickups?
Sure.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You gotta go first.
Yeah, I allow me to goddamn log in real quick. There we go.
Actually, I have
Didn't
one
work.
single pickup.
What's this?
Amazing.
Are you gonna show it to her? Or is
Yes.
it in the Discord?
I can show it on camera.
Hold on. Oh, goody. Footnum's gonna make a rare facial appearance tonight, huh?
Yep. You bet.
Zoom in for your facial Footnum.
Oh.
Drink, drink.
It looked like you were
Are
just
you
getting a
guys ready?
facial right there. Like, what the heck was that?
Oh, geez.
What is this? It's so hot.
It's a cheese ball. Why did you shove the whole
Okay.
thing in your mouth?
Like hot or spicy hot?
Hot.
So that's his pickup.
No, I got my pickup. Right here. It came in a big box.
She
Everybody's favorite show.
So you got regret.
Yeah, I got the Mononoke Kickstarter arrived, and
With
There you-
Blu-ray.
there you have it. I mean, it looks pretty nice, but
What does the spine look like? The real spine.
it's written in kanji and katakana. So they have
Part
it.
1 of 3.
One of three. And then the other two are going to be English releases.
Yep. Anyway, let's see yours, lover boy.
All right. Prepare to be amazed. I have transitioned from Avatar to PNG tuber. There you go.
Wow.
That's my pickup. And
Wow.
also, I can do this. I can fist now. I can permanently fist or temporarily fist. There
I
you go.
deeply regret that we did not stop to get local recordings going.
I tried to tell you, let's just stop, take 10 minutes, get it restarted. No.
I'm sure that my isolated audio isn't going to be trampled too hard by you guys. Okay?
We could have had that nice facial impression that AC did.
I'm putting that together now. I realized that, oh shit, I don't have I was like, I don't have local recordings, so all that stuff I was thinking like, oh, this could go in the thumbnail. Nice. Nope. All right, cool. Good enough stalling. Let's look at this. Hello, Mirage. Happy New Year.
Hello. Happy New Year.
Would you like to tell us
Oh,
about
look who it is.
So this is for those of you who have seen the original 1990 movie of Ninja Turtles. Master Shredder had a henchman named Master Tatsu, and originally NECA Toys wasn't going to release this because supposedly there was some kind of like I guess like license agreement with the actor that played him, and it finally dropped. I want to say maybe September, and I finally ended up getting my hands on it. Was super excited, as you can see. This was a gift from my my younger sister for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And,
So have you? Sorry, I was looking at your shirt and I couldn't help but think of this ugly Christmas sweater I want to get. Life is a race, and I am a racist. While I was looking for that just now, I happened to also see this. Don't be a racist. Be like Mario. He's an Italian plumber created by Japanese people who speaks English and looks like a Mexican, jumps like a black man, and grabs coins like a Jew.
I remember this meme from
Wow.
back in the day.
Oh, they put that on the front and the back, huh? Oh, okay. Anyway. So there's the backside.
I didn't actually like take the figure out. I guess if you zoom in a little bit, you can actually see like what the figure kind of looks like a little bit. But yeah, very detailed. I mean, it looks straight out of the movie, so I'm pretty happy to have it. So
No. Goodbye, Chloe. Cool. And then you also got some nice slippers, it looks like.
these are actually really comfortable, especially considering that I've been on my feet at work nonstop. These like really help with just, you know, on my off days of just trying to get off my feet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, these were a gift from my mom, and yeah, I really like them.
Nice.
So this one, this is based off of one of the Mirage comics from TMNT called Michelangelo the Wanderer. This was a limited release. They didn't make a whole lot of copies of them. It's I guess they kind of got well, I don't want to spoil it, so I was going to mention something, but it's a major spoiler, so I'm gonna avoid it.
Are you sure that he's not just cosplaying Rin from Fist and Star?
Yeah, probably.
Because I
I'm
see the
pretty
head.
sure his name just strip is a spoiler.
I see the headband and everything. All right.
And then this was just kind of random that my
Optimus Prime.
mom got me. Unfortunately, it doesn't fold out into Optimus Prime. It's like just the.
Oh damn!
Useless.
Nice.
But
I wanted to get that, but I'm too lazy
this
to go
is
look for it.
a Ninja Turtle Christmas tree ornament. That's based off of the TMNT Adventures cover.
Is this a figure or just a printed of that one?
It's
looks
an
like-
ornament. It's
It's
a
an
figure.
ornament.
I get
On the
that.
back,
I get that. I'm just
It
saying
is
that
3D. Yes.
Leonardo does not look 3D compared to the
Oh.
other three.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah, he might
Is
not
he
be.
3D
I don't know.
or is he just printed?
I think he's just printed as far as.
Oh, that's lame. Damn.
Yeah, that should have given you 4.
Footnum, you picked up Freerin.
See,
What
his
is-
looks.
join the free ring club.
Yours looks like
You
it's
got
got
robbed.
Yeah, mine's not nearly as shiny.
Whatever shiny effect they put on yours, it was failed attempt.
Yeah, my brother got it for me. I threw a list on a bunch of random anime, and I'm like, oh, yeah, those would be cool.
It
I
was,
feel
nice,
like
It's free ren.
it was nice of him to chuck it down a flight of stairs before wrapping it. Like,
As if I'm gonna see that when I put it in the art box, we're inevitably gonna get fingers crossed.
I feel like Footnote shines better because it's under like direct light. And
No,
when AC was
I
showing
think
it,
his
more
shines better because it's got like a turbulent displace over it, over the fact that it's been mangled. Like, so it's catching the light in different ways.
That tiny little, yeah, that little piece of damage, it's reflecting the light all over it. Much better.
It's like the enemies that when you like hit them at low health, they start flashing.
Mm-hmm. Bobby Hill picked up Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko, which is that we covered this a couple months ago, or maybe even a year ago.
Years ago when it got licensed.
Yeah, when it got licensed, and it was like everybody lost their shit over it. Like, it's happening. So that's cool. Good for you. Enriv picked up Visions of Mana and Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. Damn, that looks expensive.
Visions of Mana
You said
actually,
Christmas
real good, by the way.
gifts.
All of these are Aniplex titles.
Doesn't matter. They look expensive to whoever procured them. How about that? Or actually, this one is the one I'm thinking is expensive. Anyway. All right. Also, Fate Grand Order. That also looks expensive.
All of those are Aniplex releases.
Yeah, that's why that's what makes them look expensive. All right. And they've also picked up Attack on Titan. The final chapter is good, just in time. I'm almost there, he said at episode 15 of season 1. Also, Justice League season 1 and 2. And then a conversation was had about the fact that they put them in a goddamn recycle case.
I call them eco boxes.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. Yeah, but those are what do you call it? The name betrays it. Because it's supposed to be
throw it away.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be economic or environmentally friendly, right? But in actuality, it has made the problem worse because now I'm buying the real type of Blu-ray case just to replace all this shit, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because it's like I'd rather have it have the like the logo of the recycling, but like fill it in. Or fucking fill it in. Like, don't leave it fucking blanked out.
Like, if you grip it wrong and you're gonna like crinkle up the cover sheet.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying in the conversation. When I picked up the second season, I almost put my thumb through the fucking cover. And I was like, well, is this fake? Like, what the hell is this? And then I opened it up and realized that, oh, it's the stupid eco shit. And for whatever reason, season 2 feels way more flimsy than season 1. I don't know if it's because of that, the disc, like...
It doesn't have the flapper in it?
Well, so season 2 doesn't have the flapper, but I don't think that would have affected the strength of the cover. So I think it's the fact that they got the disc spindle on season 2 that's, like, allowing the plastic to, like... bend more.
It's more vulnerable.
It took up some of the integrity because it has the spaces in between them.
Yeah, something. I don't know, but man, I literally thought it was fake. I was like, what bullshit is this?
Been there. Reese, you picked up the Kingsman.
Yeah, I actually got a $50 gift card for Christmas for Amazon for my sister. I was like,
nice.
So
His favorite anime.
I just upgraded all of these. I only had the first one on DVD. The other two I did have on Blu-ray, but I was like, yeah, I want to upgrade the first one. I'm trying to get upgrade to Blu-ray. I might as well go 4K, so I might as well just get the all 4K.
Yeah,
and the first two are also eco boxes, which fuck, I had to buy 2 more cases. $10 for 2 of them.
I hate getting gift cards.
Them and hope I don't break them.
But if I were to get a gift card, at least Amazon gift cards is like you can use
pretty
it.
universal.
Yeah.
Like that's the best gift card, unless you have like something you really need that you can't get off Amazon.
Lady Phoenix says computer was a Christmas gift, so congrats on that.
Nice, you've joined the PC Master race.
Mm-hmm. And also apparently Beetlejuice. Is this
Beetlejuice?
The second one.
The second one?
Beetlejuice,
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Beetlejuice.
So I'm sorry, I wasn't really a big fan of Beetlejuice growing up. Is the second one the one that just came out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just double check. I wasn't sure if that was actually the third one or what.
No.
Cool.
If there's a third one, it's gonna be called Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
And Beast Wars. I don't know if those are gifts, but
yes. Nice.
Wait. Is that what I think it is?
Full screen
Zoom?
message.
Is that
Gak Man? No.
no? Oh no, it's not okay. It's just some fucking gotcha thing, man. For whatever reason,
play their room decor.
I'm sorry. I thought from like the compression and everything, it looked like Mainframe from the show Reboot. It looked like a little diorama of Mainframe. I was like, wait, because it was also right next to the Beast Wars, so I was like, they're both maybe the same I thought maybe, but no, it's not.
It's the All Spark.
I thought that when you said zoom in, you were gonna say, "Wait, zoom in, is that actually Mirage's hand, or is he just using another eBay image?" No, that is my actual.
Oh
Is that
man,
Mirage's hand, or is he just using another eBay image? Zoom in on that.
is this AI? This is almost like the Mr. Beast.
I need to see those fingerprints on his thumb. Zoom in on hand.
Yeah, Crash Bandicoot, Super Mario Maker 2, really fun. Been playing that, and Witcher 3. Yeah.
Nice. Sorry about Witcher 4.
Yeah.
We'll have a chance to talk about that tonight.
Oh, I know.
What is this?
So I went-
Dragnaut?
Yeah, Dragnaut there is.
Dragonaut Resonance.
I picked this up at like my I don't want to say it's local because it's not, but it's a store that I go to that's secondhand, like Book Off that sells random shit. It's like a pawn shop. So I went there to drop off some stuff, but I also picked up this because I felt like, well, I might as well grab something while I'm here. So I picked up this Save Edition, which I don't know, Brad, if you can relate, but I don't know, because I don't know if Book Off puts the fucking stickers on these cases where I have to like use Gugong, not sponsored, and have to like scrub the fucking price sticker off.
I mean, they do, but their stickers aren't usually that hard to get off.
Yeah, I had to like
Yeah.
scrub it. My
So
dumbass initially thought that like, oh, I can just use the reverse cover. It's like it's still on the outside of the. My brain turned into a blonde.
You have to buy a new case. Fuck.
So this was a Christmas gift from a friend. The same one that got me Blue Dragon. This is also a bootleg figure.
Oh.
Or this is also in the line of bootlegs, but it's a decent bootleg.
Is the chair breaking under the weight?
Yes.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
She's thick.
So I have a couple of pickups that you guys are gonna hate me for.
Was your Demon Slayer jacket a pickup?
No, I've had this for.
You got Legend of the Galactic Hero.
I was just cold. So Dan gave me a Total Wine and More $25 gift card when he came into town.
Nice.
And so my wife sent me to Total Wine and More to buy Dan's mom a bottle of wine, and then also a bottle for us to have, because Dan's mom got my wife drinking this thing called Firebrand. And so I find it right away. And it's one of those things where if you buy 6 bottles, you get a discount. So naturally, I was inclined to find 6 bottles worth to buy. So this is what I normally have been drinking, just because it's available at Ralph's, which is like my local grocery store. This is a salted caramel whiskey. I know the label's it's on here upside down as a design choice, right? So naturally, I go to the whiskey section. I pick up some salty caramel Old Smoky. I pick up my old favorite Wild Turkey American Honey. For some reason, they don't sell this in grocery stores anymore. I don't know why. It is so hard to find other than going to a specialty place like Total Wine & More. And then I picked up a banana flavored whiskey, which...
Wow, you're appropriating our culture there.
It smells a lot like banana. Like, it legitimately, it's deceiving how much that smells like banana.
Does it smell like those artificial like banana candies?
It smells like a mixture between the fake banana. It's like real and fake flavors kind of thing going on here. But it's crazy how much it smells like. And I see the
I buy Tarani's for like my monsters and stuff, and the banana Tarani is really strong.
Tarani?
It's a syrup.
Oh.
I buy flavored syrups for my monsters.
Huh. See, because I thought you were talking about alcohol, and I was gonna be like, well, why don't you just buy the 99 bananas, bro?
No.
All right. Now, when I went when I went looking for the bottles, I went to look for Bird Dog, which is a whiskey I really like, but they don't. It's like the American Honey; they don't really sell anywhere. And I like the Bird Dog Peach. I could not find the Bird Dog Peach, but I did find Bird Dog Candy Cane.
Oh, that's a different stuff. My dad likes the blackberry one a lot.
Yeah, Reese, you're gonna need to go pick some of this up while it's still in stock. It tastes exactly like drinking a candy cane, except that the candy cane has been dipped in acetone. So it's a little hard to get down, but it's really one of those like mind fucks. You're like, I feel like I let it liquidate. You know, like
This is a crazy concept, but you could just eat a candy cane and it will taste just like candy cane without the acetone.
Yeah, but it won't get you drunk. So catch 22.
So my dad has like he calls it grog. It's half and half peppermint schnapps and ginger brandy. And I was like, I mean, like candy cane peppermint, right? So I was like, yeah, that might be a good idea to look out for that.
Nice.
But I don't know.
Is that also alcohol that you're drinking off to the side?
Yes, believe it or not. So I bought this one. Dan came over the first night because we were gonna watch a movie. God damn it. We were gonna watch a movie and I was gonna drink it, and I just forgot about it in my fridge. And then I saw it. I saw it when I grabbed my energy drink for tonight. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll drink that too. JT Vega, which one?
I think I was referring to the banana one.
Yeah. Well, we'll see later tonight.
As long as you don't decide to finish the bottle and make an absolute slob of Ricada of yourself, I'm okay with you.
Like you did that one time while you were in the crate.
Yeah, the crate.
Precisely.
What did we call
pod?
That? The pod. Yeah.
Pod.
Podcasting from the pod.
I like crate better now.
Yeah. Whew. See, if I did that now, which I'm not going to do, but if I did do that now, it wouldn't be nearly as bad because at least I'm not going to Anime Expo the next week. Which is what happened last time. My throat was thrashed from throwing up that night. JT Vega bought Free Ren. Nice. It is not the complete
Join the
series.
club.
Don't we know? All right, cool. So we have got quite a show to look at tonight in terms of random shit.
All right.
No, it's more than that because the counter didn't start until the second time we started. I can't wait to find out what's
being optimistic.
Yeah.
37 minutes in.
All right. The child assassins, as young as 11, carrying out machine gun murders on the streets of Sweden for up to 13,000 pounds a hit and cannot be prosecuted.
So I'm so like pop culture brained. I did not make the connection that they were age 11. I thought they were referring to the character 11 from Stranger Things.
Oh,
I was just about to say that too. Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they're 11, dumbass. They're 11.
I thought they meant random 11.
yeah.
They're my hit squad. I send them out.
Swedish gangs are increasingly recruiting children to carry out contract killings, authorities have warned, with the country being overrun by a gig economy of gang violence in recent months. Just in case you had high hopes for the future of society, I'm here to remind you of the cruel reality we live in. The Nordic nation has the worst rate of gun violence in the EU, while the number of murder cases involving children more than tripled from 31 counts in the first 8 months of 2023 to 102 in the same period of this year. Youngsters are lured by recruiters on social media platforms such as Snapchat and Telegram with group chats titled "Bombing Today." Wow, what a wonderful place. And "Who wants to shoot someone in Stockholm?" reportedly attracting thousands of members. Like, the dangers of social media. You thought pedophiles were grooming your kids. No, they're just being hired to murder people. The children, who are often vulnerable and from poor backgrounds, are promised quick cash with bounties of up to £13,000 offered for a successful hit. Once signed up, the young recruits carry out gang bosses' dirty work, assassinating relatives of rival gangsters and other targets, often without ever meeting the person who is ordering the killing. Crime bosses increasingly seek out children under 15 as they are too young to be prosecuted in Sweden, according to police, with a boy aged just 11 years old reportedly involved in a recent case. My son is 11. I best check his Snapchat history.
Is he part of my gang? I didn't realize.
Children traveling across the country to commit the crimes for cash is becoming the new normal. Eric Lindblad, head of the police's gang violence task force, warned last month. What the fuck? I'm gonna sting you with my stinger. Like, what is this little fucking bee? Don't get too close to my stinger. He said that online chat groups were advertising jobs to tens of thousands of young members, inviting them to volunteer to carry out a hit. Damn! Is John Wick carrying out these hits? Seriously? They didn't just make that shit up for the movie?
No, Dragon restaurants are real.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I thought you were the gun expert here.
Gun expert is not the ammo expert. Jeez. I know 2 types: full metal jackets and armor piercing. And blanks. Thank you, Die Hard 2, for letting me know the world of blanks last night.
What about the explosive rounds?
Gangs have increasingly sought out young girls and children. What's up?
It's ignored.
Gangs have increasingly sought out young girls and children with mental disabilities to carry out the killings, as they believe they are less likely to be suspected by their target. The Down syndrome murders tonight at 8. They deliberately hire children, as Swedish law dictates that under 15s cannot be prosecuted, a law which critics say is in urgent need of reform. Confronted by the increased involvement of young people in violent gang crime, prosecutors are increasingly seeking imprisonment rather than closed care for child suspects, according to Swedish media. 3 teenagers were sentenced after a man was murdered while eating dinner at a restaurant south of Stockholm in March, with the 17-year-old, who is believed to have fired the fatal shot, handed a jail term rather than youth detention. Well, you're not 15, are you? You don't get to skirt under the law. The teenager, who is understood to have used an automatic weapon, was given 8 years, while a 19-year-old man was given life in prison and their 16-year-old accomplice put in closed care. According to prosecutor Nixa Lukic, the circumstances of the murder suggest that it took place in a gangland context. In August, a 16-year-old boy was arrested after shots were fired at an apparent door near Stockholm. I'm sorry, that says apartment. It was fired at an apartment door. They weren't confused as to whether or not it was a door, but thinking pretty much that it probably was, because it was apparently a door. It was actually, in fact, an apartment door. He was charged last month with attempted murder and aggravated weapons offenses after a preliminary police investigation found he was put up to the hit by an anonymous client. Wow. They say he accepted the contract for 65,000 Swedish kroner, or 4,600 pounds, and had told a friend on Instagram, "I just want to kill someone. I don't care who it is." Karen Gottblad, a police chief in Stockholm at the National Operations Department, told the Telegraph that child suspects often show no remorse for their actions. The investigators tell me that that some of them are very calm. They don't cry. They say nothing or no comment. They are totally lacking in empathy. Some people say, quote, "They don't understand what they have done. They may not fully understand the consequences of what they have done, but if you're a 14-year-old and you shoot a person in the head, you will understand that this man is dead. Dramatic video obtained by Mail Online last year showed a teenager armed with an AK-47 spraying bullets into the home of a terrified mother and her young child in a Stockholm suburb. Was it mistaken address? What? Why did you need to put a hit on the 2-year-old and the mom or whatever? The flat is the home of, oh, here we go, of the ex-girlfriend of a well-known rapper. Fucking P. Diddy putting out hits in Sweden. And the attack is believed to have been a scare tactic. It's just, oh, what? Attempted murder? Bro, I was just scaring her. This is like what happened in Vegas today with the Tesla Cybertruck in front of Trump Tower, or the Trump Hotel or whatever.
Yeah, Trump Tower in Vegas.
A frightened mother who lives in the block told Mail Online at the time, quote, "It was crazy. It wasn't a small gun. It was a Kalashnikov," proper term. "It is terrible that attacks like this are normalized." In another case, which sent shockwaves through Sweden, a 2-year-old girl was shot in the stomach through her stuffed Winnie the Pooh toy while her father was killed and mother seriously injured by a 16-year-old gunman. The horror attack, described by one lawyer as the most brutal case she had ever worked on, unfolded in October last year when the attacker broke into the family's home in Stockholm's Västberga district. Okay, I'm going to ask ChatGPT a quick question. What are the most prominent religions in Sweden?
Satanism?
Lutheran Christianity. The largest historically dominant religion is Lutheran Christianity.
Scientology?
I guess I should ask. Is religion, let's say, is Lutheran Christianity more or less prevalent than atheism? Atheism is more prevalent. Yep, that's what I thought. I'm just curious. I believe, yeah. This math doesn't add up. Approximately 50 to 55% of Swedes are members of the Church of Sweden, which is Lutheran. Around 60 to 70% of Swedes identify as non-religious, though. So, not sure how that works. Anyway, so I'm just saying that I think that the reason why they're finding that these kids have zero empathy is that they're being raised atheist. They don't have like a moral framework to build off of for becoming polite members of society, so to speak. Anyway, the horror attack, described by one lawyer as the most brutal case she had ever worked on, unfolded in October last year when the attacker broke into the family's home in Stockholm's Västerberga district. I'm pretty sure I already read that. A Swedish court heard how the teenage shooter gunned down the father at near point-blank range before turning the automatic rifle on the mother, who was clutching her 2-year-old daughter in her arms. "It's so brutal that you can hardly believe it," Swedish prosecutor Lisa dos Santos said. That sounds Swedish if I've ever heard it. Holy shit. The father was shot lying on the couch. The mother was shot in the back. She was a doctor, so she tried to save herself and the child, and they both survived. Oh, that's a happy ending, I guess. I would say that's the worst thing I've ever had in my career. That is a peculiarly brown Swedish guy. Just saying. It later emerged that the killer had broken into the wrong house because his victims had the same last name as his intended target. The next day, the same attacker carried out another heinous contract killing of 2 women, a 60-year-old grandmother and a 20-year-old, who were relatives of a rival gang member. After he was caught, a Swedish court handed the teenager a record jail sentence of 12 years. Okay, ChatGPT. What do gang demographics look like in Sweden? What? ChatGPT, that's racist. Many gangs in Sweden are associated with areas with a high concentration of immigrant populations. How? How could you do this to them? Wow. Brutal. Okay, well. This is unexpectedly setting the stage for a future topic that we will be covering tonight in such a satisfying way. So it later emerged they had broken into the wrong house. The rival gang member, they had the record jail sentence of 12 years. Police have warned how the crime bosses who use youngsters to mete out bloodshed. Googling that. How do you pronounce that, and what does it mean? Meat. It is meat. Okay. Dispense or lot justice. That's what it means. Okay, cool. To mete out bloodshed on their behalf are often abroad and can escape justice. Oh. Task Force leader Lindblad has urged social media companies to act to police their platforms and for society to take such online activities more seriously. If a criminal had stood in a square and shouted out to 10,000 children, murder Malmo, 250,000 kroner, who will take it? Then I am quite sure the society would have reacted, adding that police are working to be more present online. That's the last thing we need. Last month, a Swedish teenager was arrested in Spain for allegedly leading a gun-for-hire service which used child soldiers in Sweden and Denmark. The 14-year-old allegedly played a key role. I just like the idea that you literally go in and John Wick an entire apartment building. You're like, fuck, he's 14. You're free to go. You know, like, come on. Spanish cop said he would also organize deliveries of weapons and explosives, including assault rifles. It is claimed one teenager was given an escape plan involving an electric scooter. I just like the idea of getting on a moped. It's like, you'll never catch me. You know, like... The boy's parents were also arrested, and police said that the family home in Alicante was used as an operation center. Deadly violence linked to feuds between criminal gangs has escalated in recent years, with hundreds of shootings and several bombings carried out. Oh, a Greek and a Kurdish fox. What? They're not even Swedish.
Where'd they come from?
Damn. I wonder if Sweden's at all concerned over the fact that they opened their borders. What? No, who said that? In recent years, mafia groups abroad have called Sweden a haven for their activities, while organized crime groups have infiltrated business sectors and found ways to smuggle military-grade weapons into the country. September 2023 was a particularly bloody month, with over 40 violent episodes and 12 deaths recorded in just 20 days, earning the moniker Black September. In all of 2023, 53 people were killed in shootings across Sweden, which is home to around 10.5 million people. Fucking goddamn, that's it? In 2022, that figure, there's probably 10 million people in Huntington Beach. Like, no, probably not 10 million in Huntington Beach. Maybe 10 million people in Southern California, easy though. In 2022, that figure stood at 62 versus the 53 killed across in 2023, right? And Stockholm's per capita murder rate was roughly 30 times that of London's. Gangsters carry out personal vendettas against each other or hire youngsters to do their dirty work. Almost half the suspects in the gun-related murders in 2022 were aged between 15 and 20, youngsters who have been groomed by gangs. Kurdish Fox, whose real name is Rawa Majid, became a household name in Sweden in 2022 when the feud between the 38-year-old's criminal network Foxtrot and the Dallin gang, led by Mikhail the Greek Tenasios, 25, spread fear in several cities as they fought over shares of the country's highly lucrative drug market. The 2 alleged kingpins have fled abroad and now believed to run their operations through middlemen. What? Anyway, so if you thought 2025 was going to be a good year, I am sorry. We'll continue with this topic in a minute, but first let's catch up on chats and then go through the rest of the podcast. What kind of Swedish gang? How Swedish, right? So Gunslinger Girls, yeah, pretty much. Gunslinger Girl Watch Club 1. Violence jacked up. I wonder how. Simple Jack. No. There's a reference I didn't expect to hear tonight. I'm more of a bolt action double-barreled AR-15 man myself. Huh. You forgot that 15 is too old. Huh. They know about the Fifth Amendment. Gangs in 2024 go after family now. Yeah, apparently. And they have kids do it. Bunch of cowards. He is 14, so no charges. Did Z call the hit on the poo plot? That's a good one. Do you think the Gooner Gators would rather have this over them gooning? Yeah. Yes. Swedish gangs are using H1B. Good question. The Swedish kids are too busy watching Saved by the Bell to do the hitman jobs. They need to pay. They need to apply hitmen and watch action movies instead. So they are PMC. Don't get that. Swedish could have went bork bork bork. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's move past this. Let's go into Kickstarter news. Hey, look at this. It ended, and guess based on that value right there. Guess what level they got unlocked? Couldn't even get Goemon.
Damn.
Weak.
That's a shame.
Anyway, now we never have to look at this again. Cool. All right. There is a live action Exit 8 film coming. Toho has
What
announced
is Exit 8?
Yeah, I was also unfamiliar with Exit 8.
it's
I'm
a
also unfamiliar.
it's an indie game where you walk through the exit for
Oh.
a subway and you end up looping through it over and over again.
They're making a live action of this?
Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, like after looping through it like 3 or 4 times, there will be what they refer to in the game as an anomaly, which is something has changed about the environment. And as soon as you spot it, you need to turn around and run the other way. And that's the game.
Oh,
And they're making a movie about that.
that sounds pretty simple. It sounds
Yeah.
good.
Well, I mean, the whole movie is going to be set in a hallway.
Yes, it is on Switch.
It does have that.
Yeah.
That is not what I said.
It's $4.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple game. That you're going to do the same level over and over. It's kind of like Among Us levels of simple, maybe even more.
The whole game is set in a hallway.
Rated T for
One
mild
hallway.
blood, rated T for mild blood, mild violence.
Yeah.
Single player.
So
You can beat it in like 10 minutes if you're
yeah.
perfect at it.
I'm going to
Look,
play.
ever since Reese got a Switch, he has been unchained. His repressed gamer senses have just been like, I need games.
I have like a dozen games I haven't even put in the console other than just getting the updates.
Yes, you are proving the point that you have been repressed for so long of games because you've just, I don't know, had your laptop or whatever for so
I
long, and
barely
then you
played
got the
any
Switch
games
that can
there.
play modern games, and you're like, oh my god, this is magical.
Oh, that reminds me. I ordered Super Mario Party Jamboree or whatever the fuck it's called. I ordered that. It's going to arrive next week. Just a heads up.
So does that mean we also have to buy it?
I'm not saying you have to buy it. I'm saying if
But
you would
do,
like,
you can play.
if you would like to spice things up in the bedroom called Mario Party Game Night, you could also,
Shit.
yeah.
I should have bought that instead of upgrading all of Kingdom.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna play this trailer. There's not really anything like verbally happening. There's a couple sound effects and stuff, but I'm gonna play this while we read the thing, and hopefully that doesn't become a big disaster of an idea. From the indie developer Kotake creates. Can I turn this down at all? Like, holy fuck. Nope. I'm just gonna yell! Here's a comment from the game's creator! Exit 8 will be made into a live-action movie. I was surprised and grateful because I had no idea the game would be released at the end of November 2023, and that about a year later, a movie adaptation would be announced. When I heard about the movie, I wondered how they would make a movie out of a game without a story, but I think it turned out to be an interesting movie without destroying the worldview and atmosphere of Exit 8. I was also able to visit the filming location, and it was really amazing to see that underground passageway, and the uncle exists right in front of me. I hope you are looking forward to seeing the film. I am also looking forward to the release of the film.
8番出口から外に出ること。
The movie's going to be in first person, I'm guessing.
I saw an anomaly.
Yeah, I should have run after that guy when you turned around, dumbass.
Imagine it's 2 hours of just someone walking down the hallway.
And the audience like missing all the differences, and the audience just right there, turn around, you fuck.
Yeah, it's like the media, like, you know, autists are gonna be there, like seeing all the continuity errors, and like, there's the anomaly. His pen's not in his pocket anymore. Yeah. All right. Cool. I trust you guys could hear me yelling all over the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't blaring.
It was
Okay.
comically loud.
Good. I'm glad. All right. All right. In other news, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has had one of the best audience scores of 2024 movies. In addition, it has destroyed Disney and Mufasa in domestic opening weekend SmackDown. So much so that Disney was hit with a community guidelines, what do you call it? A community note? Is that what it's called? Why does it seem
That's what
weird?
it's called.
That is what it's called? Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Yeah.
All right. So they tweeted that Mufasa was the #1 movie in the world, and then Twitter community noted them, right? Because they said full context required, right? Because they said it's the #1 movie in the world. Oh, goddamn, I fucked up so hard on this. Okay, no, this is the tweet. The #1 movie in the world is hilarious and will take you on an epic adventure. Why are you quoting that as though it's sarcasm? In your own tweet, Disney, get tickets for Mufasa the Lion King now playing in theaters. Because that's what everybody wanted, right? A prequel to the Lion King, but not the real Lion King, the fake one that's all CGI that nobody wanted. All right, full context required here. For domestic box office, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 claimed the #1 spot for the December 20 to 22nd weekend. However, the international box office, Mufasa did take #1, but only because Sonic 3 hasn't opened in all international markets yet. Then, according to that Park Place, Disney has bullied theaters and forcing Mufasa on more screens than Sonic 3, even as the Hedgehog earns far more. So they basically go on to say here that Disney's approach to holiday releases has long relied on securing the widest possible theater footprint. This strategy ensures that their films are accessible to the broadest audience, squeezing out competitors. And historically, this tactic has been highly effective. In 1999, Toy Story 2 dominated Thanksgiving weekend with a record-breaking release in 3,236 theaters, setting a precedent for Disney's future holiday campaigns. Here's the thing, though. That movie was good and a sequel to a movie that people liked. And so when that was in theaters, they're like, hey, Let's go see it. And kids are like, I want to go see it. Mommy, take me. You know what kids aren't saying? Take me to see Mufasa. Nobody gives a shit. More recently, Moana 2 debuted in a staggering 4,200 theaters during Thanksgiving 2024. Holy shit. Dino Nuggies.
No, they're Christmas nuggies.
Horrible. Oh. Over. What's that? Can dinosaurs? More recently, Moana 2 debuted in staggering 4,200 theaters, grossing $221 million in 5 days and contributing to the highest grossing Thanksgiving weekend on record. Look what she's done to me. God damn it. Okay. Shit. Oh, thank God. Disney's control over theater allocations not only boosts revenue, but also limits the availability of screens for competing films, particularly during the lucrative holiday season. Despite Disney's dominance, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has managed to outpace the competition at the box office, raking in more than $60 million in its opening weekend and securing the top spot in North America. Yet, its success is overshadowed by a significant limitation, the inability to expand its theater count. Currently showing in 3,769 locations, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 faces a bottleneck caused by contractual obligations many theaters have with Disney for Mufasa the Lion King. While Sonic 3 has provided far more revenue per theater, the total count of screens added for Sonic 3 from its first week to its second will be a staggering 8. Yes, 8 additional screens in the entire nation. Disney's agreements often stipulate extended runs in a high number of theaters, leaving little room for other blockbusters to increase their reach. Despite being the second highest earner this season, Mufasa continues to occupy 4,100 locations, effectively stifling Sonic's ability to capitalize on its box office momentum. What's going on? We're gonna open. Hold on. All right. Anyway, so this person. So first of all, I just want to point out. I lost my train of thought. It's not that important. Whatever. I'm not sure how Disney forces themselves onto the theaters, but Sonic seems to be doing just fine. So this person says, isn't it crazy that Sonic 1 had a complete rework, Sonic 2 filmed through COVID, and Sonic 3 filmed around an actors and writer strike, but still came out with an amazing trilogy? All odds against them, and they cooked. Which got me thinking, what would have happened if they had never changed Sonic's design? Don't forget what they took from us. I mean, I think we all know the real answer is that if they had never changed the design, there would not have been a Sonic 3. Perhaps not even a Sonic 2. All right. And then I saw this. This is the sign that's been going around. Please do not cheer for a child being murdered from one flashback scene. Right? Maria,
Wow.
when Maria gets killed, it's basically what makes Shadow the way he is. And so people cheer when, like, historically people have cheered at this moment. So they're like, please don't cheer during the movie. So I saw this comment. Can't sing in Wicked. Can't cheer for child murder in Sonic. Can't have an orgy during Gladiator 2. Movies are dead.
This is America.
They don't even really give you an opportunity to cheer. The way they tell us, the way they tell the story, it's they show that
they move past it real quick.
Well, that, but also they show the explosion first and don't tell you, like, if you didn't know, they don't tell the audience what happened, and then they tell the audience what happened, and then they show the audience what happened. So by the time you're seeing it, it's like, and obviously they don't show the explosion at the same time, so that really you're just seeing like her, and she's like, you know, I don't even think they showed her after. Maybe they did. Anyway, there's no good point to be like, yeah, she died. Like, that doesn't happen.
That sounds
In
like
the game, in the North American show, the Hedgehog, they actually cut out the part where they show her getting shot. So they do that in this case, I guess, with the explosion, I guess.
expert level cucking, right?
Didn't they actually show
Unbelievable.
her getting killed in the Japanese dub of Sonic X?
I didn't watch that part of
Oh, I thought they
that
did.
show.
I know the 4 kids, they edited it.
Oh dear Lord. Don't open this can of worms, Luigi. Does Reese have Japanese imports? The Switch is region free. He can enjoy that.
I
He
do
doesn't
not.
need any more. Sorry, wait. Damn it, where's my toggle? Oh.
Um,
He doesn't need any more damn games.
Can we do that again real quick so I get that?
He doesn't need any more damn games.
Okay, well, that'll have to do, I guess. I'm just going to trust that ended up correctly. All right. They call people who wanted the Sonic model to change Gooners for the record. Yeah, actually, I've got that. Let me pull that up here real quick. I was going to cover that in Games News, and I forgot to throw it in there.
Sonic the Goon Hog.
You
You know what they say? You gotta goon that hog to get it on to go fast.
What?
Gotta go fast.
Gotta goon fast.
Yeah. Okay.
Sonic the Goon Hog. Sonic the Goon.
I like the fireworks in the background.
Oh, okay. Here.
Spotlight.
Yeah, you like my fireworks? It's New
You
Year.
got stage fright there.
Here we go. Yeah. So Pirate Nation tweeted out this image and said, "Gamers are weird for wanting visually attractive characters," quote unquote. And then he shared these. This guy wants to fuck Sonic. Bro wants to fuck Sonic. Bro casually admitted he wants to bang Sonic. I literally cannot play Sonic the Hedgehog unless my deep desire to fuck is sated. Yeah, so people didn't understand the fact that they've made that allegation about all these games when we say we want the characters to not be hideous. And now he's trying to show you that in a non-sexual manner, people demanded exactly what we're demanding when it comes to games.
I guess the problem is he said visually attractive rather than, I don't know, using some other way to just say like
Visually appealing.
represents the
or something.
games better or whatever.
I think the point was made beautifully. We're splitting hairs here. He points out that they're proving his point. They cannot see this as anything but a demand to be able to goon. Like their brains are that rotten.
Mhm.
Anyway. Cool. Making good time.
That was the one thing that kind of kept me from watching the Sonic movies was like the human scenes.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, his
Donut
father,
Lord?
yeah, Donut Lord and the wife.
Mhm.
Every scene they're in is super cringe. Even in the third movie, like it's just painful to watch.
all right.
And in fact, actually, even this was brought up to me by my brother. In the second act, I guess, the end of the second act, there's a point where they're trying to steal something and they get thwarted by the gun people, but like legitimately, the gun people weren't the bad people in this scenario. They were doing their job. And Sonic's team like fucks it up for them
Hmm.
multiple times, and Gunn gets it under control again multiple times, but then Sonic keeps fucking it up to the point where
But did they redirect a meteor back to Earth? Like, for reference,
not that bad.
we watched Starship Troopers last night.
Oh, nice.
All right. So One Piece Anime announces Subaru Kimura as the new Franky voice actor. Yeah, so the original voice actor has quit.
So many people I know on YouTube have been talking about this, and I don't know why this specifically. Like, it's kind of weird, at least to me, because it's like the amount of voice actors that have been either retired or have passed away. This goes under the radar for most people. Like, you know, we cover it here on the podcast, but it's like, but for whatever reason, Franky, of all things, like, gets
Oh my god!
wide populace.
Well, I don't know. I disagree. I think this is the first time any of the main crew have been replaced. Besides Sabo, I guess, but he's not part of the main crew. He's like a side character. And the show is like 20 years old. So for the fact that he's been voicing it for so long and only now is the first one to go down, and he's not even dead, he's just retiring.
Yes.
I think it's noteworthy that people are
I
like,
guess,
oh,
but, like,
wow.
there's other older series in Japan that, you know, now granted they're not as popular worldwide as One Piece, but like there's like so many older shows in Japan that are still ongoing that have like over, you know, thousands of episodes that I'm sure the actors have retired from.
Like, none of the original Lupin crew are still voicing Lupin.
Yeah. I just thought it was like weird that everybody was like crying and like mourning of the loss of Franky's voice actor. It's like, okay, why? It's a shame, but like, why now? Like, why start now? Like, I guess Random has a point. It's like, because One Piece is so well known. It's like, oh my gosh.
So also, like, I don't know when the Lupin actors gave up. Like, how long were they running for when they gave up on it? How popular was the show when they gave up on it? How popular was social media at the time that they gave up? So could it have been made into a big, like, there's many things that go
It wasn't that they gave up. It's either they died or got too fucking old.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happened here. And I said gave up, but like, you know what I mean.
Does this look like the kind of man who's given up? So yeah, he
pretty frail.
Christ. He's in the prime time of his life. He could probably grandfather half a dozen kids, but still.
Chibi says Kazuki Yao says goodbye to the entire One Piece community and steps away out of the spotlight. His farewell gift was giving his replacement his underwear as a symbol to carry on his legacy. It's emotional and makes me want to cry.
That's
I wore that pair for every voice session ever, and it hasn't been washed.
If people don't know, Franky joined the crew after Luffy stole his underwear and basically made him chase him to get those underwear back. So that's the reference.
I am familiar. This is followed by Robin covering up Franky's balls by grabbing them tightly and almost crushing them.
This is acceptable.
Who would give up this role?
Would you rather have everyone see your balls or them being grabbed by some lady?
Who wouldn't want their balls grabbed by some lady?
What if she's an old hag, though?
Especially if she looks like Robin.
Okay. Moving past this. In anime news. Rascal the Raccoon anime is getting a new spin-off series in 2025.
Okay, it looks like it's from the fucking Stone Age.
It does.
It's getting an update 2025.
I like that the update still looks like it's from the Stone Age.
Wait, that is the update?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hope that's the update, not the, like, they took an image from the 1997.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
it.
That's it.
No, it's gonna look like Hello Kitty.
I don't know. It is the old one. I don't know.
Yeah.
It looks really clean. The image, that's why it looks too clean to be from the old one.
Well, because it's been like upscaled and like
Yes, maybe. We'll see.
cleaned.
Or just a scans like promo
Yeah.
reel or something.
Cool. Moving past this, Your Forma TV and anime premieres in April this year. It seems like it kind of, sort of, a little bit wants to be Ghost in the Shell. Oh, that felt great. In an alternate 2023, the Your Forma, a miraculous smart thread technology initially developed to treat a massive outbreak of viral encephalitis, has become an integral part of our daily life. But these convenient devices come with an invasive drawback. They record every sight, sound, and even emotion their users experience. For electronic investigator Echika Hieda, diving into people's memories via their Your Forma and hunting for evidence to solve the toughest crimes is all part of a day's work. The problem is she's so good at it that she's so good at what she does that her assistants literally fry their brains trying to keep up with her. After putting one too many aides in the hospital, the top brass finally furnished Echika with a partner on her level, a brilliant yet cheeky android named Harold Lucraft. Does this unlikely duo have what it takes to resolve their mutual suspicions and avert a deadly technological infection from sweeping across the globe before it's too late? So yeah, it
I
seems
can
like
relate to the too many aids.
Yeah. Too many aids. Anyway, possibly the greatest Alchemist of all time, English dub reveals same day release and cast and crew. I don't know any of these names because I don't really keep up with it. But regarding the image, there you go. Ladies, possibly even a queen and nurse.
White hair.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Telltale
that
said.
adaptation.
Magical Girl Lyrical Nanoha exceeds Gunblaze Vengeance TV anime announced. So
Another one? Damn. Also, I was gonna ask Reese about the last anime we mentioned had an elf in it, and then I remembered you mentioned in Mod Chat that you were watching an anime with an elf in it that had like titties in it, and I wanted to know the name of that one.
That's the Behemoth.
I'm an S rank behemoth, and now I'm like a cat or a elf pet or something.
Okay.
It's on High Dive.
Oh, so Sentai has it. Sentai's not gonna dub it, are they? Fuck.
Well, maybe.
And they might. They
Maybe.
typically give the ecchi shows more attention for some reason.
Gushing over Magical Girl.
They did. Yeah, perfect example. They did not dub that. That was a
Which
that
was
so
like
hot.
that
Goddess
was an opener. That
Dormitory.
was like prime for like a dub release.
That was hot shit of the season.
So do you think that this is a crossover between the anime Exceed and Lyrical Nanoha, or are they just calling it Exceeds? I don't know. Anyway.
I like the logo. I like the logo. It looks pretty
Sorry.
badass.
Sorry, it's not the other world about that logo. Hold on, let me just push a button because my thing is cycling the settings again. Fuck. Push every button at once. Oh, I turned it off. Okay, there it is. And it's still cycling. Fuck you, bitch. One of these buttons is the... Oh, get me a new monitor fund going. Oh my god.
And a new monitor.
All right.
That one.
Pardon me while I move it and I switch sides.
Our new goal for the week, for the night, is to help AC buy a new monitor. So please help us out by giving us all the super chats.
All the money. All right. I'm just going to move it to the other one. My StreamYard window is going to be the one that's cycling. Okay, and now it's stopped. Great. Fuck. All right, Kowloon generic romance anime broadcast in April.
So at a first glance, I saw this when you popped it up, and I'm like, oh, that reminds me of the chick from Bastard, but that was at first glance because of her outfit and the hair, kind of. But the girl in Bastard has longer hair than that.
So it's literally has generic romance in the title. Like that's not just a descriptor by Crunchyroll.
It has an art style that I feel like would grow on you, but also is pretty off-putting at first.
Yeah.
And I think it's because they're trying to make the characters look Chinese because it's in Kowloon or whatever.
Okay.
Right? I'm
It's
guessing
not
that's...
a manhwa? Does anybody know if it's like based off a manhwa or something? Maybe that's
Is it a Chinese anime?
It says it's based on a science fiction / romance manga of the same name. It's not a donghua or whatever they're calling it.
Dong Huang.
Dongguang. Okay, anyway. Yen Press. Was it that funny?
I made the joke of Dong Wang, and you just like made it sound like that's the correct term.
It's like Dong Huang or whatever.
Yeah, it is Dong Hua, but I just said Dong Wang, and you just said without Dong Wang.
Yeah. Anyway, Yen Press describes Kowloon generic romance. Welcome to Kowloon Walled City, a dystopian townscape where the people are brimming with nostalgia and where the past, present, and future converge. Amid the hidden emotions and extraordinary daily lives of the men and women working in its confines, a tale of romance begins to unfold for real estate agent Reiko Kuji-rai, one that feels as familiar as Kowloon itself. This is going to be a really weird tangent here, but reading this with like where the past, present, and future converge makes me think of this like TikTok I saw recently where somebody was talking about the fact that people don't look any different for the last like almost 30 years now. Meaning like the thing he brought up was like you can literally get at Party City a costume for like 70s Afro disco guy or like 80s, you know, whatever. But you know, even 90s had like wacky, like printed shorts and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
But anything from 2000 onward, and
I disagree.
The example that he gave was The Office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the same video.
Yeah. So like if you watch the first episode of The Office, he said that the only thing that gives you now so basically the idea is that you can tell how old something is by looking at it usually because every 10 years there was a radical change in fashion and hairstyles and whatnot. But ever since the early 2000s, right? Normal people, entertainment's one thing because you're right, like the shaved head, like it's a bunch of gay people in it. This is definitely from the year 2020, right? You know, that kind of shit.
Well, yeah, like the early 2000s would be like the emo craze.
Yeah,
you know,
so in like high school stuff, but when you see movies that take place in high schools in the early 2000s, right? For example, Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, they don't really have like the emo scene and like all that kind of shit that I've been told occurred in high schools, although I never experienced any of that. The best you get, I didn't have like this. I didn't even understand the scene craze. I didn't even there wasn't even a term for it until like the internet. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like,
yeah, this calling it scene stuff like that's new to me. But for me, it was just emo and emo light. Like,
yeah,
emo and emo.
I mean, we didn't call it emo light, but it was basically emo light. It was emo, but you didn't go full emo.
They just jump off the curb.
Well, the closest thing for me is like goth, right? Like that's the closest thing. But the point is that in the last 20 years, nothing has really changed in the sense that, and the example he gave was that if you watch episode 1 of The Office and then you watch the last season of The Office, it doesn't really feel like 20 years or whatever is passing. Not 20, it's like 10 years, right? But the only way in media like that for you to be able to determine how old something is based on how big the monitors are and how their phones operate.
I was gonna say that's the only way that I really like instantly know when something's from is the phones, because Ushio and Tora, the OVA differs from the new one because they had like a radio back then or whatever in the episode where he's in the boat, and in the new one it's like, oh, he has a cell phone, and then there's Parasite as well.
Yeah. Never go full emo random.
See, I was aware of the term scene in high school.
Yeah, but you're younger than me, so you're in the generation after.
I
But
don't.
Random
I don't think I
11
would.
is
I don't think I had
slightly
it either.
closer.
Yeah, but were there actual people doing the scene look in your high school?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
90s did have mullets, especially in middle school.
I thought
The ones that dyed
maybe
their
it might
hair
be
black
too-
and straightened their hair black and then wore black.
People change their anime avatars instead of their IRL fashion.
Yeah.
So this is actually interesting too. Remember we've talked about the movie Surrogates with Bruce Willis?
Yeah.
So I've
He
seen the
looks so
future.
weird with his hair. God.
Not even that. I just got a text from your mom. Chloe's at your mom's house.
Oh.
Great. Okay. Anyway, so fuck, what was I talking about?
Surrogates.
Surrogates. Yeah. So I've been following AI advancements, right? And I've been looking at some interesting ones. There are some I'd love to play around with, but just don't have fucking time for it. But right now, what you see, where like, remember how like in just a few months ago, you'd see like the dancing girl, stable diffusion, stable animation stuff, where they would take a video of a girl dancing and make her an anime girl dancing, but every frame was an independent generated image, so they didn't quite work because like there'd be like flickering in the data that would cause it to be like you could tell what it was trying to do, but it kind of looked like our intro where we used the face app to make us all women for that one. So now they've gotten that under control, and now there's significantly less flicker, right? And even better than that, they've gotten to the point where you can install a midway point between your webcam and it getting into whatever it's being used as, sort of similar to what like Randy and Foodnim are doing, where they've got like their, live 2D, VTuber type persona, but instead it's applying an effect on top of your video and making you look different. Now, we all know this has been a thing for a while because like Snapchat filters and whatnot that are making women a billion times hotter than they really are. And sometimes even men getting in on the game in Asia and actually being horrifically ugly old grandmas, but are pretending to be hot, young Chinese models, right? But I was just thinking, the world we're going to live in that Surrogate was predicting is not even going to have like the pod you get into, and then you have like a robot that you go around the town as. Instead, we're going to interface via virtual reality or augmented reality, and we're going to walk around, and all of us are going to be living in the Facebook Meta like VR goggles, and we're going to look at each other, and instead of seeing each other with these goggles on, we're going to see like the avatar of what we want to be seen as, the attractive, young, thin, whatever it's going to be. And we're going to see that, and it'll be like being in VR chat, except it's going to be in real life with an augmented overlay of whatever your AI iteration is. And I don't know. I've been thinking about that a lot lately, like what the future is going to hold in terms of, where different predictive fiction has tried to go in terms of where they think, the history, the future is going to hold. But in reality, it's like, you can't quite get it right. Like, for example, when we were watching Starship Troopers, it's like, you don't think they would have predicted that screens would have a higher resolution than the shit they were showing, which obviously if if you don't
Get
have
past
that
4x3
technology-
and go to 16:9.
if you don't have that technology, obviously you're not going to be able to put it in the movie, right? Obviously they were still working off of the technology they had for the screens and stuff, but it's just that kind of idea. It's like now that we've gotten closer to where their predictions, you know, from a philosophical standpoint are coming true, we're seeing them with the discernment of, well, they didn't quite get this right, but the idea was right or whatever, you know. Anyway, we can move past this, but let's move on. I'll check chats real quick. Genes never change. Oh, referring to
Genes are eternal.
Got him. For the record, I'm a PNG tuber. It's literally 4 frames.
nice.
Because I don't want to learn to rig like Randy and have it look kind of like this weird live 2D whatever warping.
People change their animation. Basically, Ready Player One. Yes, yeah, effectively, yeah. I think that is probably where things are going to go, right? In the very near future, and I think that in the next like 4 or 5 years, even your personality is going to exist in your social media profiles, for example, on Twitter, and people will be able to have conversations with you, like fans and whatever are going to have conversations with celebrities based on their personality, which is actually just like a large language model based on their inputs, that'll be interacting with them as though you're having a face-to-face conversation with people. Shut the fuck up! And then there will be
that was perfectly timed.
Anyway. All right.
What's wrong with my live 2D warping? You don't like it?
I took that personally.
I prefer traditional 2D animation. This thing, I haven't done it yet, but I can load GIFs into this, so it'll look more like you're watching an anime instead of whatever the hell that thing is.
It's nice. Yeah, I was going to say, nice of you to be broadcasting live from your rape dungeon.
I just
whatever
looked
the
up
hell
dungeon
this thing
and it
is.
came up with, I guess, Skyrim or something.
But
This
you
is-
need the wooden horse in the background. Just saying.
This is a
I
hand-drawn
can decorate
image.
my dungeon however I please, but that
What-
will be a future endeavor.
Also,
Okay, I need to...
what do you think that these lights and these fireworks and the Christmas, those are all gifts? What are you talking about?
Yeah. What's your Spider-Man?
A hand-drawn image.
Yeah, is that
I-
7,000 predetermined frames that you've input in there, buddy?
No, they're it's warps. Spider-Man
Oh.
is warps,
That thing I said.
but it's hand-drawn. But the other stuff are gifts.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm talking about the model.
Yeah, but you said you could add gifts like it was some like
I can make the
Fucking-
model gifts, bitch.
I like
I like how you complain about Randy's warpedness and we're not even talking about your neck.
all right, anyway.
Also, what's up with this harsh drop shadow? You're drop
I
shadowing
don't
onto
know,
a
man.
3D background.
I did not I did not put a lot of effort into this. There's a reason I didn't make a live 2D in case you didn't remember.
I like
Yeah,
how the
you're
art styles
lazy.
change from the face to the body.
My favorite thing about Foodnum's avatar is the fact that you can tell he made it before Adobe had generative aware.
Yeah, so
Because
it's not AI.
because his hair is like just a couple
There's
of
like 7,000
dashes of
strands of
lines,
highlights.
I like the pouty face though. That's pretty nice.
All right,
Now
anyway.
that's hand drawn.
Mirage Queen Vacances Elegantes anime. Okay. Reveals new trailer visual. Nice.
All right,
Mirage,
Mirage,
you
we're
got any-
changing your name.
You're Elegantes. Mirage Queen. Is that what we're changing his name to?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you needed Maximilian Pegasus to be even more androgynous, there you go. Pretty sure we've made that joke every single time we've
Wow.
looked at this anime.
Every
Came
time.
past it. Cool. All right. Tohai Ura Rate Mahjong. Is that what that is? Tohai Roku Anime premieres 4th trailer with new ending theme. Oh, goody! And then I love that.
Yeah, nobody. This is the one that nobody's streaming.
Mm-hmm. Not even Disney wanted it, huh?
No one is. This is like the only one out of like last season that nobody is streaming whatsoever.
Sorry,
like not even Crunchyroll picked it up just to have it, just to get away from Sentai.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting MySpace, but that doesn't come up very often. That was a very short-lived thing.
I never used it.
Did you guys ever use friend pages?
Nope.
What's that?
That sounds weird.
It was before MySpace. It was like you got like a single page that you could put shit on.
Sounds dumb.
Kim Belair bait, huh? Oh, you talking about the last thing? Okay.
I'll be right back.
Cool. Money, women, organs. K, a high school boy, frequents the underground Mahjong parlor teeming with desires, earning him the moniker K of the Ice in the underworld due to his cold-hearted strategy and stylish gameplay. Rumors also circulate that he keeps a girl at his home. Oh, shit. He's got a sex slave. And it's not streaming anywhere for what reason? All right. Headhunted to Another World from Salaryman to Big Four. Talked about it a couple times. Here it is again to remind you.
That's my background. That's my background.
Is that her dad?
Oh.
Why is one eyepiece so big? The more I scrutinize this, the more I'm made uncomfortable.
He just needs extra zoom on that one.
Oh my god, her hair is so cute. Let This Grieving Soul Retire anime sequel announced. Nice. Give me more of this cutie. 6 childhood friends make a vow one day to become.
You like how her middle bang pouch is cut off?
It doesn't bother me. And eventually grow to be the strongest heroes in the world. During his first quest, Cry Andre realizes he isn't cut out for the job. Even so, his friends make him their leader. Damn. Underpowered in the face of great expectations, Cry embarks on a reluctant hero's tale of glory, headaches, and wanting to retire early. Don't I know that one? Also, SANDA anime reveals fall 2025 release. Main cast and staff in the first teaser trailer.
Was that someone farting?
That's my chair touching the. I just raised it, and now I raised it because my feet were getting cramped from bending backwards behind the thing, and now it's just at the rate where it's going right up against the desk when I turn it. Let me lower it. Sorry. There it goes. Okay.
I actually haven't seen the trailer for this.
Neither have I.
Is it like One Punch Santa or something?
The visual tagline reads, Santa, please find my friend. Set in a future with a declining birth rate, reality, the story follows a boy named Sanda who finds out his classmate, Shiori Fuyumura, plans to kill him because of a curse he carries and Fuyumura's missing friend. Sounds like Sanda's from Sweden, huh? From Science Saru, it looks like. All right. In manga news, Mobile Suit Gundam The Witch from Mercury is going back to school on a new spin-off manga. Titled Mobile Suit Gundam The Witch from Mercury, Seishun Frontier, or Youth Frontier, the manga will be a parallel story set in near-future Japan where Suletta and Miorin meet as high school girls.
More Yuri bait for the Yuri fans who were like, they're definitely gay, guys. They're definitely gay.
They're coated black. Anyway. All right. New Anne of Green Gables anime is also getting a manga adaptation. Why? I don't know. Who fucking knows? Why would you? I don't understand.
Why does it need a manga adaptation if it's got the
what exactly? Why do you make an adaptation of the thing you're already producing as anime? If you're gonna do that, just release it as a fucking manga first.
Yeah.
make sure people actually give a rip about it, and then do the anime.
Yeah, they do that a surprising amount of times
A
where
lot,
they make it
right?
concurrently. And then the manga just like is way slower than the anime for some reason.
All right, here we are. Finally, our big topic for tonight, even though it's actually kind of old and I've been putting it off for a couple weeks. The number one new manga of 2024 has been decided, and it's pure controversy. With 2024 coming to a close, Shonen Jump's popular manga app, Manga Plus, has unveiled a collection of data highlighting various manga awarded in different categories. The most read chapter award was claimed by Chainsaw Man, chapter 167, titled Super Smooch, surpassing two major contenders, Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero Academia, both of which concluded this year. Among the standout categories, the top new manga award went to Drama Queen, which debuted on December 1st, 2024. Okay, so hold up. Think about this. The top new manga of 2024 debuted 31 days before the end of 2024. Just pointing that out there for a second. Manga Plus top new manga category is determined by the number of views generated within the first 7 days of a manga's debut chapter. Drama Queen Chapter 1, released on December 1st, has amassed over 500,000 views, securing the top spot by a significant margin over its competitors. Among the 57 new manga releases on the platform in 2024, Drama Queen is the only title to surpass 500,000 views for its debut chapter. However, it is clear that the manga's popularity is largely driven by its controversial plot. Is it popular with women, though? That's the thing that matters. The first chapter of Drama Queen portrays the protagonist, Namamoto and Kitama, expressing feelings that some readers describe as xenophobic and anti-immigration. The controversial plot has unsurprisingly sparked heated debates among fans online. Some have questioned how a flagship manga author could permit the release of content that seemingly promotes prejudice against immigrants. Conversely, others argue that this reflects Shonen Jump's commitment to freedom of expression, fueling a never-ending discussion that has only amplified the manga's popularity. Meanwhile, the trend of controversial manga and anime gaining traction this year highlights a shifting perspective on the anime and manga industry. No, actually, Screen Rant, I think that you will find that people are elevating from casual anime fans into actually being real anime fans. And real anime fans like weird shit that offends normies. While Drama Queen claimed the top spot with his controversial plot, Chainsaw Man stole the spotlight with what is considered the series' most controversial chapter, dubbed the alleyway incident by fans. Spoiler alert. Yeah. So if you want to know why that chapter won, it's because Denji gets a hand job in the alley. The chapter depicts Denji and Asa in an unexpectedly intimate moment, defying typical expectations for a shonen series. The rising popularity of such controversial topics and unconventional narratives suggests that Shonen Jump may be gravitating towards sensitive themes that resonate with people in real life. No.
That resonate with their boners in goon life.
Have you gotten to the part where it's popular on that app because it's only available on that app?
No.
For Drama Queen or for
Drama Queen. I'm pretty sure it's Drama Queen.
Well, it's not so much about the app. I'm just trying to set the stage.
I know. I'm just saying it's like it's most popular because that's the only place that. If I'm thinking this is the one, it's because it's most popular because that's the only place you can legally read it.
Mm-hmm.
If this is the one I'm thinking about, I could be wrong.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
So, are you telling me that all I have to do to get the best manga of the week is enter a shonen magazine and then suddenly put goon bait in it and then I win?
Yes.
Sounds about right.
You might have to
I
put a
think
little,
they
a little bit more effort than you put into your PNG tuber.
What? This neck doesn't arise something in you?
We're not gay.
I didn't realize
I don't know.
Chainsaw Man was a shonen series.
Yeah, I mean, they had him like going after porn in that one episode, and just like
I didn't realize that this was
what's
still
her name?
ongoing.
Oh yeah, dude.
So, the
It
release of
seems
the
like it would be a seinen, but
seinen,
whatever.
the release of the Dandadan anime this fall further highlights how anime and manga that break away from traditional shonen tropes and offer something
what?
exceptional are finding greater success.
The real translation
Pardon
is
you, Rohit
put horny
Jaiswar.
things in there, and then it wins. Like,
You put in a
it's
hot
not breaking
grandma,
away from
that's-
tropes.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
adding new tropes.
Yeah,
put in a
perhaps.
hot grandma, she smells like hotcakes.
Yeah, you've just been forced to cover it for Screen Rant, so you had to read it, and you're like, "Wow, it's so different from the stuff I normally enjoy." Sailor Moon.
It's
So
so
different than
innovative.
Dragon Ball. That's the thing, right?
It's not that different from Dragon Ball. Like,
Yeah, actually, Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z. Obviously, they don't know Dragon Ball.
in manga form, Dragon Ball Z is just part of Dragon Ball. Like, there is no
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mostly like
Well,
how
there is in
Naruto
America,
did.
but yeah.
yes, in America there is. Yes, there's a differentiation. Anyway, while Shonen Jump is ultimately interested in the commercial success of its manga, which could be the case with Drama Queen, it is evident that achieving recognition as a top new manga or anime now demands more than adhering to conventional shonen formulas. Look, man, if what
Wait
it takes,
until this guy discovers High School DxD. His mind will be blown.
I just like look, I'm jaded as fuck, but if we get the next big three are just competing for how racist they all can be, that is the funniest fucking timeline ever. Right? Like, holy shit. Like, all three of them, of the next big three in my hypothetical scenario, feature protagonist Adolf Hitler. Right? Like, if that's what it's going to take to make anime great again. Whoa. Let's pump the brakes there. These jokes are getting a little out of hand.
So I mean, we
where's
haven't really
that at, really. Where is the Make Anime Great Again? Where is that at?
we haven't really got into it much, but like in terms of like what this manga is doing specifically.
That's what I'm going
But
to get to now. But
okay, well
Okay.
I'll bring up. I was gonna say, do you think that it's like, because it's only just started, right? It's only like I think a few chapters in. It's not like a very old series. So, do you think it's a bait and switch where the main character is gonna give certain a viewpoint, and then by the end of the series it come out, no, they were wrong this whole time. That's a wrong opinion to have, and they should change their ways? Or do you think that the mangaka is actually like, no, fuck these people, like fuck immigrants? And
Well, we're about to read about how the first chapter was retroactively changed for the English localized version for the manga genre or whatever. But what they changed is not the thing people give a fuck about. so let's get into that. So, in response to somebody saying, "How did this get greenlit? This manga is just an outlet for a bigoted Japanese person to rant about the recent influence of immigration in Japan. Japanese people are too polite to say it to your faces directly, so they use fiction to rant. Hopefully y'all take the hint," right?
They know a lot about Japanese people, They can generalize.
Scratch Point says, the new manga series Drama Queen by Kuraku Ichikawa has the media literacy types in a frenzy with its first chapter, accusing it of the typical ist and isms incongruent with so-called modern sensibilities. Thus, at the very least, it warrants checking out. Right. So this is the show. It's a very strange cover. I think is largely what's helping people to check it out and what's caused it. So I was thinking about this earlier, actually, real quick. The Japanese have been so successful with anime because they come from a culture of kabuki. And kabuki is all about striking imagery. And so the Japanese have gotten very fucking good at grabbing people's attention. And the Japanese knows what sell, tits and ass, right? So they're fucking good at it, right? But even without tits and ass, this image right here makes you go, what the fuck is that? If this was a YouTube video, I'd click on that shit, right?
The colors.
It's just, there's a bunch of weirdness about it. The character's got a bloody fucking nose. You know, it's just, there's something interesting.
It's the trans colors. Oh no.
So this is what they had to say here. Oh fuck, I can't read that shit. Okay.
Wow, get better eyes. Jeez.
I gotta switch back to the, well, I'm gonna put it on this monitor. I can read it right here. Okay. So I've seen a couple of people who I will perhaps foolishly attempt to engage with in good faith claim that this is an anti-colonial story rather than a xenophobic/racist one. I will try to briefly explain why that's clearly not the case and how to differentiate. All right, I'm going to do it for you. Okay, this is how you would do it. In the case of a colonial story, the people that are occupying the same place would have a power dynamic over the other group. What? This story has that? Goddamn! Fuck! There, I did it for you. Okay. Here's what they have to say, though. We will also perhaps foolishly attempt to engage in good faith with this idiot. In civilization under colonial subjugation, the citizens would feel oppressed and humiliated by their conquerors. Normal people generally know what's up. To claim otherwise is anti-democratic. The aliens are accepted by mainstream society, and normal people are friendly to them. So, interestingly, we're going to need to see this panel in a minute, so I'm going to cover it now. Okay, so in this instance, he gets hit in the face by the alien.
You keep saying he. Are you sure that's a he?
These are both male, from what I understand.
Okay.
I also thought it could have been a chick at first.
Yeah, based on grabbing that purple phallus.
It is ma'am.
So the character, the reason the nose is bleeding, by the way, is because the character in this chapter gets hit in the face by accident and loses his shit on this alien, right? And it happens a couple times. Like, it's seemingly, I guess. Okay, let me take all of that back. All right, I might be wrong about that. The point is that in this particular instance, the character gets hit. I don't know if it's the getting hit in the face part, but they go on to say here, there's nothing false about it. I'm clearly bleeding, right? Excuse my partner. Please accept my apology in his stead. Freaking aliens. They never apologize. I hope they all die. I hate them. Just like I hate women who call their boyfriends their partner. I'm grateful that they destroyed the meteorite, but they clearly look down on us humans. But I'd probably be in trouble if I said that. Okay. No, subjugated colonial peoples in history have existed under a dynamic of most normal people think they're chill, but they're dumb sheep and antisocial misfits hold the key to the truth. In history, I think British India would have a statement about that. Colonial subjects can be misled by propaganda and revisionist history, sure. But no oppressed people since the dawn of time has suffered a near total brainwashing to the tune of not hating a certain kind of person enough. Liberation has never once stemmed from the hatred of a few antisocial outsiders. Che Guevara? Coming up here. Community leaders with strong familial bonds are the ones that lead their people to liberation. The idea of a caste of people who secretly control and oppress everyone, who are mostly chill with it because they're too dumb to realize how much they're being stomped on and censored by polite social norms, political correctness, is something that literally only exists in racist mythology. It's how dominant people...
racist mythology. I never even conceived of the idea of mythology. Like
we have a whole mythos now.
Ancient racism.
I'm not racist. It's my religion.
The slave hydra.
Is that what Ancient Aliens was all about?
It's how dominant peoples cast minorities as oppressors in a kind of sick role reversal. To paint
just real quick. No lie, I've heard the argument that Ancient Aliens, the belief that Ancient Aliens are the cause of like the pyramids and stuff is in fact racist
because they want to be able to say that slaves built them.
Yeah.
Well,
not slaves, but black people or whatever.
Slaves. Because I don't know if you remember this, but they tested the DNA of the Egyptian pharaohs that were buried in the pyramids or the different places around the pyramids and whatnot, and found that they were largely European genetically. Fucking stop cycling. Stop it, monitor. All right. Anyway, sheep. Okay, so hold on. To paint antisocial weirdos as heroes, again, Che Guevara, right? I mean, this is 100% your fucking hero, and you're not reading between the lines here. To paint antisocial weirdos as heroes for being willing to hate while the democratic populace are pliant sheep is never going to have a liberatory anti-colonial overtones. It is a glaringly fascist worldview. Fucking take the goddamn hint, you cunt. All right, so these are the two main characters. We're going to look at them in a minute. A little bit more here. They say, you should stop publishing this racist film, please. The fuck kind of racist anti-immigration shit was that? This is the most racist manga ever created. What the hell are you guys doing? Chainsaw Man, if instead of devils, they were fighting minorities. People need to understand that the first installment of a series is, across media industries, understood to be a preview of what audiences should expect from the series and valid for assessment as a self-contained work of art. One chapter/episode literally determines publication. So I don't understand why people are getting so smug talking about how can you judge a series off the first chapter. I mean, if you watch the first 10 minutes of American History X, I think you will have a very different opinion of the main character played by Edward Norton versus if you watch the last 10 minutes. Just saying, Dog, that's literally what the publishers do as well. And Drama Queen's first chapter has many people disgusted at how fascist and racist it is. Oh. So
it's fascist now too?
Fascist and racist. Can you fucking believe these guys? They are just like...
I swear to God, these people don't know what the word fascist means. Jesus Christ.
If they did, they would recognize it in the mirror.
Like, what is it? It's kind of... Oh, no. I just blanked. Continue.
Okay. If theoretically this is a trick the whole time and the message turns out to be subversive, I fucking doubt it, improper use of a closed parentheses, this will in no way invalidate or embarrass everyone who reacted so negatively to chapter 1. Why would it? The artist did a piss poor job of selling this series then. This person says, I would like to know.
The thing I was going to say is that God forbid a character can be flawed. Like I'm not saying this particular manga is, But if there is a manga where a character is portrayed as racist or fascist or whatever,
Mhm.
God forbid fiction can have characters that are bad. Oh my God, you can't even depict the Nazis in the Indiana Jones game. Oh, I can't kill
Yes.
Nazis or whatever.
Yes.
And like Random 11 is saying with the potential bait and switch, for all we know, the last chapter is going to be like, actually, communism's good, and these aliens should stay and feed off our tax dollars.
100%.
For all
This
we know.
is
And he has like an alien girlfriend and everything. He's gonna have a mixed race kid.
Because he could be
That'd be
portraying
alright.
this main character so on the nose as a way to mock him rather than say, this guy's great. I love this guy.
I labored over how to reveal the information about this because this story is so fucking wild, and I didn't want to blow our load too early, so I've been like navigating around it. Holy fuck,
Holding
is
it in.
crazy. But yeah, like these people have like a Nazism of the mind. Like they do not fathom. Like it just there's a certain degree to which, for example. Like I think about it this way. Some people will choose to catch a bug and let it go outside and be free rather than kill it. Right? Sometimes you free the bug outside and that fucker lays a shit ton of eggs on your windowsill or some shit. And then a week later, you've got 1 million of them in your house or climbing around your garden, eating all your plants and stuff or whatever. You know what I mean? So like, there's a certain degree.
Or he just
So you're
flies
saying
back in
Goku
anyway.
when he doesn't kill the enemy.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that there is a degree to which, like, there's an autistic level of acceptance of minorities happening in modern time, where we can acknowledge as human beings that there are people of
Any race.
country and become assimilated into the culture and contribute to the society that they're taking from, and like, basically like they want to have a reciprocal relationship with the society, right? But anybody with a brain level higher than a first grader, possibly even a first grader, can understand that there will come a point to which you build systems such as making it so that a child under the age of 15 in Sweden cannot be charged for a crime, to which people will then exploit that system in order to literally cause mass murder without getting in trouble. And basically working within the confines of the system that you built in order to exploit it. Any idiot can figure this out. But people like, these high and mighty, pious, holier than thou, that's the word I'm looking for, individuals are so fixated on the fear of the potential that minorities could be treated poorly. And by treated poorly, it could be just simply held accountable, right?
Yeah.
In the case of, you know what I mean? Like we have this thing here, like, was it Coulter's Law, which is stated, the longer it takes for the media to report on the race of an attacker. Thank you. A frozen mango piece. The longer it takes
for you guys.
Yeah.
Am I frozen? You can hear me though, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're just
I'm not
stuck
frozen
on.
usually. I can see
Oh,
myself.
well,
I'll leave and come
I
back.
see you now, but you're really blurry.
Yeah, you're worse.
Whatever, his
at
audio's all we
420p.
need, right?
Oh,
I can't see. There it is.
it froze on your end on my end on AC. Oh, there you go. No.
I mean, if we can hear him, then we're good.
Yeah. I do like. I saw a TikTok that was talking about this manga, and it was saying how like the aliens could, because the aliens are depicted as like gross like blobs. It could be like subversive in the fact that by the end of the show it reveals like that's all in the main character's POV, and they're actually just normal people that they've turned into this like weird alien, and to show like that the main character's being wrong in their opinion of having this like negative alien bigotry, right?
Well, based on a plot point I've withheld from you guys, I really hope that doesn't happen because it's going to become a lot more horrifying in the future.
Oh, okay.
So, but here, let me pull up the screen share again. Share screen.
The anime
Window.
racist. I just saw that.
Yeah, I just changed it because you guys keep changing me to the anime Jelker, and I'm like, that sounds disgusting and like something Lance would call me. All right, so I lost my train of thought. Let me put it this way: any idiot can see that too much kindness is exploited. It's as simple as that, right?
Mhm.
These people are going to gaslight you that you're withholding kindness for people who deserve it makes you a bad person, right? That's the bottom line here, right? So they, in response to the initial person we've been talking about saying, okay, I thought people were exaggerating, so obviously I became part of the problem and clicked on it out of curiosity, and Jesus Christ, Drama Queen is straight up a Nazi manga. This is shockingly racist. It's so shockingly racist, I'm speechless. What is Shueisha thinking?
The real question is, what is Viz thinking?
Is that who has it?
Well, I mean, Shueisha is
Oh
like
yeah, okay, yeah.
correlated with Viz, right? I'm pretty sure everything that
I
they
forgot
have.
I forgot it was Shueisha.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought, didn't we just read it was in the Shonen Jump manga Jump app?
It might be.
Are they even correct about Shueisha?
Well, Shueisha is.
Do they own Shonen Jump as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, I can understand that it would be released in Japan, but then to release it here, that's the question. Like, if it is full bore, like anti-immigrant.
I think the problem is that the people who make the decisions to release this are adults and not fucking children who don't have the ability to understand fiction. And
well,
who
sure,
don't
but
look
we
at
live
everything
in
and go, everything I don't like is a Nazi dog whistle.
We live in 2024, where most of these companies have been co-opted by DEI, like, you know, microaggressions are the devil people. So you would think that there would be some filter at some layer that would say, actually, no, this is not going to be, you know, translated, and we're not going to make this at all into a manga.
See, I would agree with you if the thing that they're accusing it of was prominent and obvious and, you know, obvious, right? If what they were, the way that they're making it up, like it's basically Mein Kampf, the manga, if that was actually true, then sure, I'd agree with you. But from what I've seen, I have not. I mean, they said the same thing about Attack on Titan. They said that Attack on Titan is a dangerous story because it is basically a veiled Imperial Japan, like a call to return to conflict and aggression for the Japanese military that has been stifled after World War II with, you know, having like the self-defense force. Basically, they're not allowed to initiate any sort of conflict or whatever. They can only defend themselves. So basically,
I was going to say because it's a pro-Trump manga to build the wall to keep out the Mexicans.
Yeah. I mean, you could make that argument about Attack on Titan, but Attack on Titan released in what, 2014? Right? Something like that?
13, I think the anime first season came out.
So, like, politically, we're in a completely different world from when that released.
Yeah,
right?
and so right now we do have
here,
a huge problem in Japan with the immigrants that they've allowed in.
Well, I mean,
just foreigners
and that's
in
why
general
it's made
in Japan. Yes,
and that's
100%.
why this was made. But the bigger question, and in Japan, like the people out higher up, like they're gonna okay it and sure because they're fine, they're adults, and you know they haven't been co-opted yet. But over here, right, we live in 2024 where immigration in America
2025 bitch.
is. Oh yeah, now 2025. Hey, it's his first day. Okay, give me some.
My first day on the job. Okay.
I haven't even had to write a check yet. Leave me alone.
Where immigration in America and Canada, to be fair, but is a huge issue right now politically. And we're run by these people who like say if we can't have trans people as the villain because that would be bad for trans people.
Can we just acknowledge for a brief moment that we had a Christmas Eve like driving through a parade? What do you even call that? Like a mass casualty event involving a person driving a truck through a crowd of people, right? Oh, and what's that? What's his name? It was the truck that did it. All the news reported a truck did this, right?
Yeah, Raccoon sent a lot of people to the isekai world.
Right. So like any person who's not a fucking retard can acknowledge that we have problems in society that could be handled if we got shit under control by figuring shit out by, for example, slowing the spread of immigration over the border. Definitely the number one thing we could do, hands down, the problem will solve itself, is you end the nanny state. The reason we have bad actors taking advantage of the laws, such as what's happening in Sweden that we covered earlier, is because we have an incentive for those people to come here at whatever cost. And we make it impossible for them to be deported. We have, what was her name? Lincoln Riley, like last year or whatever, that was murdered by an illegal immigrant, right? We have all sorts of shit happening where people get arrested. They don't even have a driver's license because they can't, because they're illegals. And yet they're put right back on the street within 24 hours. We have a very, very serious problem that we are pretending is not a problem so that people like this asshole won't call us racist. That's the fucking issue, is that eventually people get fed up enough that they don't even care if you call them racist, or in the case of, as I've jokingly done here, they will take on the label just because they're telling the world, I don't fucking care if you're going to call me this thing. I'm going to call a spade a spade. We have a huge fucking issue that we need to deal with, and I don't care if it hurts your feelings. In Japan, they're suffering. They've suffered through Johnny Somali. They've suffered through the Kurds. They've suffered through nonstop immigration. Their government is importing people to try to deal with the fact that they have a birth rate issue that has been caused by the fact that they've outsourced their work. Literally, I watched The War of the Rohirrim. I don't recommend it. It's actually not terrible, but it's also something that you could go the rest of your life without seeing, and your life might be better having not wasted those 2 hours.
Some stories are better left.
Therefore, don't buy it, Reese.
Yes.
That wasn't obvious.
Yeah. So, in the credits, Kenji Kamiyama's name shows up. Yeah, he directed it. Basically, every single animator is either Korean or Chinese. The reason that we are suffering the turmoil in the United States, in Japan, and all these countries with the birth rate issue in Japan is because we've created a world where Japan invented perhaps the greatest form of entertainment that has ever been created with anime. It has a universal appeal. It taps into these visually striking things that suck in your attention and keep you invested. They tell stories that are deeper and richer than any other medium has ever been able to achieve. And it's unusual. It's quite frankly, it's unusual that they're able to make these stories so captivating. And yet, when you've got this, like, I mean, the only other place on earth that has achieved that level of success is Hollywood in terms of creating an entertainment form that is universally desired. And what did we do? Well, let's start with Japan. What did they do, right? This is a very profitable, very beloved thing. Well, we can make it for less money by outsourcing it away from our homeland and paying people outside of Japan in order to do these things. And then what ends up happening is that the properties make money. They still become profitable. People still want to spend money on them in Japan, but the profits are not going to the everyday people in Japan for the most part. It's exclusively going to, you know, the CEOs, the higher ups, right? The more corporate level people, right? And what ends up happening is that you create this, rather than letting it grow organically from when you initially started it and let it continue on that trajectory, by you put in like a growth serum by going overseas and getting other people in, you know, who have a lower cost of living, who you can pay less money to do the same job. And then that creates this like bubble in that industry that now we're looking, and it's not just with anime. I'm just using it as an example. It's with anything that you're going to outsource. Like right now with the Kurds, they've got that problem in Japan where they have them coming over for construction jobs and whatnot, right? As we've covered. And so they, when you create this and you create this sort of bubble, their economy can't hold on to the point where the people who should be getting paid the wages that would make sense, so that we would have an output more reasonable instead of a billion fucking shows every goddamn season, that those people aren't able to survive. And this is just, we're talking about one industry here, but this is applying across the board in Japan. And so because they can't survive, they can't reach a level to which they can then have children. So now you've got this problem where Japan is dying, literally dying over the fact that we've outsourced all this stuff. And there's a bunch of other factors. I'm definitely oversimplifying it. Don't get me wrong. But the culture is absolutely dying because we've decided that we wanted the cheap labor, right? And by we, I mean, of course, the proverbial we, right? So anyway, look at America. We're doing the exact same thing. Right now, America has something else going for it. So that there's enough happening here that regardless of the labor, and also the fact that a lot of the things that we're outsourcing here require greater levels of competence for the high earning things, right? Like most of our outsourcing here is for low skilled work, right? Which I would not consider animation a low skilled work, except for in the realm of like coloring, or, you know, like just where you are given the sheet with the colors to match and you're supposed to just paint them in kind of thing. But bottom line is, and then the other thing is that what we do in America that's different from in Japan is that we don't just outsource to studios overseas. We have people come and live here illegally and we pay them under the table. Right. And so things are really fucking bad here. Don't get me wrong, but they haven't hit the same level that they've hit in Japan for various reasons that would be way above my head and inability for me to articulate. But I think we can understand that there's just like this desire for taking the winning recipe and changing out the ingredients so that you can produce it faster and for less money, eventually has negative consequences, right? Now, effectively, that's the turmoil that the author for this is writing this under, right? And again, what we've said in a cyclical pattern over and over again, the people who, the quote unquote media literacy types, cannot have people realize being nice to everyone doesn't pay off, right? Eventually you have to cut people off. Otherwise you end up, you do not survive that invasion, so to speak, right? And again, look at Sweden and all the stuff we were looking at earlier. Anyway, so this person says in response to this is a straight up Nazi manga, I would like to know who the hell was the enlightened one who said that if we are going to localize the racist manga, I'm sure the international public would love it. That we are going to localize it, right? Then they said the funniest thing about Drama Queen to me is like, what are Japanese nativists even angry about? You live in the most homogenous ethno state already, 97% Japanese, truly a racist dream. Just big and greedy. Western racists would be ashamed of you. Again, just a complete inability to understand the larger geopolitical picture here of what the fuck is happening, You know, like this is a massive goddamn bubble that is about to burst, and we will literally go into World War III over a collective worldwide. These bubbles are people can only boil for so long before they jump out of the fucking pot and start fucking shit up. Like, yes? Okay, send the child upstairs. Bro saw an American on a 1-week tourist visa taking a selfie in front of Tokyo Tower and got so mad he learned how to draw manga about it. I don't think that's what happened, believe it or not. Anyway, let's move past this and good.
Before we move on, and to reiterate what you've said multiple times in multiple podcasts, it's such a they live on an island for fuck's sake, like, or series of islands, excuse me.
Yeah.
But like, it's such a tiny country when you think about it, as far as like land mass and how many people are there. You know, it's like when you compare it to like China, it's just like there's not even a contest. So it's like, of course, their culture is being whittled down through many factors of things. It's just like, how would it not eventually, you know? Like,
yeah, and the irony here is that Japan is largely exactly the example of what they described, like, oh, no race in history has ever had the colonizers be looked at as with open arms and a small group of people. Like, that's literally fucking Japan. That's literally Japan.
yeah.
You know, the West, the emperor and various high-ranking people in Japan opened up to the West and modernized Japan. And there was a whole group of people who fought against the modernization of Japan to try to maintain the old ways, right? This is exactly that. This is a story they are uniquely entitled to tell. And you don't get to fucking tell them no. Fuck off. Don't read it.
Are you going to tell the Native Americans that?
Seriously.
You know, not...
And again, fucking British India largely accepted it. Fucking Rome, everywhere Rome went, they built the roads and brought the standard of living up for everybody. It's literally a tale as old as time. Your fucking colonizers think that most people nobody would want to be colonized. It's like, are you fucking serious? You don't know anything. The armchair historian has never read a goddamn book.
Imagine going back in time to like Native America, like, 1300 or whatever, and being like, oh, these white people are coming over. No, guys, don't be against that. Mm-hmm. That's xenophobic.
Right. Yeah, 100%. 100%, right? And like even the civil rights movement, right? Like it was because of those fringe figures like Martin Luther King Jr. that we were able to, overcome sort of the status quo. You know what I mean? Like every point they made is full bullshit, right? Completely made up out of thin air and just putting on an air of authority in order to like, let me learn you some knowledge here. It's like, you're fucking wrong at every point. Anyway, so we also have this panel. I guess I already read it, but there's this part wasn't attached to the last one, right? I don't know what you're saying. How are you the boss when you can't even speak this planet's language? So this is the other character. This is the main character, and this is the secondary main character talking to his boss. Let me get into this now. All right, let's read about it. Manga Plus edits Drama Queen dialogue post-release, following backlash over protagonist disdain for using gender-neutral term partners to refer to significant others.
Random 11 and I are probably like, please tell me in the next chapter they bash people for using coded as affixed to words.
Since its December 1st debut in Shueisha's Manga Plus app, so cool, it is Shueisha, a minority of terminally online Western critics have continuously slammed fantasy surrealistic thriller manga Drama Queen as racist and xenophobic. However, In the 3 weeks since the release of the series' first chapter, it appears the app's translation team has bent the knee and edited their work in order to appease critics. So I'm just going to say real quick that in one of the Bounding into Comic Stars, either this one or the next one, they refer to this character as her and then he. So just a heads up, there is going to be a you were saying, are you sure it's a guy? I am actually not sure. I assume it is based on some of the other stuff here, but they do kind of go back and forth on one part of the article here.
We'll like to also just interject and say that the only manga that I'm reading like current is One Piece, and Shueisha like translates it into Manga Plus, and it's like through Viz and all that stuff. So if I say Viz or whatever, like we're all on the same page here. Their translator is like
terrible,
bare bones, borderline garbage. All right.
Martin Luther King Gunnar Merchwin.
If you squint your eyes, it looks like it says Obama Queen.
I have a cream today.
In one of the more recent One Piece chapters, there's a character that is off screen, and they're in a library. And through context, we know that they've been in the library for like 20 years. And we've known them before they were a Marine. And then they stopped being a Marine, and then they went to this library, and they've been in this library for 20 years. This other character refers to them and says, hey, I'm not going to reveal the name of the character just for spoilers, but Doctor, and then name of character. Like DR period.
Dr.
Right?
Luffy.
Doctor. Not spelt out properly, like the abbreviation. And I'm like, there's no way this character's a doctor. Like, and are you talking about medical doctor? Like, definitely not. Or are you talking like PhD? And like, okay, you could argue that they're a PhD. They're in a library for 20 years. Maybe they've like done enough studying that they're.
This is like the honorary doctorate that Jill Biden got.
Yeah.
Now she refers to herself as Dr. Jill Biden.
Yeah.
Oh.
So then I'm like, that's weird that you're translating it as doctor. What's the actual Japanese say? Go look it up. It's saying sensei.
Okay.
With no other context, the Viz translators
hold on.
Translated.
No. In Japanese, sensei is also the title for doctor.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
There is no title for doctor in Japanese.
It's weeb versus weeb.
Okay.
Sensei is the title that people use when they refer to somebody who is a doctor, in the way that when they talk to somebody who's above them as an upperclassman,
Randall
they refer to
Levin
them as
sensei. Could be a teacher, doctor, president, whatever.
Yeah, that is a term that they use for doctors.
They may call their doctor sensei, right? I'll say this. I don't know, right? I don't speak Japanese. I don't live in Japan. I don't know.
Why are you commenting on how translations are bad?
No, hold on. My research into it, looking into it, has said that there is a different word for, and knowing that they are not a medical doctor, okay? They're not a medical doctor. This character, 100%, is not a medical doctor. There's a different word that I have looked into, and I have, from my understanding, that they would use for someone that would have a PhD or something like that. Right?
I will return.
Yes.
Okay. And it's like Hikaku or Hikasa or something like that. I don't know. No, it starts with an H. Whatever. I don't remember what it is. My point is that there's this other word. Regardless to all of that, how do you make the assumption, knowing that sensei just means teacher or elder, like people call their upperclassmen sensei? Why do you make the assumption that it's doctor? How do you make that leap, right? No one else made the leap. None of the fan translations made that leap. Viz translator made that leap off of one line of like cutting to this character that we haven't seen For 20 years, we just know that they've been in this library. They called them Doctor for no other reason. Then I went and looked at other context in One Piece because there's other characters that are called the Doctor, whatever. And they're literally in the manga in English, DR, period. Every time they were referred to as Doctor. So why are they translating it as Doctor, this character, when the word was Sensei? Anyway.
So Sensei is like, so in Japanese, the word san used after a name as a title is basically Mr. or Mrs. Right? So Sensei is doctor in Japanese. Like that's as a title. It's the word you're thinking of is Isha. That's the word for doctor. But title wise,
it starts with an H.
Well, title wise, when you're referring to a person who as doctor and then their name, typically they would say name Sensei, which I understand and agree is annoying because Sensei means master and teacher as well. And I definitely get where you're coming from, the frustration there. And I would like to hope that in the case of Viz, if they've got a direct line back to, the companies that produce the actual, produce the original source material, that they would have copious notes provided to them for the sake of more accurate translations. And that those things basically, they've got a team, they've got localizers over here, and then a team that at least, has a cursory knowledge of English and Japanese in Japan, who then approves of the choices made in the localization, even though they aren't quite, let's say, versed enough to be able to do that job in-house themselves.
Okay. The word I was looking for was hakase, or hakase.
Hakuse?
Hakase. Hakase. Anyway. That's the one I found that I saw that meant, like, from my research, I didn't look into it like greatly, but from my research, that would be like a PhD doctor.
Yes. Okay.
Not sensei.
You're okay. So I've been on the wrong mental track. Okay. So you're talking about a doctor, like somebody who has a doctorate. Yeah. Not an MD, but like the PhD, as you were
correct.
saying.
From context, we know this character is not a medical doctor.
Okay.
100%.
Personally, I will never refer to a person with a PhD as doctor unless you are a fucking doctor. Like I hate the idea that we just use that term in English for both. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah. And so the only character that I've seen referred to as doctor in the series that could possibly be like a PhD doctor is
Chopper.
No, he would be a medical doctor.
It's the one that they wanted. What's her name? Okay, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Vegapunk. That's the one doctor.
Yeah.
He's like the guy that, like, from the beginning of the series, he's like the guy that knows all about devil fruits and stuff, and he's kind of like the closest allegory to Einstein, right? And Einstein had a PhD.
So what's the difference between a doctor and an intellectual?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You know what I mean? Like, well, I'm just saying, like, why do we even refer to them as a doctor?
Well, presumably, like, PhDs went through and put something out into the world that has furthered their study, right? And been approved by the body that has given them their award of doctorate, right? Because they have to present to their the board at the university and say, this is going to be my doctoral thesis. Do you approve? Yeah. Then they look at it and they say, okay, no one else in the entire history of the world has looked into this specific thing. So yes, we approve you studying this specific thing and writing a big put paper about it, and then you go away and you write your big paper about it, and you're like, look, I've figured something out that contributes to my field of study. Give me a doctorate. And then they're like, okay, here you go. So as opposed to an intellectual, I mean, potentially you could have an intellectual do the same thing, but if they don't get recognized by a university, they're not going to get the doctorate, right?
Right.
So
sure. Okay. So
but anyway,
I want
back to One Piece.
Go ahead.
Quickly. Even Vegapunk does surgeries, so he would be potentially a medical doctor too, possibly. I don't know. This one, this new character, 100% not a medical doctor. We knew that for a fact. So the only possibility is PhD doctor. And if he was a PhD doctor, every other instance
not
of
true.
doctor
Could be a doctor of chiropractic. You don't know.
unlikely to be a doctor of chiropractic either. But every other instance of the use of a doctor title in the series has been literally in English, DR. Like in the Japanese SPRA, it's written as DR. So very unlikely that if in Japanese they just called him Sensei whatever, to make the assumption that it's a doctor is crazy. So then back to this, to bring it back to why I even brought that whole tangent up. If you were to say, hey, they've updated the translation, I would assume like, oh, and in the latest chapter they switched to Mr. In One Piece, so they're gonna have to go back and update those other chapters that they use Doctor, because clearly they've either this chapter's a mistake or those chapters were. But so if you're saying, oh, they went back and changed it, I could agree that they fucked up. Okay.
Well, wait till you see what they changed, because it's the stupidest fucking thing ever.
Well, we already covered it.
Shit. No. Well, I mean, yes.
Well, we covered part of it, but
wait till you see what they changed it to.
So, you interrupted my point now. But anyway, basically, I don't think that this is the case of them correcting it because it's more accurate now, is my point.
So
it seems
spoiler
like
alert,
this
the next
correction is
the next article after this one is an interview with a translator at the same company that translated this about how this could have happened. So we're gonna get some interesting insight. Yeah, I haven't read that one fully yet. So, but let me address some chats real quick because we're getting a little bit behind here. Happy New Year, Ronan Jaw. My best wishes for your mom and your dad's health. I hope you guys find what you need in Taiwan, which is a real country. Suck it, China. I thought this was an interesting comment here from the Kultu T. The problem is censorship. By the way, Kultu T, at some point in the future, I would love to have you join us if you're keen, as a guest host. The problem is censorship. The more you censor, the more sensitive the public becomes to perceived slights. Yeah, and I think one of the big issues that we have right now is that, for example, although in extremely recent scenarios, this appears to be not going the way that people would like. But with the purchase of Twitter by Elon Musk, we started to see freedom of speech actually being more or less upheld beyond where it was previously barely existent at all on Twitter, right? And in different platforms, basically the irony of it is they say that the more controlled the speech is, the more left-wing the platform appears to be, and the more free speech it is, the more right-wing it appears to be. And what that is really is just a perception of, when I'm in my hug box, I feel safe. And when somebody says something I don't agree with, it's because they're on the opposite team, right? And therefore right-wing, right? But
I think censorship also leads to like approval of being offended by whatever, right? So like it sets up the microaggression issue.
If
right?
you're not allowed to say the word dumb in your family, right? Like as a kid, right? If you're growing up and you're not allowed to say stupid, like some families, it's like a curse word.
Yeah.
Like if you say the word stupid, the parents freak the fuck out, right? when you're in a situation where the word stupid is said, even if it's in a goddamn Looney Tunes cartoon from 50 years ago, whatever, you know, like you freak out because that's taboo.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So like 100%, like I totally agree, you know, and this is the problem, is that we have infantilized our generations more and more to the point where they're ill-equipped. I mean, we used to have men sign up at 18 to go to war and fight for their country, you know, and now it's like we've made our generations so soft that we scarcely remember what it means to actually fight for something or believe in something or defend something. But many people who have made a dangerous trek to get to our country, they have not forgotten what that is, because they lived a very hard life while we've all been over here, you know, growing up in the lap of luxury, with blinders on to the reality of life on Earth, because life has been too good, right? And so now when life gets ugly, people like, you know, the ones having a hissy fit over this, they freak out when life gets ugly. You know, and it's funny, when life gets ugly, people throw away their ideological bullshit pretty quick, right? All of a sudden, when a nuke goes off, I've read a report, I don't know if it's true or not, I didn't fact check it, that Israel used a small tactical nuke in Syria over the last week. Like we're looking that, I'm just saying, I saw a headline about this, that there was a small nuke detonated in Syria deployed by Israel was what the it was a nuclear weapon, but in the sense of like the nuke that they used in Starship Troopers, not so much like, you know, Hiroshima, Nagasaki level. Right. And that again, like I said, it may not be true. I didn't fact check it. I'm just using it as an example. Hey, I saw this recently. Let's roll with the idea that it is true so that I can explain a point, right? If all of a sudden nukes start being dropped in your country, or just any sort of artillery shells are being, you know, volleying in your country, people grow up pretty quick. You know, all of a sudden.
Yeah, suddenly stupid seems like a blessing.
Yeah. And it's kind of the thing, honestly. It's like, at least it's not mean tweets or, you know, kind of thing, right? You know? So I
think the other thing about it is you get, I guess you could call it censor creep. So because they're in sort of like a vicious cycle of like, you can't say this, and then you become more sensitive, and then there's more things you can't say.
Well, that's what I was saying. By like it approves the being offended, so then you look for things to be offended by, right? That's what
I guess what it is
sorry to interrupt you, Foden.
No, but that's a good point, because like if you can't use the word stupid, then you use the word dummy head, and then that becomes equally offensive and also gets banned.
That's where I was going with this, because back in the day we had like a special need, we had retard, and then we changed it to special needs. And then it's like disabled, which disabled's still kicking around, I guess. We haven't kicked that one out yet. But the point is, they're trying to pander so hard that they're creating more of a dictionary that you can't say, rather than just sucking it up and then using one word and sticking to it. Like gay, I'd argue that like 99% of the time when people online are playing video games and say gay, they mean it as an alternative to like, oh, that's dumb, that's stupid, or whatever. Why can't that be the new definition?
Like we always used it in the 90s
it's already
and early 2000s.
transitioned definitions before. Why can't we make that the new definition?
No, seriously, it's literally a co-opting. The homosexual community co-opted the word gay away from it being happy. They co-opted the rainbow off of being you know, a meteorological event in the sky, and the biblical what's the word they use in the Bible for promise? A covenant between God and man that he would never flood the land again. You know, so it's like at the end of the day, that's like stealing a random word and deciding, no, that's our word. You know, like that's our N word. You can't use it. You know,
can't say Trojan. Only we can say that word.
Yeah. Do you think I get a Trojan pass for being the inventor when they eventually creep on that? No, but it's really interesting thing because what you're hitting at is actually a really interesting concept that human beings, censorship is a means to try to control behavior. Not being allowed to use the word stupid in a house, what you're actually doing, whether you realize it or not, is you're telling your kids you aren't allowed to be frustrated with people. Because the reason that you hurl insults at each other, I love this quote from Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson says, human beings developed the ability to speak so that our ideas could die in place of ourselves. Meaning that an argument of ideas wastes less lives than an argument with swords or fists, right? If you disagree with somebody and you can communicate your disagreement, then you can kill the idea that was weak compared to the other one without killing the person holding the idea. And so what in reality, like for example, the term stupid or retarded or whatever the term that we're not allowed to say is, that term is being used in situations where you're frustrated with another person or trying to harm them. And yes, there are some cruel individuals, antagonistic people who are going to wield language as a means to try to control power over other people or inflict pain or whatever over other people. Absolutely. But when you ban somebody from using that sort of language, especially in, like a child parent scenario, right? Like I was saying before, what you're actually doing is whether you realize it or not, is you're removing a child's permission to have frustration or emotion that would normally evoke that. And that's why you're going to have a kid who's told you aren't allowed to say stupid, use the word dummy head, or come up with a million other things. When I was growing up, I remember I went to, when I was going to church as a kid, they moved our church above a comic book shop. And I used to go to the comic book store after church every Sunday. And I remember seeing I want to say it was for Tenchi, I'm not sure, but you remember like back in the day, they used to do anime posters that was every person in the show. Like hundreds of people just all lined up for long running shows kind of thing.
Yeah.
And there was
the Marvel ones where they've
kind of. Yeah. I mean, usually shows don't get that many characters, you know what I mean? Yeah. But like for a long running show that's like 130 episodes or whatever, you're gonna come up with a lot of characters, especially in an episodic series, right? And so I remember seeing this one like that, and there was a character in there, and the girl was flipping off the camera, right, among the thing, right? And I just remember when I was a kid, my mom used to say, it doesn't matter which finger it is, it's the attitude behind the action that made it vulgar.
Right? I literally did that as a kid. I don't know if you guys did that. But
what, like doing like the
the ring
you're
finger.
You're using the ring finger. Yeah.
And then I'd get, he's giving me the middle finger. And I'm like, no. It was ring finger.
Can't you
be stupid?
And you just keep holding up and put it in their face. What finger is this?
And then the teacher would be like, well, you're still not, that's still rude. Don't do that.
I'll show you where it's not rude.
Which is kind of the point, right? Like words are an expression of a feeling that's communicated between two people.
Yeah,
and so if you
say it's not supposed to be nice, it's supposed to be rude.
Well,
that's the expression he wants to put out.
Yes.
But like if you stamp down one word, a new word will take its place.
Yeah,
right?
but
so you continually have to play this game of stamping down the words that you don't
100%. Like. And that's exactly what we're talking about. That censorship mill, right? And this is like, I'm really enjoying this conversation because this is like really putting into perspective a lot, right? When it comes to how things have gotten so bad. Right. And it's largely like, especially when government's involved, almost everything is a kicking the can down the road. Right. It's just an effort to placate somebody or do the minimalist amount of effort required in order to make it seem like you're doing something And in actuality, you're just kicking the can further down the road and making it tomorrow's problem or next week's problem or the next administration's problem, right? But really,
even as a kid,
what?
Were you gonna go?
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, even as a kid, there were some things that you were just like that are inappropriate to say. So here's the thing: I don't like how they were also like using slang to refer to like inappropriate things. They're taking. You can't even say the word grass without it meaning weed and stuff like that. That's why I hate that there's so many stupid words that get like co-opted or euphemized that you can't say as well. Right. So
well, I mean, there was that video a while ago, like "fuck" is the most versatile word or whatever.
Oh, I love that video so much.
And then there was also the other. There's also another one where it's like, how many ways can we say to have sex? I don't know if I think it was on the History Channel where they're like, dogging it, like, they made you can make so many different phrases that when you communicate to someone, you're like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, without actually saying like we're gonna have sex, right?
And isn't it so weird that there are certain things in human society where we are uncomfortable with the topic? We talk about shit all the time. We just won't use certain terms about them, such as sex, right? Anyway, so I think this is a very interesting.
I about that, like talking about, like it was a couple of years ago when like for some reason the topic came up about when my aunt got married, and like how like this was after my uncle. I can still call him uncle because he's father of my cousin. But when they got married, it was like, oh, he wanted to go, but we still had afternoon delight. It was like, Jesus Christ, really? I'm right here. I don't need that. Like she probably assumed I didn't know what it was, but like I would have still like make more comfortable. And she said, yeah, we still did it, but we still went down to the casino on our honeymoon night or whatever.
Sorry, I interrupted Foden. What did you? Was there more to your point? Sorry. So what you were saying?
I don't think there was much. Besides, there was like, I guess there's more examples of when I was a kid, but it's just like, that was so annoying when I was in school. It's like, oh my god, I'm stepping on landmines everywhere. I can't even say this or that.
Yeah. There's that episode of of Recess too, where like TJ makes up his own word to mean like to substitute basically the F word, I forget what it is. Anyway, and then he uses it, and the teachers are like, "Oh, well, we don't know what this word means, but we don't like it." So they have like this whole
when Skeet came out and when that
dude, even a word like as we know in 2024 now 2025, a word goon is like, oh, easy there, careful how you use that. You can't say, oh,
we're just talking about
the goons were coming after Spider-Man.
Yeah,
gotta be careful.
We're just talking about henchmen. Jeez.
That's kind of what I like. New words are going to pop up all the time to express an idea. And unless you're going to go full 1984 and be like, here's a script of like approved words that you can only use, and if we hear you utter any other word, you're gonna go to jail. People are going to find a way to communicate what they want to communicate. So to censor
Britain's
stuff,
doing that right now. You get in jail for memes.
So to censor stuff in that environment is to just give credence to people who are like, wanting to take down someone else's ability to share their idea.
Yeah.
And
it's an authority.
You create their space, safe space.
You can't be on equal standing. You have to be stronger. You have to be, limit your enemy or whatever. They can't use the words to express themselves or to articulate themselves. So you're trying to tie them up or something.
But and then the other thing is once you do that, then they're like, if no one ever used the N-word again, right? So no one could complain about people using the N-word. then they just
Well-
move on to something else to complain about because now you've given them the ability, you've reinforced the idea that this works. If I complain about this, this person will go away. And so now it's like, well, I don't like that they didn't hold the door for me, right? You know, when I was, that's
sexist.
racist. And so, you know, if you post a video, even people freak out about so many stupid things on Twitter too, where like if you post a picture of your wedding, you're like, oh, I got married last night. How great. They're like, you know, some people can't get married. You know, you should take this down because it's intolerant to the people who
Let's
can't
make
get
it about
married.
you, Linda. Jesus.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me of how I was thinking a while ago about how it's like, this is why words just shouldn't be limited in any capacity to some extent. It's just like if your kids are swearing or whatever, it's just like, rather than demonizing and giving it power, just be like, the intent is what matters. Because, for example, so if the moment someone says gay in the context against a homosexual person, everyone can recognize and see that, hey, that's bad. But if you just say like, oh, that guy's gay, he killed me in COD, then like everyone knows, okay, he's not.
And that's the interesting thing about it too, because it's like, in an instance where anybody used the word gay in a derogatory manner against a homosexual person, everybody would dogpile them for their bigotry, right? But in every other situation, people are using terms that do not hold an offense and are almost like a playful banter rather than a, intense hatred of another person. So Randy was talking earlier about the concept of the N-word, that if everybody stopped saying the N-word, it would embolden the people stopping people from talking by showing them that they can control the speech and allowing them to then move on to the next level of control.
The double N-word.
But what actually happens, and this is the irony here, is that, and this is the reason I despise compelled speech, is because it is about control, and it's about controlling controllable individuals, which largely is what the left is that the people on the left are uniformly in line to do what they're told when it comes to the establishment rules of the leftist narratives. Right. So if you tell people they can't say the N-word, right, and your sense of it is that it is associated with racism, well, guess what? The racists that you're really scared of, they're still saying it. They're using it. 100% of the usage is coming from them, largely. Right. So inevitably, what you end up doing is you come after people who've used the term or haven't even used the term, such as the Japanese word nigero, which means run away, used in gaming environments all the fucking time to tell your team and your guild, let's get out of here. We're going to get our asses kicked if we stick around. And then when you come after people, or for example, there was a story a couple of years ago of a woman who graduated high school and got accepted into a prestigious college. And then a black guy at her high school had been holding on to a video he recorded on his flip phone of her singing along to a rap song where she said the N-word in the context of singing along to the rap song. It was not directed in a derogatory manner against anybody. He sent this to the school and got her acceptance revoked. And this is an example. It is an effort to control people and to grasp power. How pathetic that power is, it varies level to level, but this is what happens. The actual racists that you're actually pretending to care about when you make a big deal about certain terminology and certain words, those people largely aren't being affected on a day-to-day basis by what you're doing. They don't give a fuck what you have to say and that you disapprove of what they have to say. But when you come after some random girl who sang along to some song and you get her entire future that she had been working towards destroyed because of a petty grudge over something as pathetic as her singing along to the lyrics to a song. It's dramatically different than saving somebody from a lynching of the KKK. Note our amazing backdrop that I profoundly felt would become useful for this conversation from Attack on Titan.
Wow.
Right? Comes full circle. I'm a secret genius. So, but do you get what I mean? Like, it's like the power is being people are so hungry for power, whether they realize it or not, the average person, that they will wield it. And it's kind of the idea of to a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? So when you've got power to wield, you'll use it in the most ridiculous ways against the smallest infractions, just because you can, right? And to show that you have the power, even to send a message effectively, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's catch up on some of these chats. Yeah, I did hear about this. I didn't cover it, but maybe we will. Maybe in the future. I don't know. Skipping all this. Kultis says, I disagree. The poor have more kids, and our sourcing makes way more sense than H1B. The animators can start their own properties. I don't know of any regulations for animators. So the thing about it, though, and this is why this is happening, is that there is a quality of life in modern society, such as the United States, Europe, Japan, whatever, that people wish to maintain, and want to bring children into. For people who are coming from a place where the quality of life is significantly lower, everything is a step up, right? So if you have, for example, in where I live in Huntington Beach, there are what we call them the Slater slums nearby, where it's like a Hispanic community, largely illegal. It's funny. I was driving past there yesterday, and there's like a wrought iron fence on Slater against these cul-de-sacs, and there's like one of the iron bars broke out, and I saw like an old ass grandma and her daughter or her granddaughter walk, and they like squeeze through the bars rather than going around. And I just thought, like, man, like, what? That's the most ghetto thing I've seen in my neighborhood in a while, you know. But people in those communities, if you coming up from Mexico, where you can't even drink the water without having to shits, right? And you come up to America, you're not living the life that I had as a child, and you're going to bring as many kids in here into life as you want, because you do have the government benefits, right? Again, the nanny state. You qualify for them easily as an immigrant versus the host population, and therefore it is far easier for the poor to have more kids in that situation because it's being subsidized again by that nanny state. Right? Japan has very similar things in regards to these things that are definitely being taken advantage of, right? And especially right now, as America has Donald Trump coming back into office, it is looking like, although I hope, but I doubt, the nanny state is going to be taken care of. The wall will probably get built, the deportations will probably happen, but the problem is, the idea is you can't have an open border and the nanny state. Because if you do that, you incentivize people to come in. They flood in. They take all of the resources, and you bleed the host population dry, right? You have to have some moderation on these things. Otherwise, you just have people come in to take advantage. Japan's dealing with a very similar situation. And again, as although I am very hopeful that Trump is going to take care of a lot of the major issues that America's had that we've been refusing to handle due to, cowardice and, just not being politically expedient to tackle. I just don't think he's really going to do much for the nanny state. Right. And that's probably the number one way. You wouldn't even have to build the wall, because if you remove the incentive to be here for people who aren't actually willing to work at the level that they need to in order to be a productive member of society, then they don't come. And they'll go to Europe or some other place instead. You know?
They come to Canada. Apparently we're paying people fucking like $6,000 a month if they have families, and they're immigrating here.
Does anyone want to have a family with me real quick? I could use a
you
cat.
gotta leave the country and then come
Have
back
a
in.
baby for dad.
He wouldn't get that joke, okay? You missed that movie.
I would honestly love to do an encore of that.
No.
You missed the movie last night, Brother Solomon.
Last night we watched the worst comedy that was like dreadfully awful in terms of like 90% of it. But the remaining 10% was the funniest thing I have ever seen in my entire life.
Wow.
And that 10% is sprinkled throughout the entire movie.
Yes.
So it's not like
you can't just skip to it.
No, and it's one of those things that I tried to explain to people. It's like, okay, whatever. I need that. I need this part.
I was literally laughing so much throughout the entire movie. I gave myself a headache from laughing too much.
I almost threw up a lung. It was so fucking funny. And it's one of those things I was trying to explain to somebody, like, you actually I can't tell you why it's funny. Like, the situations that this movie set up are so absurd and only work in the context of the retarded Dumb and Dumber brothers in it, that if I try to explain it to you, you won't get it. Like, you have to experience it. And it is no wonder the movie did so poorly, because if you just watch the trailer, like, why would anybody pay to see this? Because the trailer can't convey how fucking funny it is. It can only give you the cringe. And so you don't want to see it. But if you sit down and watch it, holy fuck, is it funny. Anyway.
Wow.
What's up?
Right now. Usually the trailer's so good you want to watch it, and you watch it, and like all the highlights were in the trailer, and the rest of the movie.
I don't know. I haven't movies recently haven't had anything good to even put in the trailers. They've been such trash. Anyway, so let's catch up on here. People that come here legally get shitted on the most when people who come shit on the most than, I think you mean shit on more than people who come here illegally.
Wait, what?
I think
Okay.
that for some groups there is an incentive, because you're a legal immigrant. There's an incentive to not champion the idea that we need to handle the illegal immigrant problem out of fear that you'll be next on the block, right? Meaning that, and this is a problem, is that we let issues like this get so bad, and this is the kind of shit that Nazi Germany happens because of, right? Like, when you let problems fester and become so significant that dire, drastic choices have to be made in order to handle them, they get out of hand, right? And it's easy to watch them evolve straight past the point. For good measure, let's get them too, right? Like, take the Martin Niemöller poem about first they came for the communists and I didn't speak out for I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, right? And then they came for me, right? And this is sort of the idea, right? I definitely think that's the case here.
My dad came here legally, and he has more racist things that are said about him than I think like people who come here illegally.
That's another idea, is because it is safe. It is politically safe, ironically, to be racist to legal immigrants more so than illegal immigrants in modern society. JT Vega says, I've known a guy from Colombia who quit his job because of how people go off on him.
Random 11, didn't Trudeau cuck down to Trump to like be like, okay, we'll do something with the immigration and like cut it off or something?
That was way before Trump got involved. Because Canada has, our GDP was tanking because of COVID, and so to prop that up,
Your
Shawshank
GDP
Shadow's-
has been tanking ever since you guys stopped using Ocean Group. Okay. Everybody knows Canada would
It's
be
true.
the #1 superpower in the world if and only
They
if
just
Ocean Group
dubbed.
started dubbing again.
You're absolutely
so-
right.
So Trudeau's brilliant solution was, and also people stopped working because for the what do they used to call them? The mandatory jobs, the ones that like you didn't get COVID relief from. The
Essential
necessary
work.
jobs. Yeah, essential workers.
Essential
That's
work.
what they called them. Yeah. So no one wanted to work because it was like, well, you want me to go work for minimum wage at a fucking McDonald's to serve people in a mask and shit when you're telling me COVID's going to kill me and all my fucking family if I go get sick. So no one wanted to work. So then they're like, okay, well, since no one wants to work for the low pay, obviously if they paid a lot more, it would have been different, but that would have raised the price of the Big Mac. Anyway, so just to solve that, they were like, let's just increase all sorts of immigration. They increased the number of legal immigrants. They increased the number of like permanent legal immigrants. They increased the number of temporary workers because we have, instead of this, like the states where they just like kind of accept that there are some illegal immigrants there and like, okay, you guys can go work on the farms and shit. We have like an official, like, you're gonna come here and work and then go home type system.
Right.
A work visa.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we don't have the setup for like the illegal stuff. So most people here
I'm
are
pretty sure the
legal.
illegals would want to do that anyway because it would get cold as balls in the winter.
Well, I mean, usually they have. You're confusing illegal immigrants with homeless, but anyway. And then we have the student visas, and what the student visas were doing were there was like fake colleges set up that would like not teach shit, and then they would say, okay, come over here and then go to work. And there used to be a cap on how long you could work for if you had a student visa, like legally. But if you got paid under the table, obviously they're not going to catch that. But during COVID, they're like, haha, we're going to lift that. Never mind. You can work as much as you want legally. Go ahead. And so
well, what I was saying is in response, or are you getting to this in the lore
I'm getting
dump?
to it.
Like,
well,
okay.
In 2 more seconds. So all of this was to increase our GDP to make it look like Canada was doing well. But then people were like, wait a minute. If you look at our GDP per person, per capita, because you've let in literally millions of people into this country now.
Like it actually reduced because
it's tanking. So Canada would go out and say, oh yeah, look how good our GDP is. We're like one of the top. And then you look GDP per capita, we're at the fucking bottom, like near the bottom. But anyway, and so because of that, people were getting him so much grief, Trudeau. It's like, you're ruining our country. What are you doing? You clearly tried to hide it by influxing so many people.
The same thing happened when Obama ran for his second term. You know, like that. It's like how to lie with statistics, right? You know, kind of thing. So when he ran for his second term, he was championing like the jobs numbers, same as Biden, right? Championing the jobs numbers. Like, look at how well we did. Unemployment is almost non-existent now. But actually, what they did is they lowered the threshold from like 40 hours a week to count as full-time employment to 30 hours a week. And so they cast a wider net and said that the jobs improved, when in actuality, you just cast a wider net. The jobs got worse.
So there's all sorts
with Biden, the job numbers came out and they claimed that they made all these jobs. In actuality, they lost
They're
jobs.
recovered jobs.
Well, that's the other thing with the jobs numbers. Canada is like, I swear to God, it's something like 30 of the new jobs since COVID. It's something like 30% of the jobs have been government jobs. So like they're letting tons of people in and they're giving them jobs.
Yeah.
Because they want their numbers to look good.
And that's the thing about government politicians and whatnot who brag about jobs numbers. It's like, we created this many jobs. The only jobs that the government can create are government jobs, right? That's the only jobs. The only way you can, create jobs is to lower taxes to a degree or remove regulations or incentivize industry to a degree that they can create those jobs. You're not creating them. You're literally just removing the reins, or not the reins, the shackles, preventing them from existing. That's all you can possibly do. You're not doing shit as a politician.
So to bring it back to Putnam's point, this caused a huge bubble in our housing thing, although our housing's already fucked. But well, I mean, people argue about what's causing the crazy housing costs, but this was not helping this situation, helping the argument anyway. And so because of the GDP per capita numbers specifically too, Trudeau was like, all right, you guys have a point. It got so bad that people coming here were like, guys, don't actually come here. Like, it's fucked here. Like, don't come here. And so then Trudeau was like, okay, and now because he has the election coming up and his approval numbers are in the fucking tank.
And because Trump said, I'm gonna tariff you.
No, this was before Trump.
Oh,
before Trump. He was like, we're suspending all of our projections for. He also wanted to raise our population. We were like 36 million people for a while, and I think our normal like immigration was like 500,000 a year, and Trudeau raised that to like millions a year for the last couple of years, and so now we're at like 40 million people, and he wanted to raise it to like 60 million people by like 2035 or something, like like insane numbers. And where are all these people coming? They're all coming from India, and so we're getting like massive like racism too against Indian people because of the culture divide, and like they're not meshing into the society,
and
they're also
my personal beach.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're popping a spot on your beach.
They're also all coming to like the main cities, and it's like if you want to do this immigration, like get them to go to fucking like Winnipeg, and stay there. Like
go to the provinces that no one lives in. Okay.
Yeah, like sprinkle out the people across. Like don't say you can't go to Toronto or Vancouver. Like keep them out of there. We got enough people here. But anyway, so now he said, okay, we're not going to do that. We're suspending all of our immigration stuff. All of the people that were the normal thing was if you're on a temporary visa, you generally would get the permanent residency as well after you finish your schooling or whatever, right? But now he's like, no, we're not issuing the permanent visas anymore after you finish. You got to go home. And so now we're expecting all these people to go home. And then Trump came in and said, what the fuck you doing at the border? Because there is a bunch of people coming to Canada because it's so easy to fucking get here and then coming in to the States from above. Right. So then Trudeau went down to Mar-a-Lago and said, okay, we'll deal with that. And that's when all the 51st states thing got brought up.
Oh yeah.
And this is the thing. Again, it will be so easy. Remove the incentive. You don't have to control the border. If nobody wants to come here, then if nobody gets a free ride for coming here, then the only people who will show up are the people that freaking Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are like nutting over right now with their H-1B visa, right? Like if you remove the incentive for freeloaders to come into a country where they get $20,000 a month or whatever the fuck it is for their benefits, it's gotten to an absurd number. And again, the more kids you have, the higher that number gets, right? That they've created an incentive to literally make the problem exponentially worse all the time. If you just get rid of that, Trudeau doesn't have to do fuck all. If you just do that, every single person in this country currently on these benefits that are being afforded to people without citizenship will go north to Canada or somewhere else, right?
Back to Mexico.
JT Vega says that it's Subway where the most of the Indians are going. Lady Phoenix says they're also getting jobs at Tim Hortons. And I gotta say, from first-hand experience, I have seen the Tim Hortons ones.
Mm.
Well, and the other thing is like there is a chain issue here as well, because like once you get one Indian in the restaurant, once they get into a hiring position, they hire all, and not only do they hire, they go and they get all of their Indian friends back at home
Yeah,
to
look
say,
what
hey,
happened to
come to
IBM.
Canada. And then they all come into Canada, and then they give those people the jobs. So that's
Incest.
it creates this like extra boom of Indian controlled. I mean, it's kind of like I don't want to get into like Indians are the problem. Like we need a new solution. Like, but like it is kind of.
There is a trend.
Yeah.
All right. Since you brought it up,
Like the guy who in IBM, he like fired all the white people.
I got it.
fired all the
Shut up, Reese.
Indians.
Here it is.
I didn't realize that you had the article. I'm sorry.
All right. This is so fucking classical and hilarious. Indian IT careerist shrewdly climbs the American corporate ladder, becomes CEO, takes over company, fires 900 Americans over a Zoom call, hires 1,000 Indians in India. Americans, diversity is strength. Also,
That's so diverse. The variety of Indians that are now hired in that one company.
thanks to the H-1B visa program, IBM facilitated the offshoring of U.S. jobs to India after laying off its American workforce. New York Times, IBM now has more employees in India than in the U.S. IBM CEO is an Indian man named Arvind Krishna, 2023, caught in a lawsuit discriminating against white men, intentionally rejecting their applications, vows to hire less white people in the USA, fires his mostly white American staff, ships jobs to India in 2024. Do you get it? So, yeah, so the issue that we're experiencing in this particular situation is there is preferential treatment going to be given to the individuals who match your demographic, right?
But white people can't be oppressed.
And this is the thing.
So-
Yeah, see, this is the problem. This is the problem. Okay? Hispanic people can go back to Mexico. Indian people can go back to India. We don't have anywhere to go.
I
right?
can go back to Poland and Great Britain.
So the solution to
I
the
want to go there.
Half of you goes to Poland, half of you goes to Great Britain.
So the solution here is that people. This is why the situation is growing to the situation that it has, is because people in their home have no place other than their home, and so of course it's going to start to become an issue when your home is getting trashed. Right? Any person would throw people out of their party when somebody gets drunk and starts wrecking the place. You know, this is natural and normal for a person to defend their property. But
we didn't invite you. Why are you shitting on my carpet?
Yeah, we've had these Marxists who are so obsessed with white guilt and whatnot that they will, bend over backwards to say that they should be, lashed in the street before somebody get displaced back to the place that they literally call home. The place that they outsource the business to. You know what I mean? When it comes to the IBM stuff. Like, this is the fucking, we're living in the most ridiculous slow motion warfare mankind has ever seen, where we've convinced ourselves that in the sake of peace, like for the sake of peace, that we are going to tolerate further and further encroachment of our own, livelihood in order to placate people who don't give a fuck about us.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, I don't
giving them inches. They keep taking fucking hundreds of miles.
I don't have an issue with Indians. Okay, I grew up with some Indians in my school, but the ones I knew were like Canadian Indians.
They're born and raised there.
Well, this goes back to what I said at the beginning, right? Is that any idiot can look at, like, the concept of there are people who they find a bug in their house, they catch it and they release it outside, right? Any idiot can understand kindness, but any idiot can also understand that when you afford too much kindness, that there will be groups who will take advantage of the kindness, right? That it is at a certain point, you have to stop bending over backwards in order to be kind, in order to ensure that the place that like, for example, in this situation, if you're being kind to let everybody in, just let everybody in, let every single person in, everybody belongs here and stuff, but you've built a system around, which is what the United States, most modern civilizations are built around the host population funding the livelihood of immigrant population, right? In terms of the situation we're dealing with the illegal immigration, right? So naturally speaking, right, obviously, if a person is going to come from Italy, or like, for example, when you look at the 1920s in America, when people were coming from Europe and they were coming over on ships in order to be a part of the great living the American dream, so to speak, they came here with the effort that there was opportunity here. There wasn't guaranteed success here. Then they had to work hard at whatever they did in order to find success, right? But what we now have isn't that. We have now built up a system where, because of success, we have now built a system where you don't have to work hard or be successful in order to have a good ass life here. So similar to what you're saying, it's like you grew up with Indians. Like, nobody has a problem largely with the concept of immigration. Nobody gives a shit. If you want to come here and work hard, that's great. But if you want to come here and steal from everybody, right, by virtue of, for example, it's as simple as if you live in an apartment building and every single person there pays their way, by paying rent, and everybody has to shoulder this burden, and then you start letting people in for free, right? Or they just come in and take over rooms for free and they're not being punished. Then all of a sudden it's like, let me put it even one more way. If you say, if somebody moves in next door and they don't pay rent and they don't get punished for it, then why the fuck should I be paying rent? Is ultimately the problem, right? Because eventually what it is that the reason that they're not paying rent is because the rest of you are. Because ultimately the system collapses if everybody stops. So we are creating a system for which we have leeches. And I mean this like in the kindest way possible, but we have leeches who have come in and are taking advantage of the kindness to the point where eventually you have to turn around and stop with the kindness in order to prevent the entire ship from sinking.
So I'll give another story. When I was I grew up with Indians in, like, Toronto is one of the most multicultural cities in all of the world. There were Indians in my elementary school, in my high school, and in my college. The difference being the ones that I grew up with in elementary school and high school were mostly Canadian Indians. The ones in my college, because I was in an IT program, and my specific college was notorious for their international students. Like, even back when I was in college, I can only imagine what it is now. But so they were bringing in tons of specifically Indian things, and the president, like, this goes back to the other point. The president of the college was Indian, so shocker, a ton of Indian people came in the international student program. It's not like we were getting like Australians coming into our program, and also like stereotypically Indians would want to go to the IT programs regardless. Tons of Indians, but those were
here's the irony though. The reason you're not going to have a ton of Australians come is because you can get almost the same education in Australia or any other largely white population first world country.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And that's the thing. That's the problem, is that everybody in on the left, especially these Marxist individuals, they hate white people so much, and they hate countries filled with white people so much. Yet they're all, all of these immigrants are scrambling to come here, right? They're not so spiteful that they're going to run off, to Papua New Guinea or some shit. Right, that's the whole fucking point, is that they want the success that has already been fought for in South Africa, Australia, the UK, in America, all of these places where great success has been found and prosperity has been achieved is where they want to come to. And again, once again, like, no issue with people coming, as long as you're coming because you want to be a part of the system that makes this prosperous.
Yeah. So, and that's the cultural issue, which is what I was getting at with the people in my college, because they were fresh and because they were probably just coming here temporarily for the student schooling. They didn't have the mindset of a Canadian. And so like tons of people were cheating. Like, if there was a test being taken, they'd be like talking to each other, trying to like cheat. And like, I'm not saying white people don't cheat. I'm not saying Canadians don't cheat. But like, it was like the Naruto Shippuden, tuning exam level of cheating. Like, it was off the like. So it's a cultural issue.
A blind eye.
How many of them had vibrating butt plugs that told them the Morse code to the answers?
Well, that I don't know. I can't speak to that. Well, often a lot of the time the professors just didn't catch it. So, and the whole thing about like the pooping thing, whether or not that's real or not, that's, I mean, I don't know, but
we have photos, bro. That is real.
I don't know how widespread of an issue that is.
Whether or not that's real.
I mean,
I kind of am not incentivized to go to the beach anymore, at least the local one.
Yeah. So it's definitely a cultural issue. And so if you bring in people slowly and and you give them time to like adapt, and also when you start importing so many people at once, like just by definition, the scrutiny that you go through to vet these people has to be less because you're trying to get so many people in at such a short amount of time.
Yeah,
we literally let in a terrorist a couple months ago. They got caught in Toronto trying to blow a building up. And he was a Canadian citizen now. We gave him Canadian citizenship. So half the government's like deport him. We can't. He's a Canadian citizen now.
Revoke his citizenship, dumb shit.
I remember back when Brad was talking about the concept of it's like these people did not work hard to get to the country, therefore they don't appreciate what they have and all this stuff. So therefore they're not going to integrate into the country. That's why it's like the United States is a melding pot versus Canada just being like we have Chinatown and Japantown and India Town and all these segregated little.
But we have that shit too.
Well, sure, but
we
generally speaking, people refer to America as the melding pot versus
melting pot. Yes,
melting pot versus whatever Canada has. Maybe Canada has the melding pot, and you guys have the melting pot.
The pot of greed.
Yeah, the pot. Oh god.
Anyway, should we carry on?
Yeah, we got a lot to get through. Let's go through chats.
That's what led us to this, but that's fine.
JT Vegas says, read the book The Horror. Comic books the government didn't want you to read. Sensei means professor or someone who masters a skill. Forcing political correctness into the manga proves it correct. Japan under a foreign power's control and influence in fiction, but in reality, source points to localization. Yeah, so 100%. It's ironic that they're decrying fascism and yet using fascism to control the speech of the individual, right? Like 100%. It is so exhausting for people to march in lockstep with the ideals that they claim to be against on a daily basis, never ending like a fucking machine, just to constantly beat you over the head with how much you doing nothing to harm anybody is the problem when they are doing it on a daily basis all the time. and excusing the
celebrating it.
behavior and celebrating the deaths of people caught in the crossfire of the idea of the policies that they champion, you know. But also in reality, the vocalizers, yep. Dr. Sidney Watson. I don't know if that was in reference to, but I was just reading that tweet from Elijah Schaefer. Dr. Girlfriend, professor, doctor's job title, PhD must be employed as a PhD. Okay.
There are
What if you have a pretty huge dick, though? Does that count?
Pretty
Well,
PhD.
we all have a PhD then.
I don't think you have to be employed as a PhD to have a PhD.
That's literally what
Oh!
everyone said
I
back
have a
in
PhD
school
though.
when people brought up PhD. Like that was the only thing they'd talk about.
Because there are like generally when you get a PhD, you go work for like a university or whatever as a professor.
Mm.
But like
Right.
you can have an honorary PhD. Like I think
In case.
An honorary
Whoa.
pretty huge dick. Okay, random 11.
Which one
now
of
you're
us
just
has the
talking
homeschool
fantasy.
PhD though?
Fuck. Guilty as charged. Her name is literally Hakase Shinonome. It's a fun anime, referring to the doctor, the child professor in Nichijou.
Yeah, we did that for a watch.
Oh.
Sony had Carol from Tomo-chan. I'm not even gonna read all this. Oh my god, man. I can't. I'm sorry. Luigi. A can of worms that it comes from reading any of your comments. Censorship allows bad ideas to flourish and authoritarians to maintain power. Yeah. And idiots will champion the authoritarians maintaining that power as a good thing because they're too stupid to realize that the censorship that they are celebrating is applying to them. You are telling kids not to tell the truth when you censor them. Don't forget that newer gays co-opted a slur word that is to some older gays still a slur. Okay.
That sounds like queer to me, which my grandma used as a word to describe weird.
Weird
which
and
she probably
strange.
still uses.
Mm-hmm. How about that? How about that? Censorship is bigotry. Skipping over this. Sorry, I can't. The word is womps. Yep, that's in reference to stuff he was saying anyway.
I think the word that is womps is from the recent show.
From recent. Yeah, okay. Cool. They're just using the bars to train for the Trump wall. Oh, referring to the Julie.
The grandma and her granddaughter going through the
going through the Slater slums. Nothing. Don't worry about it. You're listening to the game. I thought you were listening to the. It's okay. It's okay. My daughter. Do you want the other pair of headphones?
Sure.
But she wants to hear Asterion having gay sex with the bear man.
Fortunately for her, she's got 2 ears. So 1 headphone each ear from 2 sets of headphones.
Thank you.
So are you saying we have to watch what we say around your life now?
No. You can champion your PhD all you want.
All right.
If you are a legal immigrant, why have you not taken the citizen test after a decade? Yes. Most Indians.
I wonder if I'd fail the citizen test.
So from what I understand, the one in America is pretty robust. It's like 600 questions that you should know. And then I think there's 20 questions of the 600 that are picked at random. Is that what it was, you?
What?
The citizenship test is like 600 questions, but there's only 20 out of the 600 that are picked for your test.
What is our official currency? Maple
Something like
syrup.
that. You were the one who told me, so I'm bringing it up.
Well, no, my mom must have because I don't know.
You told me when we were walking being a couple weeks ago. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Move past it. It's okay. Okay, cool. We're at the bottom.
Okay.
Keep them in Nova Scotia. Canadian college system is kind of weird. Oh, I've got to skip over Cobra Corp.
Is JT Vega among us, or is he just?
Are you a Canadian? Or are you just knowledgeable?
Or are you just a poser?
I haven't heard an apology from him. I don't know. I think he's just sorry.
We're still not done with this.
He says no. We have two of these. Here we go. All right, so
Hey, that was a pretty fun tangent.
It was fun. I'm sure we're only going to get railroaded over it. The controversial debut series of manga Kurako Ichikawa, Drama Queen, is set in modern-day Seno City, Japan, amidst a global environment that has seen roughly 17 million aliens take residency on planet Earth after allegedly saving it from a giant meteor 9 years prior. But unlike the majority of humanity, who practically worship the alien saviors, factory workers Nomomoto and Kitami are fed up with the alien-revering society they live in and wish that all the intergalactic guests would simply disappear. Calling it now, the finale of this manga, they're going to reveal that the aliens
That wasn't me, Randy.
orchestrated the meteor as a false flag so they could come in as saviors like the FBI tries to do all the fucking time in order to be welcomed as heroes in the host population of the planet. Anyway, but unlike the majority of humanity who practically worship the alien saviors, factory workers Nomomoto and Kitami are fed up with the alien revering society they live in and wish that all the intergalactic guests would simply disappear. After losing her factory job for accidentally lighting their abusive alien boss on fire, Kitami truly lets his gloves off and lets his alien resentment shine outwards to the point where he eventually kills another one in retaliation for randomly whacking him in the face. However, upon taking the body to Nomomoto's door and asking for help in disposing it, Kitami recalls how the smell of her dead boss, now it's her again, her dead boss's burning corpse akin to a grilled squid. As their mouths begin to water from the thought, the starving Nomomoto points to the pair's current financial situation and suggests killing two birds with one stone by eating the alien. After doing so and finding them both edible and delicious, the pair decide to team up and exterminate Seno City's alien population, with Kitami doing the killing and Nomomoto taking care of the disposal. Yeah.
When's the animated adaptation?
Right? This sounds wild, right? Following the first chapter's release, Western critics flooded the comment section of Manga Plus's upload of Drama Queen to accuse Ichikawa's alien hunting series of being nothing more than a racist, xenophobic, and anti-immigration screed. Further, some critics took issue with Nomomoto's hating the natural term partner. They got fixated on the fact where he says, I hate it when girls call their boyfriend's partner. Right here. They got fixated on that. That's where they got fixated. A sentiment she expressed.
Okay, hold on. Just because I want to put an end to this. This is the official translation from Shueisha's summary of the manga. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After saving Earth, aliens have taken up residence with the humans in Japan. Nomomoto, a factory worker, Nomomoto, a factory worker with an abusive alien boss, one day meets Kitami, who tells her his own family was killed by aliens.
Okay.
So Nomomoto is woman, Kitami guy.
Yeah. So I was realizing that as I was reading this, that I think I've assumed this was Kitami the whole time until tonight as I was reading it. So I think this losing her factory job is about Nomomoto, and then because they just didn't phrase it well, because it's like comma, then it's like after doing this, Kitami truly lets his gloves off because now they're talking about Kitami instead of Nomomoto. Anyway, this manga is disturbing in a very bad way. In a world where we have In a world where we have hate against foreign people and refugees, all the allegories that the main characters use towards the aliens sound very relatable to the dynamics of our own world. Not good at all. Oh, art can't
Oh my
imitate
God.
life.
You mean it's relatable? You mean it's
No,
actually happening? People actually.
The problem isn't that art imitates
bosses?
life. The problem is we can't have art that imitates life and can be used by people we don't like to make a point. That's the problem. If the people we don't like this thing, then we must also not like it.
Yeah. Counter-reactionary individuals. Their identity is based on opposing things that the people they dislike like. This person says, manga about aliens coming to steal jobs, hating term partner, and conspiracy theories, which will be justified within story? Yeah, unless main characters will actually be bad guys in the story, this is an awful manga. This one says, oh, wow, this sucks. There's like thinly veiled racism, and they hate it when people use neutral terms? Yeah, this sucks. Why the fuck are you so fixated on that?
It's just like the girlfriend referring to the boyfriend as partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's like her not, locking in on calling him a boyfriend.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
did we?
Like it's open, like it makes it open ended, like she's not in a relationship. It sounds like.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me is partner means it was a euphemism for gay relationship.
Yeah.
So now when
But this
straight
isn't a
people
gay
use it,
relationship.
But that's not what's happening here. Yeah.
Yeah.
what? No,
Yeah.
hold
So
on.
the
What
relationship.
Therese?
Yes. We're all on the same page.
The relationship is a straight relationship. They're saying partner.
Yeah, which is dumb.
Partner generally refers to gay
Gay
or
relationship.
had
Yeah.
generally referred.
So
now
looking
it's-
past that, what other reason would be other than that I could think of was she's not. Oh yeah, she's my girlfriend. I was like, yeah, we're partners. Like we're not actually. It sounds like she's not.
Reese, I don't think you understand.
Okay.
I don't know.
No,
Maybe
no,
you do.
I do.
What
I
happened
do.
in the comic was she walked up to a girl, and the girl said, "This person over here, this alien, is my partner." And then the drama queen girl.
No. What happened is
That's what happened. What do you mean? No.
Nomomoto got hit in the face by a
That's
male
relevant to the
alien.
conversation.
Male alien.
Yeah.
It is.
Male alien, right? And you elbowed me in the face when you turned around, Huh? Who the heck are you? You trying to falsely accuse me? And then the girlfriend says, please excuse my partner, accept my apology instead.
Yeah.
Right? So this is like literally they've taken a pet peeve and blown it into a hate crime.
And so the other girl is calling the alien her partner, which is generally a term that was for same-sex relationships.
It's not.
This obviously is not.
See, this
So
is
that
the problem.
should not-
This is the problem. It is not a term used for LGBTQ people. It is a term that has been adopted by LGBTQ people. And because they now think they hold ownership over the word, when it's used in this way and treated
in a heterosexual way,
when it's treated as a
so they could
as a
literally just
pet
be
peeve.
partners. They could literally just be partners at work, partnered up.
That's
And
my
not
pet
actually-
peeve with it. Actually, I hate both parts of it.
Yeah,
I hate when straight people use it because it's like when you use it referring to a straight person. Now I'm thinking like, are you gay or is this like a business partner situation?
or are you trans?
That's what I'm
right?
saying. Like they're not like actively not saying boyfriend, which makes it sound like you're actually in a romantic relationship.
Let me try to articulate this.
I don't
for a
think
minute.
people typically
Hold
look
up.
at it that way,
It
Reese.
sounds to me, if a person refers to their spouse as their partner in this sort of context, it seems to diminish the intimacy of the term by referring to them in a way that has more ambiguity.
Yeah.
And I interpret this panel here, pardon.
Like she's not 100% on board with it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I interpret this panel here as Nomomoto has a pet peeve for this minor thing, and it's just like they're in an irritated mood because they just got a bloody nose from this alien's elbow, and so they're kind of pissed off. So now minor things that are their pet peeve are now also equally pissing them off because they're in a bad mood. And so in this situation, like, it's not unheard of for a straight couple to refer to each other as their partner, but in this context, it seems to diminish the level of intimacy to a point that almost seems like when you can't refer to somebody as your girlfriend, or she can't refer to you as their boyfriend. And so they choose a different word. Like we were talking about earlier when we were describing like how we have like a billion ways to say sex. Like it's a phrase nobody wants to, like, people talk about something all the time using a language that is specifically designed to not be the more straightforward way of saying it. That's what I'm reading here with partner, is that they're avoiding, like, the pet peeve comes from the concept of, why the hell are you using such an obscure word when
say it
the
like
more
say it as this,
as if to try to distance yourself from the scenario, right?
That's what
It
I'm
could
trying
just
to
be
say.
simply that person's in
That's
that
what I'm trying to
culture.
say.
Like, anyway, the point is, this isn't like a mistranslation necessarily. That's just the context of the.
This is an
panel.
accurate translation of the kanji used in the original Japanese.
It's just that the Englishes are pissed.
I think it's aikara, I think is the original term. But yes, so and this is what I'm getting at here, is that because the gay community has co-opted the term and used it in their own community, they now see this and alarm bells go off that this is a hate crime against them.
Well, because from their perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Allies would use the term partner as opposed to boyfriend or girlfriend to validate the gay use of the term partner.
And this right now is
and
an
so
example.
If you have a problem with it, you have a problem with gay people using the term
this
partner.
again is an example of when people take advantage of your kindness in order to control you.
I don't know, dude. I think that's the meaning of the panel.
Okay. We're gonna agree to disagree here. Okay. I think that this is merely a pet peeve, and the people who
is a pet peeve. I'm not disagreeing with that.
The people who are freaking out about it is entirely due to the fact that it could have been anything here, but because it's the word partner and they feel some sort of ownership over it, now they feel like it's a direct attack on them. And
I think there's an attack on them.
And let's be honest, by calling it Drama Queen, you ensured that the most flamboyantly gay people are going to start reading it.
Just on the title.
Just on the title alone, they're like, "It's for me."
Well, or I should correct myself. I don't think it's an attack on them, but I think it's an attack on the custom of calling the person partner. Like, just say boyfriend, girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm. So this last person here says, "Yeah, this is just an anti-immigration manga. It screams far right with the conspiracy theories, xenophobia, dislike of mixed race couples, dislike of non-gendered speak, etc. And in an unfortunate move that has become far too common in recent years." Yeah, I find this kind of funny, actually, this concept here of mixed race couples, right?
Do you guys remember the term significant other?
Yeah.
That was the other gender neutral term, right? Before partner kind of went off.
So we're I mean, on a small tangent. I got a call at the house. We got a call at the house like a week or two ago. I pick up, obviously, somebody is Mr. my dad there? No. Are you his better half? I was like, better half. The term
isn't
better
that
half.
what you do as like a self-deprecating way of saying she's my better half, as in
like when we were looking at the War of the Rohirrim thing last podcast, and they're like, "Is this a sign that she enjoys the company of the fairer sex?" Right, that women are the better half, the fairer sex kind of terminology.
The woman supremacy speak.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
I'm just like the term better half.
You're leaving me on the edge of my seat here with how did you answer? Did you tell them to go fuck themselves?
I told her that she hasn't existed for over 30 years. Son. Fuck us.
Listen here, lady. Like just trying to put on
his worst half.
It was a guy saying
just the worst half here.
Listen here, bucko. Wouldn't that be so fucking funny?
Here, bucko.
Hold on, no. You should start doing that. Whenever somebody misgenders you, Reese, you should just treat them as though they're a woman. Whenever somebody, like, for example,
listen here, miss. I'm not a girl.
A couple podcasts ago, Luigi referred to you as her. Right, you should just start referring to Luigi as a woman from now on, right? Like generally speaking, like if somebody makes that mistake, you should just be doing that to them. They're like, oh, I don't know why you think I'm a lady. I'm actually a guy. Like, yeah, so am I, jackass. You know, like I don't know why you assumed. You know,
if you actually knew me, you would fucking know.
How about that? You know. Anyway, so and in an unfortunate move that has become far too common in recent years, in apparent response to this backlash, the Manga Plus team opted to edit Drama Queen's first chapter to be less offensive. Upon the release of the series' third chapter on December 15th, fans noticed that the dialogue exchange between Nomomoto and a woman whose alien partner had accidentally elbowed the protagonist in the face was no longer the same as it had been just a day prior. So this is the old one. No, this is the part where the original part. And then this is the old one, right? In Manga Plus's initial and far more accurate to the Japanese source material localization, the alien's girlfriend apologizes to Nomomoto saying, quote, "Excuse my partner. Please accept my apology in his stead."
Is that a single word there, or like,
what?
Jesus?
Far more accurate to the Japanese source material?
Yeah, one word, right?
Well, it's hyphenated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means it's one word, right? Hyphenated words count as one word.
I think in this case they're linking it together to make a point, but yes. Please accept my apology in his stead. After receiving this apology, Nomomoto then stomps off angrily, ranting to herself, "Freaking aliens, they never apologize. I hope they all die. I hate them, just like I hate women who call their boyfriends their partner." But in the altered version, the word instead states, "Excuse my partner in crime." Yeah. Wow. Cringe me
People
to death.
Definitely refer to someone as my partner in crime, unironically.
Please accept my apology in his stead. Honestly, come up with literally any other pet name. Any other one. Please excuse my schmoopsy poo. Like that. Anything else. Partner in crime. In the context of this.
Hold on.
Pardon my butt buddy over here.
These aliens are blobs or something, right? I thought you were saying
they're sluggish looking things.
They look like this.
I was just saying.
I mean, we're literally looking at a picture of one. Like,
I can't. Yeah, I can't tell what they're made out. Like, I thought you were talking like they were blobby or something.
They're just kind of like amorphous. Like
whatever.
Anyway.
Whatever. Never mind.
They're good night poon looking asses.
Sort of.
Continue.
After receiving his apology, Nomomoto then and ranting to himself, "Freaking aliens." Oh no, wait, I skipped this one. This one right here. But in the altered version, say, "Please accept my apology for my excuse my partner in crime. Please accept my apology in his stead." In turn, the new version also changed Nomomoto's proclamation, with the angry woman now yelling, "I hate him, just like I hate women who use pet names for their boyfriends." Thus, rather than being mad at the use of the term partner to refer to one's significant other, Nomomoto is instead depicting as being angry at anyone who refers to them using a cutesy nickname like partner in crime.
Which isn't even a cutesy nickname.
Context.
No, fucking cringe.
Especially after you commit a crime of assaulting him.
Her.
Yes, her. In this case, yeah. All right. Exclusive. Industry Insider provides insight into Drama Queen post-release dialogue edit. Suggests the change request could be from Manga Plus, or it could be from the client publishing on the service. So in the aftermath, the discovery that the translation team responsible for Shueisha's Manga Plus app had made a post-release edit to Kuraku Ichikawa's controversial debut series Drama Queen, an industry insider has reached out to Bounding Into Comics to provide his exclusive insight into the decision. Skipping over all this is basically all the stuff we just looked at regarding changing partner to partner in crime. As speculation surrounding the bizarre change continues to circulate on social media, an industry insider who not only knows the Drama Queen translator, but also works for the same company, reached out to Bounding Into Comics to provide additional context on the situation as well as the localization process. So the manga translator said, quote, I know the translator involved and the company they work for. I can tell you that the changes were not the decision of the translator. This would have been a request from the client. I don't know who that is. Might be another middle firm, Japanese publisher, or a U.S. branch, etc., and not from the company contracted to do the translation and typesetting. I do work for that translation company, and a key internal guideline is that the translation must faithfully reflect the Japanese, which was true of the originally published translation. So Bounding Into Comics replied, the majority of Manga Plus localizations are contracted to Metabang, but the Drama Queen localization seems to be a different company.
Maybe that's why it was accurate, unlike One Piece.
So the translator says there's quite a few companies translating manga, several of which end up working on the same series. One will do the initial translation, another the QA check, meaning quality assurance, and so forth. But I couldn't say if that's the case here. But the key point is the original translation, the one closer to the Japanese, was done in line with internal guidelines for that specific company. The change coming after publication and being against the internal guidelines in terms of faithfulness tells me the request came from outside the company the translator/typesetter works for. At the end of the day, the client has final say. If the translating company speaks out against that, there's always the risk of losing the client, and no one wants to lose a client. Bounding Into Comics asks who at Manga Plus would request the translation change. The translator says that's the thing. The change request could be from Manga Plus, or it could be from the client publishing on the service. Either way, it's troubling that such a demand will be made after publication. It doesn't look good for anyone, and it ruins the story.
I don't know why people would think that it would be the translator that like
hold it.
Yeah, like the person who physically translated it, I can't imagine they would have any
access to their servers and all that stuff.
Yeah, like I can't.
Have you not noticed the amount of idiocy we've explored tonight with people? Like, I think. While I agree with you, it's an absurd thing to think. I have learned that you cannot underestimate the idiocy of people.
I mean, maybe they think that because it had to be retranslated in a different way, so it's like, well, who translated it in a different way? So they just think it's the same guy.
Well, it might be the same guy, but like it's not. Yeah. It wasn't his decision or their decision to change it.
I think
if they put out the translation as a one way in the first place. Right? They wouldn't then say, well, people are upset. As a lowly translator, I'm going to go to Shueisha or Manga Plus and be like, actually, give me the page back. I want to change it because people on Twitter are mad at me. That's never going to happen. So obviously the request to change is going to come from higher up and tell the translator, no, you need to go back and change this. It's never going to be the translator that's like, give me a second shot at it. People are angry at me on Twitter. Like, that's not going to happen.
They'll never admit they fucked up or did this intentionally.
I don't understand your comment in the context of what I just said.
Old man says only cowboys and old black and white westerns call people partner, as in howdy partner. Said with the southern drawl.
That's just everybody, right? Everybody's partner there.
Were you referring to me, Randy?
Yeah.
I said like the translators will never admit they were wrong or admit that they intentionally did.
Well, but he intentionally did it correct. This isn't the case of like a woke translator
Yeah.
subverting shit. This is a case of they did it correct the first time, and then something changed it. Something went back and changed it to not correct.
Yeah, whoever changed it.
Yeah. But and like the way this article is worded, it implies that like there was a possibility it was the original translator.
Yeah.
Which that's super unlikely that they would ever have the ability to even go and change their own work.
It is absurd to think that you would give the individual translators who work to translate things for your app the back-end access to go in and retroactively swap out one translation for the other. Like that would be something that you would request, that they would then do the job, then you would approve it, then another team would handle swapping out those pages or whatever. Like it's absurd to think that somebody would have back-end access like that. It's not like, for example, an individual writer for Bounding into Comics could notice a typo if they watch the OCA podcast and I ream them repeatedly for fucking stuff up, and then go back and fix it on their article. But if you had like, a huge company that has multiple different sub companies submitting articles to it, then that's going to have some form of gatekeeper for the in order to prevent you from going in and editing other people's work and whatnot, so that you can't just go in.
It'd be like saying there was some problem with the movie, so the storyboard artist must have gone and changed this scene in the movie and fixed the movie. And so 2 weeks after release in theaters, all the new prints now have this change that the storyboard artist must have changed. Like, it would never happen.
And the funniest thing about this is that, like, if people are having such big problems with the story, you changing the translation of what was said doesn't change what was said, right? And the funny thing about this is that they can't even substantially change the part people really have issues with, which is the anti-immigration sentiment. Like, unless you were to completely throw every speech bubble out the window and try to rewrite it so that there was justification as to why they were angry and started killing the fucking aliens, like you localize it to draw the Hitler mustache on all the aliens so that you could.
Well, I mean, there'd be a very simple solution to that. If in episode 1 or chapter 1 they went back and added
the factory boss was trying to rape her or something.
No, even simpler. All they'd have to do is rewrite the first couple bubbles to say the aliens pretended to save planet Earth after they sent the asteroid, and so it was a false flag situation.
I think it's easier to just write the aliens lit fire to the Reichstag, right? All right. So they said, my suggestion would be to reach out to the author through whichever public channels they have, politely making them aware of the change and how it's damaging the story. Can't say it will get the changes reverted, but at least they'd be made aware as a part of the audience is not getting what the author wrote. No, the entirety of the English-speaking audience is not getting what you wrote now. Yeah. Not just a part of it. A part of it is going to like fuck off and pretend that it's better now because it doesn't trigger them with the use of a word that they co-opted and think belongs to them, and therefore that it was intentional.
And they're still not going to read the following chapters anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. None of the people who commented before are going to read chapter 2 unless it's to beat off to angrily, which is so.
I changed this. I was part of this.
Yeah,
and it also in terms of like artistic expression, right? Changing the thing from like, oh, this character has an issue with pet names is like a generic, okay, this character has issues with pet names. That's a little quirk they have. Whereas if it,
I hope there are no pet names used later that don't trigger them.
Yeah, that too.
I hope that Nomomoto and Kitami never start dating, and Kitami refers to Nomomoto or vice versa with pet names. I really fucking hope that doesn't happen. You really wrote yourself into a corner here.
Whereas what the character actually said was they have a problem with you calling your significant other a partner. That's a criticism of current politically correct language right now.
I don't
right?
even think that's what it is. Like, I think it is just simply something that irks them. I don't think it has anything to do with it being politically correct. I think it is just like a term, like, for example, there are certain terms people just don't like. Like, for example, the term moist. A lot of people don't like that word. They don't like
for
to
moist
hear that word.
critical.
Yeah. So, and they're just like certain things where it's like, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but like where some minor thing bugs the shit out of you, right?
Okay. I get what you're saying. We have context though of current day. And so in another scenario, maybe I could say if there's other context that says, oh, and there's other context in the fact that, current day, this also is currently having a say on clearly on immigration. And so I don't think that it's just like, well, let me make them mad at something. Oh, this is the perfect thing. I think there's intent there. Now, if there isn't, that's possible. But I think the context of what we know currently would sway to it was intentional. It seems to be a critique of current, like, politically correct Western narratives. As the rest of the manga seems to be that as well, so far. Now, maybe context changes that, but I don't know.
From what I've read of it so far, it just doesn't hit that way for me. But we can continue to cover it and see where we go.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, if they turn around and they start saying, like, I have a problem with people that get offended over every little thing. If that ever happens, right, then we can go back and say, well, there's more evidence that this seems to be a critique on, Western politically correct
I hate
culture.
when people race swap Japanese characters.
Yeah, if that kind of stuff, if that ever gets brought up in the next, chapters, then it'll cement that this is the case.
Yeah, and just note that the actual Japanese did not say, I hate when Japanese people date foreigners from alien planet. Like, it didn't say any of that shit. They're literally ascribing motive on the interracial couple thing and all that stuff. It's like the literal problem that the character had was the pet peeve on the word partner.
Well, no one's. Did they? Okay, I haven't read this.
In the previous article, one of the comments from people decrying it was talking about.
I know. Yeah. I know that person was bitching about it, but I'm saying I haven't read the chapter. Okay, I honestly from chapter, because I don't like keeping up with current stuff. I want to give it time. It does look interesting. I'm interested in if it gets an anime, definitely watching it. But well, unless it turns out that the manga turns to shit, but
or it gets horribly localized in the
My question is, does the main character ever bring up the fact that they're interracial couple? Is that ever like addressed through the character? If some random on Twitter is like, "Oh, blah blah blah," I don't give a shit. But if it's not said in the context of the manga itself, if the manga doesn't go out of the way to say this is bad, then I wouldn't say that the manga is trying to say it's bad. But there's definitely an anti-immigration sentiment that's there, and if it's not intended.
This sort of made me think of this. So there was a girl when I was in high school that really rubbed me the wrong way, who happened to be black, right? And this person had like the stereotypical black attitude for women, right? And quite frankly, it has very much turned me off to most black women that I meet, right? Like, just generally speaking, I've met a couple that I thought were really good people, but my general sentiment of the overall concept of black women has largely been tainted by this one individual who was insufferable, right? So in my mind, this is the irony here, is that, like, I don't have a problem with black people, but I do have a little bit of a prejudice on black women before I meet them, that obviously I've experienced many in the past now who have proven to not be a insufferable bitch. But in this situation, I find it kind of funny because it's like, look at the reason the person would have the problem is not because it's an interracial couple. It's because it's an interracial couple, and the one person is the thing that they hate, which is the
we don't even know if they have a problem with the couple.
No,
The
but
only voice was that they have a problem with the word.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that the reason they would have a problem is because they hate the alien, and therefore, because they hate the alien, that would be an issue with the like, just generally, that it's the fact that it's an alien to begin with. So what I'm getting at here is, like, I was thinking about this as I was
this isn't a hypothetical that they would even have an issue with the fact that they're different races. We don't even know if
it's not about that. It's not about the fact that, so what I guess you could say, if you could swap out the like, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, that we know for a fact that the woman saying, "Please excuse my partner," is Japanese, right? Because the story takes place here. That's where the aliens went and everything, right? So let's just say that person is definitely Japanese. Now let's swap out the alien with a Filipino guy or a Mexican or literally anything else, right? There's not necessarily going to be a problem. The character's probably not going to have an issue with the quote unquote interracial couple. If they do have an issue with the couple to begin with, it's because the individual that happens to be the male in the relationship is the alien that they despise. Right. So as I was reading their sort of spiel there, I was thinking about this individual that I really disliked from high school, and thinking, like, the irony here is that I don't have a problem with this concept of the interracial couple, because I would actually be less offended with the black guy dating a woman of any other race, because personally, again, the prejudice on that regard.
Well,
right?
I'm glad you divulged that. And
yeah, so I understand what you're saying. I'm just gonna reiterate that as far as I know, so far, we have no idea if this character does have an issue with interracial couple.
Right.
And that may or may not become a plot point in the future, but so far we do not know. The only thing is, we know that they have a problem with the aliens, and we have a problem with the one woman using the term partner.
Right.
And whether or not the intent of that being a critique on immigration in Japan or politically correct culture and changing of words and stuff, well, we don't know, but we can make some educated guesses based on the time frame of when this is released and what's going on in the world today. Now, I also don't like when people take way too much liberty with that, and then we have like 700-word essays on why the drape in the background of a movie was red, and all the symbolism of why that one color was red in one random scene. It's like, maybe they just had a red curtain when they chose to film the scene,
Yeah, like how I complain about how, Ava has all this symbolism. It's like, he probably just threw a cross there. He called that guy Adam. He called that guy whatever. Like, it's like, I don't think that it's as deep as it comes.
Definitely don't read my Attack on Titan tweets.
Oh, I saw some, and I'm just like, good God.
Anyway, so yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is that the hatred of the alien supersedes the situation, so that if there is to be derived a interracial relationship that they don't approve of, it's less about the fact that it's an interracial relationship and just happens to be because the person that they already dislike is one of the partners in the relationship.
Well, anyway, I mean, it would depend on the person. Like, I could see someone having that opinion, whether it be right or wrong, on both sides. Like, yes, one could be prejudiced on interracial couples because they don't like that specific or one half of the specific couple, or they could just not like mixing bloods because they're prejudiced in that way, and they're like, oh, every silo has to be pure. These are ideas that people hold, but we have no clue whether this manga is going to espouse either of those opinions, because as far as we know, they have not espoused either. So
Sure. True. Okay, so Bounding of Comics asks, could the source of the change be from a minority of complaints on social media or the Manga Plus comment section? The translator says, I couldn't say one way or the other with any certainty, but in this day and age, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. The question is, has it happened before? Bounding in the Comics says, I've been covering Manga Plus exclusive series since 2019. I've never seen anything like this happen. The translator says, at a guess then, someone at the publisher or at Manga Plus saw the drama doing rounds, example, pieces on Screen Rant, etc., and panicked. The company doing the translation wouldn't have the power to force such a change after publication. Meaning once you sent it back to Japan or whatever, and they put it in there, you wouldn't be able to say, hey, by the way, this is a better translation now or whatever, especially when it's not.
Yeah.
Bannon Comics says, proponents for this change argued that the alteration was done due to readers interpreting Nomomoto's dialogue as the author taking a jab at LGBT inclusive language. Thing is, even straight people refer to their partner as partner at times. So the whole
but they
thing
do
is
so to
validate their
validate the gay.
I don't think
allyship.
so. I see. This is the concept of you were referring to the other term, such as significant other. The reason that straight people use the term partner to refer to each other is usually not in the case of a person referring to their partner. It's usually in the case of a person referring to the proverbial partner of people, regardless if they're straight. Right? When you're talking about somebody's significant other, you're using that in the same way that you use the term they to refer to a proverbial person rather than a literal person.
Than a gendered one.
Someone could use the term partner to say, bring your partner, like we're inviting both you and your partner on the guest list, like whatever.
Yes.
But like, and that would be a gender neutral term for your significant other or whatever. Because we do have terms like boyfriend and girlfriend, we don't really have like a other friend, right? Or a they friend.
Azizer friend.
Yeah. So that would make sense. But in this scenario that we're looking at right now, it's the second person experience of that word. So you have now
and this is why I'm saying
baked in by the girls using the term.
And this is why I'm saying that I understand the pet peeve aspect of it, of going out of your way to use a weird term, regardless if the reason you're using it is to be some fucking ally. That's retarded. I don't think that matters. I'm saying that the irritation comes from the choice of using weird words. For example,
but that's fine. But the intent of the author giving that perspective, I would say, is more likely leaning to a critique of the culture that is current where that word is used, and not, I just need this person to be pissed off at something small right now.
Sure. I don't know. We could put it to bed after this.
Yes, please. Let's not get too stuck on intense. That's
I'm just
not
saying,
the
like,
important thing at hand.
I'm interpreting this differently than you are. Okay, and that's fine. It's okay for us to be interpreting it differently. But for me, when I was living in Arizona, I went to that men's group for a while with a guy in my neighborhood, and he brought in a former employee who was a younger guy, and this guy was talking about he uses a term all the time in his family, and it's something really strange that even hearing him describe it irritated me, where he said he uses a term when he's asking for something where he would say, by chance, could you grab me that soda? Like, and it's like,
I hate the term y'all, all right?
Yeah.
It bugs the shit out of me. Whenever I hear, I hate the Southern accent being used in anime for Okinawan accents, okay? That bugs the shit out of me. But there's no point in me just bringing that up in chapter 1 of a manga that's like, oh, let me give this character a weird quirk in chapter 1 of an otherwise political slanted anime, where I'm just going to have him say, oh, this is a weird pet peeve, unrelated to anything.
Yes,
But why?
but what
What
I'm
is the purpose
suggesting
of that
is that-
character
is that when
voicing
you
that
have a minor pet
pet peeve?
peeve, when this is the reason, because the individual that I'm referring to would use the term, by chance would you grab me that soda, or by chance could you it's just
There's
something that he
100%
would say.
chance.
They're trying
Right?
to say like if it's no inconvenience.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say, but the way that he was actually saying it sounded retarded.
Could I
to me.
trouble you for?
But I'm not gonna storm him off and be like, that fucking retard. You know what I mean? But in the situation where something that already is set me off or triggered me, and then I hear somebody use that term, you might go off on them because it's a pet peeve. It's something that you control, and it's you let it slide. It's like it irritates you, but not enough to evoke action out of you. But if something else already evokes action out of you, and then the pet peeve occurs, and that's what I think is happening in the situation.
Yeah.
You see them storming off, ranting about how much they hate something, and in reality, it's a small degree. But because
normally
of
it'd be like normally they would just rinse at it.
I agree that a person can be overly upset about something small and trivial when they are in an otherwise agitated state from something else, as a hit in the face, or hey, this is person that I don't like right there, I really hate them, and now I'm going to let some small pet peeve piss me off. But
like
voicing what that pet peeve is there's no plot context, as far as I know, for voicing, well, I have this one random pet peeve.
I don't know.
Unless it's a critique of the political state right now.
Mm.
I don't see the purpose. And it's possible there is no purpose other than, well, I just need some random pet peeve so that they can storm away, even though they were going to storm away anyway because they got hit in the face. I just don't see what purpose is there in adding that couple panels, if not the author voicing their own issue with that word. And why would their author have an issue with that word if it's not in the context of how it's being used today?
So this to me is going to the thing you were talking about, like, the reason the drapes are red, right? Is that it could have been literally anything, and it just so happened the innocuous thing that was chosen is now being ascribed a greater motive.
And like I said, it could be, but we have context of other things in the story that would lean me to believe that it is a criticism of...
If we read an article next week where they gay bash 2 gay aliens, absolutely I'll concede this point. But I don't see that happening. Okay, but
if this was a manga of like 2 people just working at if this was what was that the blood one where there were like blood people, cells at work. If this was cells at work and there was no like political overtones at all about, aliens and immigration and whatever, and they randomly just said, wow, I hate when people use the term partner, maybe I would agree there might not be any political slant to that. But considering the rest of the manga is politically charged, I'm going to assume that this one instance of them complaining about the word is equally politically charged.
And if you try and think of it, if they pull the fast one on us and it's actually the opposite by the end, the angle would be that this person actually very much loves that fact that you can say partner and be an ally to your buddy and validate them.
If this is the the
they're like,
subversion,
what would some dickhead that I hate say? It's like,
exactly.
They complain about a partner. Yeah,
if this is a subversion, then it is exactly something that they would want to add as a negative aspect to the character that would eventually get shown as being wrong, right?
Which, for the record, if that's the case, they're doing a pretty damn good job at like writing it in that way instead of just, I don't know, what would you say? Because I guess you could say it would represent the other side of that argument, I guess you could say.
Hold on.
Are co-hosts the same as a partner? Yeah, just imagine that's the anime adaptation version. Is like, sorry for my co-host. He was just funny and hit you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you take this co-host as your lawfully wedded co-host?
Do you take this they/them as your lawfully wedded co-host? That's
will you promise to co-host your marriage together forever and always?
Hold on.
Through super chats and no super chats.
Through super chats and super droughts.
Wink, wink, chat.
Through subscribers and no subscribers.
Through monetization and non-monetization.
Ugh, can't add
Bruce
that.
Simpson brokies.
Are you asking ChatGPT what's the likelihood of it being
No,
political?
I'm curious about, because it's a specific word, and it's aikata is not really utilized for romantic partners so much. Like it's such a weird concept because we've already addressed so much of it. Like the word partner, you times will see in cop dramas. The police refer to their partner, and there'll be a moment where they think they're referring to their romantic partner, their gay lover. Like, this is my partner. It's like, no. I'm a police officer. This is my partner in the squad car, kind of thing, right?
I must not watch enough of those.
It happens occasionally in different police dramas. So the actual translation is so it's confusing, okay? Because the word is aikata, but it's not using the kanji for I that you would think of for a romantic partner, which would be the kanji for love. It uses a different kanji, and it refers to a partner or counterpart. They're saying here on ChatGPT, originally used in context like manzai comedy, a traditional form of Japanese stand-up comedy where it referred to one's comedic partner. In broader context, it can mean a partner in a team, business, or activity. In modern usage, what?
Did you look up the original kanji and katakana?
Yes, I have it from the
Is
Japanese.
It the same kanji between both panels, like the top and the bottom?
Here you go.
I just want to make sure that you didn't ask.
No,
okay.
This is the kanji right here, aikata. Right.
When they call their boyfriends their partner in crime?
No, this is for the original.
Mm.
No. I'm saying
this is before it got changed.
Well, I'm saying the Japanese, like,
yes.
Is it in reference to, I hate when boyfriends, girl.
Hold on. Let me finish reading this. To you. So, in usage in romantic relationships, in modern usage, aikata can also refer to one's romantic partner. It carries a casual, neutral, or somewhat informal tone, making it less gendered or formal than terms like koibito, which means lover, which I wouldn't expect you to use. Like, nobody refers to their romantic partner as their lover.
Sorry, did my lover hit you just now?
And then they have another set of kanji here for husband and wife, right? Use among LGBTQ couples. Yes, aikata is often used by LGBTQ couples in Japan for several reasons. Neutrality, it's not gender specific, which suits relationships that might not align with traditional gender roles or expectations. Casualness, it avoids formal or conventional labels, which might feel restrictive. So here, let me put it this way. I'll finish reading it first so I don't cut it off in the middle. It avoids formal or conventional labels, which might feel restrictive or unsuitable for some LGBTQ individuals. Or subtlety, since aikata is not strictly tied to romantic context, it can be used in public without immediately disclosing the nature of the relationship, offering a degree of privacy. Although to me it seems like a deliberate choice of the word. You wouldn't refer to some random guy as your partner if it wasn't in some romantic context, unless you happen to be a police officer.
Hold on.
Or some kind of
So let me-
occupation.
so
that
The
might-
cool Tootsie says the drapes are red because the carpets are red.
So let me just address real quick. While I was reading that, it kind of clicked for me like a better example of a pet peeve would be when people use the term happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas. Right? Especially in the
it's more
context of
neutral.
people who celebrate Christmas, who you're at a fucking Christmas party and they're like, it's a holiday party. It's like, yeah, but we're doing it on Christmas Eve. Like, fuck you. Come on. Like shit like that. Like that would
I
be an
see a
example.
candelabra in here.
Okay,
that
what's
would
the
be
pet peeve? And what's the point?
That's what I'm saying is that when I'm reading this statement here, I hate women who
You can
call their
have a
boyfriend
pet
their
peeve
partner.
that is also a critique on the PC culture. Like that would be a critique on PC culture, is to say, if this character said, "Oh, I fucking hate when they don't say Merry Christmas," I would equally say, yeah, the author's probably being politically driven by adding that to the manga.
So what I was asking is, regardless of them putting partner there, it really doesn't matter if it's like a semi-neutral, there's like a gray area. The text leading up to it, if it says, I hate when they call their boyfriends whatever the word is, like that kind of says, okay, that's the context. They're saying I'm neutralizing boyfriend to this word, whether it's my police partner, my partner in crime, or whatever. All right, so it doesn't really matter if that specific word is
Okay, here's another example, and then we're gonna move past this because fuck me, this topic. When people refer to a fetus as a clump of cells, for example, like the diminishing tone of it in order to minimize the responsibilities surrounding it. That's what I would argue is. That's what I
All
would
of these
argue
examples are just further examples.
I get that.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to articulate is that it's not so much specifically the political correctness of it, as it is the diminishing nature of the guarded language. And that's why I'm suggesting the pet peeve thing. Let's move past this. We can come back to this another time. So proponents of this change argue that the alteration was done due to the readers interpreting Nomomoto's dialogue as the author taking a jab at LGBT inclusive language. The translator says, the thing is, even straight people refer to their partner as a partner at times. So the whole thing is stupid. It all boils down to the usual crowd looking for something to be offended by. And as usual, someone made the decision to appease them. The result is a rushed fix that makes even less sense, and people get a worse overall experience thanks to people who are never going to read the work anyway. I don't agree with the original translation being flawed or that partner was misleading. Even dictionaries use it when with the meaning of a romantic partner. Given time, a better alternative may have been found.
That's a stupid argument. What the fuck? What's quoting this? Is this still quoting the random translator?
Yes, this is the translator.
That's an idiotic argument. Obviously, the dictionary is going to say that
it's going to give you
romantic,
all of
because people use it that way. Like, anyway,
given time, a better alternative.
So far, this translator seems to be a good person. I'm just saying that argument was stupid.
Given time, a better alternative may have been found. But for things like this, translators generally only have a few days, which isn't enough time to put in such consideration.
AC is examining the word partner like Jordan Peterson debating the word faith in reference to faith in God.
Yes. I am anal retentive. Thank you. Next time,
my pet peeve is when we have hyper autistic detail on the smallest of things.
Is that a critique on the podcast, or is that just a pet peeve that you have?
It's just a
and
pet
you don't
peeve.
need... Oh, okay, that's good to know. At least we can ask you, so we don't have to guess.
Hold up, you gotta have my translator real quick.
All right. You kill them and I'll eat them until we're rid of them. That's all just a pipe dream. Think about it. And that's the end of the article. We wasted all that time.
Finally.
You went so far on the topic that you missed the comments. Well, I feel like if he addressed your comments, would be even further off topic.
Is this the last thing in manga?
Yes.
No, I'm here. I'm just.
AC is
Slipping.
doing a PhD thesis on the Japanese for partners to.
So before we get out of the
Doctor Anime Collector right here.
You're right. I do need it. Edit name.
Anime collector PhD.
Dr. Anime Collector PhD. There you go.
So unrelated to this, and just while we're still, I just noticed this in Enamel. Did we cover that the author for How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift is also the author of Kengan Ashura?
I think we did.
I was
it's
like,
the author, not the artist.
Yeah, the author.
Right. Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I can't wait till there's a Kengan Ashura Blu-ray on the horizon, right? All right. Anyway, let's move past this. All right. So pace is about to pick up pretty dramatically. Yay! Let me just pull up the videos we're gonna be watching. All right, a little bit of news here. Zenless Zone Zero update 1.4 launched in December, bringing with it new characters, PS5 Pro support, and more. That's not all it brought with it. We also got, so you can enjoy the sky.
Yeah, get fucked. Can't look at shorts anymore. Damn it.
All right. Now, fortunately, due to the outrage, because sometimes it is warranted to complain, Zenless Zone Zero immediately undoes the change that stopped you from seeing girl butts.
Yes.
Or
power to the people.
Or, as PC Gamer phrased it, Gooner 9/11 averted.
Yes.
Communication technology is rolled back in the face of horny outrage. Oh boy!
I mean, you don't have to be horny to appreciate a cute butt.
Oh, yeah. All right. So, in the video games industry, they laid off approximately 25,000 employees between 2023 and 2024. You know who didn't? Nintendo, the only major gaming company without layoffs in 2024. However, Hyperdimensional Neptunia remake trilogy and latest Death End Request entry denied Switch release because the contents did not comply with Nintendo guidelines.
So it's going to be faithful, is what you're saying.
If they can get it on after editing it or whatever.
Well, they're not going to go on the Switch because they couldn't. They're too spicy, I guess. I don't know.
That
anyway,
just means the other consoles will have the glory.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have articles about how they've censored it yet, but allegedly, as we're going to continue here. So there's like 7 of these games. One of them is like a Senran Kagura crossover and stuff, and one of them, Neptunia Riders versus Dagus, I'm guessing that's how you pronounce that, did come to the Switch, but Nintendo cut the swimsuit DLC for it, but the PlayStation one is unaffected. So
Switch
like,
is the platform that has the exclusive Senran Kagura game that researched those breast physics, though, for the HD Rumble. I don't get it.
What world am I living in all of a sudden? I'm in like Bizarro land that now Sony is allowing for this shit, and Nintendo is like getting all squeamish on it.
They're going back to classic Nintendo.
Yeah. Continuing from here, just rounding out things here on the first day of 2025, trying to stay up to date on all the shit that I want to close. Ubisoft financial turmoil points towards an imminent bankruptcy in 2025. We haven't covered this yet, but X-Defiant executive producer claimed Ubisoft had no plans to shut down after season 4, but admits the numbers are down. What's this? Ubisoft officially shutting down X-Defiant after barely 6 months, promises refunds for Ultimate Founders Pack and purchases made in the last month. Now, look, it's a little bit more dire than that. Let me read it from Vera Dark's perspective here. She was reporting on this. Ubisoft's Mark Rubin denies claims of an XDefiant shutdown. XDefiant is officially shutting down. 2 months. That's how long it took for them to say they were definitely not going to shut down to we've shut down. Ubisoft value tanks. Market cap dropped 85% from 2021 to 2025. Ubisoft launches a Blood Dragon spin-off featuring Rayman, but it's an NFT game. So if you're wondering if they could hold on to that remaining 15%, I'm just thinking probably not. All right. Dragon Age, the Veilguard devs reflect on game's release, say they are quite proud of the critical reception, but admit the sales are struggling.
Well, it's a good thing the critics have been chilled off, the ones that are allowed to get the early access. So
yeah, well, BioWare has released the incredible character creator for free. To which Southern Critic says, please, for the love of God, play our game. Yeah. So honestly, if you were to play this free, like character creator thing.
This seems like the best option for your wife.
Yeah.
You could have just gotten that.
Yeah. No, but seriously, like my wife played, like we joked about it previously, but the day she started playing this game, we did a podcast. It was like 6 hours. I go upstairs. She's still in the character creator. And she's lamenting, I can't make her look cute. Like, I can't. She is only a goblin. That's all I can do. Right?
I have a question. Which penis did she choose in Baldur's Gate?
The not penis.
You didn't make interchangeable genitals on your character?
The bear penis.
I think you can, because in your camp you have like a mirror.
Can you give your character bear arms?
Bear arms. So, yeah, but seriously, like my wife was so frustrated by the end of the character creator that like all your like wanting to play the game immediately was.
This is way better.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
I love this.
Yeah, she's loving Baldur's Gate. Like that was a much better investment.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Anyway, so continuing.
We could do a co-op campaign.
Did they add
Let me figure it out first.
the crossplay yet?
Oh, I don't know.
I know there's cross saves.
Toxic echoes and unmet expectations. BioWare whistleblowers detail Veilguard's collapse. I'm not going to read this. You're welcome. The main director and creator of Warhorse Studios just cooked BioWare to well done. Daniel Vavra says, wow, 7-year-old game versus recent release, showing that Kingdom Come Deliverance, which was released again February 13, 2018, has more 24-hour peak players and significantly more all-time peak players than Dragon Age the Veilguard, and significantly more people playing right now, right? Kind of thing. The Dragon Age subreddit was not pleased with that being put in front of their faces. Like, this is so toxic and sad. You know why he doesn't care what you think? I read this and I thought, oh, might have to play some of these games. Said, learning the law, Manga Lawyer says, good luck trying to cancel the writer of Mafia and Kingdom Come Deliverance for mocking Dragon Age the Veilguard. Quote, I grew up in a communist country without the freedom of speech, without comic books, without Lego, without video games, without computers, without American movies. I couldn't even learn English at school. All this was considered to be capitalist evil and prohibited. And you know what? I never blamed Americans for being luckier than me. And here I am making games, doing the stuff I always wanted. People who have no qualifications at all to get a job are making loud claims that it's because their gender, sexuality, or beliefs, while the truth is that they are not able to code, write, or make art. Nobody dares to say the truth to them. Mm-hmm. So, but here's the thing, though. It's not just 7-year-old games that are trouncing Dragon Age. The horror game Me Side is about to break 1 million units sold, effectively making the two developers millionaires. It currently has more current players than Dragon Age: The Veilguard and other expensive new games combined. How much so? Dragon Age: The Veilguard 24-hour peak, 11,165. Me-side, 24-hour peak, 23,637. There are 2 developers on this game. 2. 2. How many years did it take for Dragon Age: The Veilguard to come out just a flop? Like these developers, like they said, they're now millionaires over the fact that they produced an indie game that absolutely dominated. Mark Kern had this to say: Tiny Indie Me-side is beating Concord and Dragon Age: The Veilguard, has 2 developers, and shows that AAA pundits are wrong. It's not a downturn in the market. It's a failure to give the market what it wants. Indies are killing it. AA is killing it. We've seen so many great examples in 2024. Game after game selling huge. Only AAA is failing. Sorry. $9 million in 2 weeks. Damn.
Dude, that screenshot where you saw what's it, Tash or whatever next to whatever her name is, just shows the massive contrast in like how hideous Tash is. Like the nose ring, bull ring, I should say, and everything.
Dragon Age: The Veilguard sales are far lower than reported. Insider sets record straight. So we previously reported, or I guess read the reporting from that Park Place, that the game had sold 3 million units. But they speculated at that Park Place. There's no confirmation as to whether or not that's actually the amount sold, or if that's what's been sold to retail, right? Well, a insider came in and said it is currently has less than 1.5 million copies sold to consumers, not retail. So that is a major disaster for us at BioWare, says the insider. Dragon Age: The Veilguard director points to hate campaign over the game's flaws to explain the abysmal failure, right? So Corinne Bush has just decided to blame gamers for the reason the game didn't do well. Wouldn't you know it? But we all know what it really was. We all know what it really was.
So I'm non-binary.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Right?
I love how the context leading up to it is no better. Like she literally just sits down unprovoked, says that.
Julie, why'd you stop playing Dragon Age: The Veilguard?
I can't stand her.
Yeah.
Is that your co-host you were talking to
Did
back
she
there?
just
Or sorry, your
misgender
partner?
them?
I will.
Wasn't there an
disrespect her.
article somewhere that said what was it, like one of the people that worked on like the original Mass Effect, I guess, like was a part of like the Dragon Age Veilguard team and like left after?
Oh, most of the team is gone.
Like, yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the last time I think you played Dragon Age. My wife is playing as an Antivan crow. And
Just a crow's head.
and so she got a like part of the thing you can get is like an actual bird head, is like a cosmetic thing. And it just was so poetic. Tasha's like, stupid birds. It's like, excuse me. Like, anyway,
Tosh can be bigoted, but
yeah,
you can't be.
Meanwhile, Time Magazine has named Dragon Age: The Veilguard the game of the year for its perfection.
Of course they did.
Yeah. And Inverse as Corinne Bush is the ruler of RPGs and conqueror of haters. Not budgets, though. Not conqueror of
Actually,
profits.
you sped past another part about the. They also had Lego Horizon up on that chart when it barely broke how many thousand? It had like really
it had
bad numbers.
Yeah, it had really bad numbers. Yeah.
Dragon Age: The Veilguard will not have any DLC or expansions as BioWare shifts focus to Mass Effect 5.
You mean
Mass
Mass
Effect
Effect 5?
Mass Effect 5 game director appears to already be doing damage control over Dragon Age the Veilguard's Backlash. Says game will keep photorealistic art style, or as reported by Bounding into Comics, maintain the mature tone of the original trilogy. So they are desperate for a win. And I don't have an article about this right now, but word on the street is there are massive last minute rewrites going into Mass Effect, trying to right the ship before they have to shutter the company over the fact that they have another game that's failing as hard as
How far along is the game?
I mean, they've been working on it for a good while.
I don't have any faith in Mass Effect 5 with just how Mass Effect Andromeda bombed.
Yeah, no, seriously. After Andromeda, the franchise is dead.
Yes.
You can't
My brother forgot that there was even that part where the Asari chick was like, "Oh yes, there's male Asari too," or whatever they identify as male too, or something stupid like that. Because Asari are a female only race, so it was just like they were already back then like just destroying the lore.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Okay. I am forcing myself to finally read this article. Sony just patented a PlayStation controller with a dedicated rewind button.
What?
It's a pretty short one, so we'll get through it quick. Sony seems to be experimenting with the idea of a PlayStation controller that has a dedicated rewind button, according to a recently published patent. The patent, spotted by Tech4Gamers, is for gameplay rewind technology that would activate when a user pressed a universal button on a controller during live gameplay. Just wait until they make it like a monetized thing where for every second you go back in time, you pay them a penny or something.
Oh no. Well, clearly this is just the journalist mode that they're adding to a controller.
The button would activate a mode where the user sees a series of image frames of live gameplay that they can then scroll through. Selecting one will allow the player to review their gameplay from that point. So maybe it's not like maybe it's not a rewinding gameplay. It's just a rewinding a recording of your gameplay. So you can actually see it. You can't actually go back after you. Oh, I wonder what's down this hallway. Oh, dead. Rewind.
That would be game breaking for a lot of.
Oh, absolutely. But
I think it would be literally game breaking as well, because the code for all these games would have to be tweaked to actually support that. Like, I have so many times where I'm save scumming, where I'm going back literally a second, and it takes like, I don't know, 10 seconds to load it, to reload just a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
So rewinding, I don't know how the hell they're going to manage that.
Well,
I think
what are you referring to when you're saying save scumming?
So he's saying
you save right before you make a major decision, and then you make the wrong decision, then you go back.
Yeah,
but in that situation,
what are you playing?
Hold on. In that situation, what's going to happen is when you tell it to load something, it's going to clear everything that you're currently doing and then grab whatever's there, rather than realize, oh, I'm in the same area and I literally all the assets are already loaded, and then just put you back where you were and undo that one trigger that you.
It feels like rewinding the actual like story progression or something for some reason might be part of it. That would have to be my guess, but
it seems like it's more just like a video thing. But let's find out. Let's read.
Hold on one sec. I don't know what this controller is, but in theory, rewinding on a PlayStation game could be possible and fast if you had enough RAM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and because they have the direct axe. Well, no, in PS5 itself, they added this direct axe pipeline from the RAM of the graphics card to the storage of the assets. So
you're referring to like how in Spider-Man, instead of loading 700 of the same lamppost, it has the one lamppost instance into the RAM, and that's just repeated, so it's more efficient and the load times are way quicker.
Yeah, so in old systems, you would have your lamppost somewhere on the hard drive, and it would take time to get that lamppost. So what developers were doing to save time, where they were saying, okay, well, we'll give up the benefit of storage and had like 7 lampposts, which would be sparsed out throughout the file size and the directories and shit, so that when you come across a lamppost, the game would say, okay, go find me the closest lamppost in the file system. Like, this is just rough, but anyway, and so that it would be able to load it quicker. And then so when PlayStation 5 came out, they said, well, we're not going to do that anymore. We've added this new pipeline that allows you direct access to the graphics card, so that you don't have to do that stupid managing thing. You can go back to just having one lamppost. And so it's allowed a lot quicker loading. So in theory, you could load a previous state quicker. And other emulators for systems that are a lot simpler, to be fair, do have rewind capabilities.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, this is a patent potentially for the next console.
Well, I mean, it's a patent. It potentially couldn't, like, it's potential, but it doesn't even get used.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is there is a potential for current systems, well, more specifically the PS5, to implement some universal rewind thing, although it would have to, regardless of this patent, but it would have to be probably opt-in, because you wouldn't want to be rewinding Call of Duty during a multiplayer match, right?
Well, yeah, you would not be. It would be disabled, I'm sure, for like active multiplayer sessions.
Yeah,
you know.
But I mean, who knows if they're even thinking about that so far?
I 100% think it's a video game, like a video rewind thing, like where you can watch, like for example, if you're like, oh, did I?
They already have instant replay buttons, the share button, right?
Yeah,
but
this looks like. The share button lets you record a screenshot or a small segment of video of the last like couple minutes of your play.
Okay, so it does actually retroactively let you rewind through stuff. It doesn't just start where you clicked it.
Well, if you press and hold it, right? Well, maybe that was a setting I changed, but there's a way you can set it up so that a single press is a screenshot, and then press and hold, it will record the last 5 minutes of gameplay or the last minute of gameplay, whatever it is.
But that's a video recording. That's not like interactive gameplay.
Yeah, but
correct.
We're talking about the video recording.
Just a video. And so what this sounds like it is, although we can read to further figure it out, sounds like when you click it, it brings up not so much a rewind, but other people playing the game to show you what to do. That's what it sounds like so far.
No, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be like, for example, if you did something in the game, or like, you know, like you're doing a puzzle game, for example, and you're trying to remember what the glyphs on the previous room that you need to, you know, decipher would have been, that you could rewind there and see it again, or you could reread the clue or something like that just by looking at your gameplay where you read it, kind of thing. I'm guessing.
Oh, actually, yeah. It does say. Okay, yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
When it said live gameplay, I thought like it meant like other people's gameplay, but no, it's talking about your own gameplay.
Yeah, during your own gameplay. So
yeah,
it says per the patent images, the button could be
just
located...
be a quicker way of doing what it can already do. Yeah, because you can already do that by clicking and holding. It would record the video, and then But the downside is you'd have to then go in and say play the video and scrub through the video. This looks like.
Why would he patent the button if the button already half exists? And like, what I would do if I was Xbox
other
or Switch,
companies from doing it.
No, if I were Xbox or Switch, I'd add a new button to my next console that isn't called the rewind button, but everyone just so happens to use that button for the rewind function or
the replay button.
Weirdly, when you're playing on the Switch Online stuff, you can do that.
Yeah, that's the emulation. Whatever.
Yeah, so you and it already does do the slide thing. Like you can when you do
exactly
the rewind.
What it's describing. Yeah, but with gameplay instead of with video.
Yeah, and you
And-
can
and I
resume
fucking love
from
that.
wherever.
But you
Holy
can do
shit.
that because the games are literally like
An emulation. Yeah.
Now,
however many.
now,
No, because it's like under 100 megabytes or whatever,
Yeah.
right? So
well,
it's
I mean, no,
super easy.
it depends on how much the state of the system is, right? So, how much storage does saving the current state of the system?
So, but that's the
take?
thing, though, is that what it's actually doing is just retaining the button input, like in player position, right? It's unsimulating or whatever for
what?
rewinding gameplay.
No. For the emulators, it's just saving the entire state. Of
Okay,
the
let me
emulator.
rephrase that. Yeah. So what I mean to say is that it's not having to record the screen of what was shown. It's rewinding the engine. Like it's
Yeah.
rewinding the character position in the engine, and
Correct.
it's re-rendering in real time as it's doing that. I don't know.
Yes.
I think I screwed it up.
It's not in real time, but it's saving the state, which is the level, your position, and all that kind of stuff. And then it's just saying, and you're for the rewind, I guess it's doing it per frame. And for the scroll thing, the only difference between this patent and what you can do in the Switch thing already is that, by the sounds of it, the like the frame thing, when you because there's two different systems in well, actually, you can do a rewind and then you can scrub through the rewind as well. And so when you scrub through the rewind, from what I remember, it shows you the little thumbnail of like what it is, but it's not like per frame. Whereas this sounds like you could go per frame. I don't know how different
the way
is.
they describe this, it sounds like it's the same as.
It sounds like it's
basically the same.
pretty similar.
Yeah.
And to your question, Footnum, about we'll just call it a different button. Patents don't patent a name. So
That's a trademark.
you can't be like, oh, it's let's call it a different button. It does something different, or it does the exact same thing, but it's just called something different. That wouldn't count. You're patenting the functionality. So if they patent the functionality and they get the patent,
but it's a universal button, and it just so happens that 99% of the people map it to that. Like how
what I'm saying is the name of the
shooter-
button doesn't matter. It's the functionality of the button. They're
if you make
patenting
it
the
set to
function.
the developer's side to do it,
But they're not.
it's on them.
They're not patenting the button. They're patenting the controller.
That's what I'm saying. They make their new
that's a good point.
controllers, and they have a universal button, and that's how they get around the patent.
That's even less of a thing. Okay. Yeah. If they're just patenting the whole controller itself, then
With the addition of this button.
literally anyone can do it. They're just patenting their own controller. They're not even
That's why I
patenting
see
the
it as a
functionality.
kind of a dumb thing
No,
to
no,
even
the-
patent it.
No. It's perfect to patent it. What they're patenting is their own controller, so that they could. And Nintendo does this too. They patent the controller, so that it's their only purpose is to stop knockoffs of their own controller.
Okay.
They're not going to
Right.
this wouldn't block functionality for other.
Okay, so
consoles.
so people can't make their Amazon version of the PS5 DualSense Rewind controller.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's literally that's most likely all this is going to be is the patent for the exact controller, and it would have to be basically like it would be, here's the logo, it has our logo on it, here's the buttons, and in that description of buttons it said rewind, and that's what's caused people to talk about it is, oh look, they were going to make a thing with the rewind button, but the patent doesn't actually have to do with the rewind button.
Let's read it. First of all, it's Rebecca Valentine. So I wouldn't take literacy as the ultimate, skill. Just so we're 100% on that. Could be just not understanding the whole, minutia of patents and stuff. But I don't know. Let's just fucking read it.
I mean, we read most of it, but yeah.
I
No,
feel
we
like
haven't.
we've determined
We've read
that it's
two
a
fucking
slightly less
paragraphs.
cool version of what we thought.
How much longer is it? How much further does it go down?
Like 6 more paragraphs.
Okay, go ahead. Read it.
Per the patent images, the button could be located where the share button on the controller is now. Another image
Click on the
shows-
patent to load it for future. like they link to the patent there in the second paragraph. Look on it. We'll look at it after.
Per the patent images, by the way, I'm skipping the next article just so you know for the timestamps.
Sure.
For the patent images, the button could be located where the share button on the controller is now. Another image shows an on-screen interface button similar to those on a TV remote with images indicating play, pause, next, previous, fast forward, and rewind. There was also a return button. This is what led me to believe that it's a save state. Like you set the state and return to it. But I don't know. That's as far as I've read so far. The patent description suggests that this feature would be useful in a number of ways, such as reminding a player of important quest information they might have missed. That's what I was thinking. Or how to reach a location they've been to before that they can't recall how to access. It also details that a player might bookmark certain sections of gameplay that they want to revisit later, with the rewind button allowing them to quickly revisit these saved moments. The patent also highlights...
One sec. Mirage. Oh, never mind.
He's muted.
He just muted himself.
Oh.
I was going to say, Mirage,
it's the heater in the background.
All good.
Yeah.
The patent also highlights the challenges of implementing such a feature. Accessing recent gameplay while the player is playing a video game is difficult and requires hacking an existing service to view the portion of the gameplay of interest. For instance, the player may have to specifically instruct the gaming system to create a file including portions of gameplay for purposes of sharing with other players. The player may have to exit the gameplay in order to create the sharing file. When the sharing file is completed, the player can then access the portion of the gameplay of interest for viewing. While this patent is clearly interesting, it doesn't mean we're guaranteed to see a rewinding controller in the future. Gaming companies often patent tech they're working on, some of which makes it to market while some doesn't. In the last few years, we've seen Sony patent adaptive game difficulty systems, an interactive AR-based trophy system, autoplay and slow mode features, NFT and blockchain technology, and more. In terms of tech we already have, the PlayStation 5 Pro just launched, with our review giving it a 7 out of 10 and calling it, quote, an impressive console with noticeable boost in performance and graphics for games that take advantage of its powerful hardware. But for $700, you'll need to think twice about whether or not the upgrade is worth the price tag. Jesus. All right, let's look at the patent. All right. Wow. What images. Nice.
Okay. So then it is the... Okay. So I'm not a lawyer, obviously. But from this, it looks like they're patenting the process of the rewind and not the controller itself. So what I was saying about the counterfeit thing, they also do that. But the image in that patent will be for the whole controller itself. So this looks like they're patenting the actual. Yeah.
They're patenting. They're trying to patent the thing that Nintendo already does with the Switch. Okay. Like that's effectively.
Although this would be in theory system wide as opposed to inside of a
right. But effectively, what I'm suggesting is that they are patenting a display that does almost exactly the same thing that already exists in the Switch console.
Yeah, and actually, it also exists in the NES Classic and the
well, that's where
Super NES Classic.
I didn't know there was another way to use it.
Well, it's in the NES or the Nintendo Switch Online emulators.
Yeah,
right?
they got one
which is built into the Switch. But
that's funny. The patent website I'm using my left and right arrow keys to page through these images, but it's also paging me through the section of the patent.
They also added it to some PlayStation 1 games that's on the PS4 download store, like the Oddworld games and Legend of Dragoon and
Yeah.
I think like Wild Arms and a couple others.
I like
Once
how it has
again-
a PlayStation 2
Yeah,
controller on the
I was gonna
pad.
say once again, Rebecca Valentine saw this image and just assumed it's a patent for a controller, when in actuality it's showing functionality that already exists in the PlayStation 5 controller, being a button to access the new functionality that they're actually patenting. Which
Well,
is
when
the-
was this
the effect-
patented? It could be tied to a controller as well.
October.
Application
It was Halloween.
But
October
the application date, that's more important, which is 2023. So the the PS5 was already out by then.
Yeah, so I'm saying that they're not patenting the controller. They're showing how the thing they are patenting would theoretically be accessed on the controller that already exists.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a cool idea. I mean,
I'm confused as to how they would.
Gaming would be a lot less frustrating.
Yeah, it would.
You know, and that's maybe I think that the reason that they implemented that on the Switch is because older games, like people who grew up with modern gaming, can't play older games. My kids tried to play the old Super Mario, and they were awful at it. Right, like just falling through the holes in the map, and
there's so many games that don't even really have proper save functions.
Oh yeah,
and level unlocks. So that's why having save states alone,
yeah, absolutely.
is great.
Like some of the old games had saving features, but it was like through a password system. That's like a fucking 25 character password.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, one of my
if I want to play
things...
Mr. Bean's Bean Machine, whatever Robotnik machine, I have to put in the passwords, right?
Yeah. One of my favorite things, because I stopped gaming for quite a good chunk of years there, is that when I got a smartphone and I started playing old games that I still had the old consoles for, I could take a picture with my phone of the password.
Yeah.
I loved that.
Well, I mean, there was a neat feature on the 3DS that allowed you to have the like when you go back to the home screen, there was like a little notes thing, and you could put a screenshot of your. I'm pretty sure you could put a screenshot of your current screen. Maybe not. Anyway, but you could definitely draw on there, and so I would always have to go and write down in Majora's Mask. There's like the Bomber's Notebook, and also more importantly, there's the Song of Double Time. No, it's just a Scarecrow song. That's what it is. It's a Scarecrow song. You make up the Scarecrow song. It's whatever you make it up as. So if you forget what the Scarecrow song is, unless you make it something simple like you could never play the Scarecrow song again. So I drew.
But you just go to the fucking Scarecrow and set a new one.
Can you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. This would be news to me.
Your life is a lie.
But anyway, I drew the Scarecrow song and the Bomber's Notebook code, and that was always helpful. And screenshots are also helpful. So it's a good feature to have. That one, rewinding specifically wouldn't help for that, but screenshots definitely are good.
The best inoculation of communism is communism. Not a coincidence that the girl in Me Side is Gooner bait. Yes.
Oh, hold on. We got to go back to some other comments that we missed here.
All right, feel free.
Better Half reminds me of the anime Better Man. Say I'm not the
that
better
says
half.
Batter Man.
I think they meant Better.
He meant Better Man. Yeah, it was on Tech TV, G4.
Saying translators and localizers are the same is like saying Random 11 is the same as Sean Schemmel.
Oh God.
Random would never shit on anime fans respecting Japan. You're right, Luigi. You're right. I'm also not Sean Schemmel.
I'm glad you clarified that, because I was pretty sus about you being Sean Schemmel. I'm not gonna lie.
Did you Did you think I as Sean Chebel am a pretty good person at, putting on a voice? So I'm like, I can do a Goku,
Right, it's just your mic that changes the sound of your voice.
Yeah, it's all mic filters. That's who cares about AI?
That's the frame that I made the comment. That looks like Edward Elric in character design. Just it's got a second like ponytail.
Oh, yeah. Some people have pet peeves like girls in shorts, except for Misty, who is allegedly a girl. I think that was a specific targeted comment at someone in the audience.
What? Which one?
You can watch the VOD. AC is doing. Oh yeah. Okay, that was the last comment.
I was saying we're gonna do that for.
No, I already did.
All right.
Not
Caught up on those comments.
Okay.
And then
gotta do this one.
I think we're here.
You get out.
How did you get here?
Get out.
Hi, cutie.
Go.
No.
Take your oily ass out here.
Not a coincidence. The girl is Miss Side is Gunnerbait in Miside.
What was the name of the game? The Russian game.
Oh, the horror game. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. You could save Scum and Skyrim Fallout 3. Oh.
So apparently every Bethesda game.
I've never heard the term save Scum before, but
really?
I did.
Save Scum. I thought he meant like saving scum, like homeless people or something.
Yes.
You think homeless people are scum? Jeez.
Man.
Mirage.
Yeah, like I talk about how every time I save homeless people's like goo on the streets, like I always reload my save and make sure I do it properly the next time.
In Grand Theft Auto 5, I abused that to get like over $2 billion, and I wanted to see if it had
the
a
lottery
cap.
or something.
No, the stock market. Sorry, I abused the stock market. So I would save if it went up, and then if it went down, I would reload the save, and then like you couldn't. It wasn't predictive. It was random as far as I could tell. But like as long as you saved on the ups, and every time it went down, you just reload, and then it would like wait until you got one that went up, and then save again. You could just climb the stock market, and so I got over $2 billion, and it went negative. Like it did one of those wraparound things.
Oh, like you had so much money that it couldn't even display it.
Yeah, because it was only a 32-bit integer, so it wrapped around in negative $2 billion. So then now I'm broke.
You're the poorest man in the world.
All right, are we ready to continue?
Yes. No, some emulators will let you save at any point in the game by just copying what's in RAM. It's instant restart from where you left off. Yes. There's more complications with modern systems because you have to save the RAM and the GPU. And probably there's probably a CPU cache as well that you got to save. But I think it could be possible to do now with the PS5. They did hint at a new Dragon Age.
Oh, joy.
I don't know about that. Not after this one. Who knows?
Dragon Age, Final Fantasy.
No.
Aren't instant saves already a thing? Yes, they are. The button must be the patent as the mechanic already exists. I mean, that patent looked like it was about the mechanic, but I'm not a lawyer. I should say we're not lawyers.
That's your excuse for everything, apparently.
Definitely. And the button will play the audio of the Will Smith saying, "Yeah, it's rewind time." And old man went, "Goodbye, good night. If you buy too many GTA Shark cards, I'll go into the negatives."
So,
maybe, I don't know. This was I would assume that because the GTA Shark cards have to do with the online I would assume that has not as a 32-bit integer for the saving it. It's probably a 64-bit. In which case, you have to be a billionaire to even like attempt to get that much money in the game. But yeah, in single player, in the normal mode, it's definitely 32-bit, and it went negative.
Wow, cool. All right, moving past this, the manga release for Ashitano Joe, which they've decided to call "Fighting for Tomorrow" for the
Joe
American
translates to
localization.
tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, tomorrow.
No,
Ashita
Ashita translates to tomorrow. Believe it or not.
Sorry, fighting is Joe. Sorry.
Yeah. Japanese cultural phenomenon and classic boxing manga Ashitano Joe, Fighting for Tomorrow, has been released for the first time in English in a hardcover edition.
I swore we covered this when it was announced.
It's called Joe for Tomorrow. That's the
No,
Tomorrow's Joe. Tomorrow's Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Basically, I think Fighting for Tomorrow is a pretty decent title for it, based on because I have seen all of this both series, and like it is fun. Like Fighting for Tomorrow is
that would be good,
really
like a
fucking
historical World War II like title.
It's not quite as good as Mainichi Joe, as we, which is our title for it. Anyway, so look, we got some new stuff here.
Nothing here.
This isn't new.
Nope.
Nothing. Okay.
Nothing is new.
I don't remember this cover. Okay, cool.
Kitty honey.
All right. Okay, 1970s mecha anime. Uchu Majin Daikengo To 2 get Blu-ray release in Japan. Okay, so yeah, this is just another one of those. We'll probably get a Blu-ray from Discotheque in the near future.
Discotheque, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Considering all the things that they put out of print, I'm shocked that they keep getting these obscure mech shows that I don't know if people even buy.
Oh yeah, this article. Yeah, I wanted to share this one with you, AC, because this guy's collection actually is quite incredible.
Curious what it looks like now, considering this is a 2018 article.
Oh, damn it.
Watch, we actually covered it once before.
But we are a collecting podcast, so I'm good.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Honestly, Reese, it's possible. Yeah, so I just want to show some of the stuff. It's a guy in Jakarta, Indonesia. Yeah. And he has easily the biggest Metal Gear Solid collection. He's got every Metal Gear game that's ever been released, signed by Kojima. Oh, I love that clicking on that fails to do anything with it, except for open another instance of the same article. Great job.
He's got every Death Stranding fetus jar.
Dude, you have no idea. Okay, so yes, there you go. He says Bayou is also proud of his collection of every Metal Gear Solid game, all of which are signed by Kojima. Kojima likes my collection, he says. He retweeted it, and this year I even got to meet him face to face. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is my favorite Hideo Kojima game, he says, but I think Death Stranding will surpass Metal Gear.
Oh famous last words.
Womp womp.
That sounds like a guy who 2018. When did Death Stranding come out?
To be fair, he is the biggest.
2018, didn't it? Did it?
He is the biggest falater of Kojima, so it does make sense you would say that.
No, seriously. No, Death Stranding came out in 2019. He was hopeful. If we saw a more recent version of this, all the Death Stranding stuff's probably not in his collection anymore.
He would have just sold everything in shame. He would have been like, I
can't. Is Silent wearing a helmet with a rooster hair thing?
What? She had gotten a tattoo, a back tattoo with Death Stranding. Did you guys see that movie Fanboys about the guy with cancer?
Yeah, the
going to see
Star Wars. I thought the joke was he wasn't going to have cancer at the end, but that never happened, and I was like, what?
Like, I just remember the character who had Kid Anakin and Jar Jar Binks back tattoo. It's like, oh, or something like, oh, these are so cool, or this guy's gonna be a badass.
Did you just call her silent? By the way,
what's her name?
Quiet.
Silence.
Oh, okay. Whatever. I've never played a Metal Gear game.
You know her. You half know her name, but you don't know the chicken cap. How dare you?
How dare you? Yeah.
I don't know the chicken. I know Metal Gear. I know Solid Snake.
From what I played of Phantom Pain, the chicken cap is like when you suck ass. It's like, do you want to wear the chicken cap for this game? And then it's like,
and I swear her name was silent, but if it's quiet, whatever. I don't know.
I just so, when you said it,
same thing.
Yeah.
He only knows her name from the doujinshi he's seen. Okay, where his name's silent.
I was gonna say, at least you didn't call her partner, right? Yeah, so Koji Shinkawa drew like a picture of the Luden in his signature, which is pretty cool.
But no Meryl mannequin that you can fuck.
Actually, the only time I've ever seen, the most I've seen of Quiet is of Katakawa's.
I thought you were gonna say source filmmaker.
No, the Bishojo girls or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know those.
Bishojo?
Yeah, Bishojo girl figures.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's move past this. Hey, if you guys want to shop at Stealth Weave, that would make me happy, except for the part where you can't, because I didn't fix anything to do with the payment processor. Moving past that. If you guys would like to support us, you could buy this fancy, weirdly faded looking thing. But as noted, over and over again, why is it backwards?
It's not backwards.
Is that backwards?
No.
Okay, cool. It looks backwards to me. Oh, it is mirrored for me.
Oh,
is it mirrored for you?
No, it says
huh.
It says current year.
Current year, yeah.
Okay.
Current year, not yay rate.
My
Frozen?
No, my camera is mirroring for me. And I don't normally have that thing on. I don't know why that got turned on. Anyway, I've had like this weird effect happening all goddamn night. And I'm like, what's happening? Like, why? I've been like living in a existential crisis this whole podcast. Starting with
it just
starting
it wasn't even
we fucked up on the local recordings.
It wasn't even Quiet. Apparently it was Sniper Wolf. But anyway. Okay, fine. Whatever.
All right, anyway, you buy this. Just buy it, okay? It's great. It's a nice, comfortable shirt. Forever remember Ogloy. All right. In random merch news, Disney Kabuki merch collaboration appears in Japan, but Mickey doesn't play the female roles. I mean, you could have fooled me. The only reason you can even say that is because they wrote Minnie underneath over here. Also, Studio Ghibli's Kashira Piggy Bank head from Spirited Away will help you save money the anime way.
I don't know why they didn't make it No Face.
Well, they have those too, yeah.
Yeah, they already have No Face paints.
What's funny about this one is that you can stack them.
Whack 'em, stack 'em robots.
I have a Koromon that's just like that. It's like got the soft PVC. You can test just slightly.
Now, Japan, just remember that little hole where you put the coins, that's not for your pee-pee. So next podcast, I better not hear an article.
You know, to be honest,
the hole for the coin, you mean the slanted one? Are you saying Japanese have slant penises?
I mean,
Jesus, Reese.
I'm just saying.
Squint
a-
penis.
That's a new conspiracy.
Oh god. I don't think we've
no, hold on. Slant eyes, slant one-eyed monster. It works.
Okay, Furnace Man. Jesus.
That's called a train in the background.
Is that what that noise is?
It's amazing to me. It is amazing to me that, like, you in Iowa, Augie in Alabama, you guys have trains going at goddamn. It's 3 hours later for him. It's 10:41 right now for me. 3 hours later, trains are going by. It's the middle of the goddamn night. How do you not riot?
It's not 3 hours later for Reese.
For Alabama, for Augie.
Oh,
yeah,
Augie used to have the train go by all the damn time, and it's like, bro, it's 11 o'clock.
My bigger concern is how are you so close to the damn train tracks that I can hear it on your microphone coming in your house? Like,
well, okay, so imagine where we're at is like on a shelf, right? Imagine that. So like you go down one, it's a road, so you have to drive up the road. Like
I'm not gonna picture it. It's all right, Reese. I believe you.
And then go down again the same level from the road, and then there's a train track. Like you could literally throw a rock from our yard up here to hit the train.
Get better soundproofing in your
house. Is that like a pastime for you? Is like throwing rocks at the train as it's going by?
Well, we have a shed down there, and it makes a ting when it hit rockets inside. So
I just pictured you. All right, the train's coming. Get your dick out. Gotta finish before it's done. You know, all right. So McDonald's
slingshot, let's open up.
Kojima is part of his collection in a Death Stranding jar. Oh, I hope not.
Does he fill that jar?
McDonald's Japan announced another Evangelion collab with new burgers and toys.
Get in the Big Mac, Shinji.
Yeah. So here's the new burgers. One of them has mashed potatoes and thick beef with rich garlic mayonnaise.
So Shinji's the one that has the mashed potatoes, right?
Yeah, I can't figure out which one has mashed potatoes.
Maybe deep fried mashed potatoes.
I mean, if that's the thing, sign me up because that sounds amazing.
I mean, the one
you want the Shinji hand treatment on your burger?
The one on the left.
That's what I'm thinking. It's got to be.
Yeah.
No. That's
it looks like a hash brown. No. That the thing below the patty.
Is a hash brown?
Yeah.
But none of these other ones have hash brown. It's just Mexican cheese chicken.
I know.
I'm guessing it's this one.
Hold on. Okay, there's mashed
potatoes.
Well, no,
Shinji needs to have a chicken
rich
too
garlic
because
sauce.
he was choking the chicken.
And there's Mexican cheese chicken. Okay, that's the middle one.
And then
a cheese double teriyaki.
Yeah.
So that mashed potatoes is the thing on the bottom. That
the deep fried thing.
Actually, a hash brown.
Oh, I see.
It literally has to be.
You're saying that
unless they froze a mashed potato. They froze a mashed potato patty so that you could fry it.
No,
so it doesn't have to be hash browns.
Well, but he's saying that what is a hash brown, if not a mashed potato?
No, it's a grated potato.
Yeah, but like it's a potato that is not in its full state. And I'm guessing that might
annihilated potatoes.
It could be a translation error.
It could
from
be
Japanese. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
cool.
I'm still.
I still love the thing under the patty is whatever the potato thing is. It looks like a hash brown to me.
Yeah.
It could be a fried potato pancake that's made of mashed potatoes.
Anyway,
whatever it is,
I'm
that's
still
the
upset
potato
because Shinji's sandwich has to be the mashed potato from the mashing of the action, and then a chicken sandwich layer for choking the chicken, and then the mayo on top.
I'm so sorry, but I've just read chicken double teriyaki is Shinji. So,
they didn't even color coordinate it then.
It is purple.
No, if that's chicken
It doesn't look
teriyaki,
chicken.
that's the red one in the middle.
Oh,
What
they
do you
did.
net-
They did
net- net?
switch it. Yeah, they switched them
Chicken
out with Ray.
teriyaki is the double teriyaki.
So that's not
Cheese
chicken, that's beef.
double. Oh, I'm sorry. That says chizu, not chicken. Chizu double teriyaki.
Well, okay, you can't blame me then. You fucked up.
I'm sorry.
You're
I'm sorry.
fucked
I'm
up.
sorry.
How
And
do you
it's-
mistake cheese and chicken?
No,
Come on
because
now.
when you when
They
you
both start with CH. Give
They
them a
start with-
break.
they
You
start
gotta
This is
with
be
the same
Japanese. We're
katakana.
talking about we're talking about Japanese, not CH.
it's written in katakana.
I mean, you brought up the choke and the chicken. Well, somebody brought up the choke and the chicken.
That was
and he
me.
Just immediately thought of the cheese afterwards. So it just confused them, you know?
So it is color coded appropriately if you think about it, because this is purple like Ava Unit 0, and this is red, right? Like Asuka's one, and then this is the unit whatever, the unit 1 or whatever.
Rage.
And then
Wait,
this
no,
one with
Ray is Unit 0, right? Yellow.
Yeah, raises you.
No.
Yeah.
is Shinji Unit 1?
Shinji,
yeah,
I thought.
Watch Club 1, I don't know. Whatever. Moving on. All right, here
They
you
better
go.
all come with an LCO.
We covered the
rank.
toys last.
Yeah, we covered the
Last
toys.
podcast.
I'm looking for the. Here it is. I think it's this one. This isn't it.
Get in the big
This is-
Shinji, get in the goon cave.
Shit. They updated this article. God damn. Okay, so the reason I'm showing you this one is because this one, the video is not available. Now there's like 4 other goddamn videos here. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one.
Fluffy.
Are we gonna get?
Look at the bounce. Yeah, we don't got audio.
Even
they-
my
they-
PNG tuber looks better.
They removed the video.
Your PNG tuber looks better than a bouncy
The
hamburger.
animation, that thing was jumping around. Mine's at least the frames are perfectly aligned.
All right. Anyway.
Imagine
I see they're
if
blinking at like
imagine
2
if
frames a minute.
if the ad was the scene where Shinji says, "I'm so fucked up,"
Fucked up. Yeah.
and that's like the new like McDonald's sauce.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like
He got the McDonald's
the
special
new
sauce.
Evangelion like Shinji sauce.
It's the Shinjuan sauce.
Got
Limited
some
time at
special,
McDonald's.
special mayo.
Yeah.
Special made.
Salted mayo. All right. So these are the stills from the thing that I can't show you. So at least you get to see Gendo.
I like
Akari.
that one. That one's great.
You gotta save that one for when we do the watch club for that.
Yeah.
Gendo holding the burger.
Did I download this? I might have actually downloaded the. Does not look like it. Nope. Sadly. Oh well. All right, boom. Past this. Man who stole 2 packs of ground beef tracked by police for about 1,000 kilometers across Japan.
They're putting chips in the beef.
Did
Whoever
he leave
asked
a
me-
trail of
I think
beef
it's
sauce,
JT.
beef juice?
JT Vega asked me to drink the banana here. Here we go. Now
Is
that we've-
JT Vega even still here?
Smell.
No, he's gone.
Oh, but at least
He
they're
left
getting
when
full
we were
screen.
arguing
His hands are
about-
tied.
Um,
Well, while you're getting plastered, I need to
banana
post the
cough syrup.
Banana cough syrup. My watch this.
I need to
You
pose
need
the
to-
question. So, at what point did AC start saying moving past this? Because that is like the exclusive thing you now use to move on from an article. And it's in the same way that we were talking earlier about the connotation. It's like, it almost sounds like, well, that was a waste of time. Let's move past this. We're moving past this now. Oh
Yep.
boy, I regret that
We're
last
moving past
article.
Wyndham's argument.
Instead of like
You're
moving
welcome.
forward, moving on to the next one or something like that. I'm just
You're
curious.
welcome from now on to say the quiet part out loud. When I say moving past this, you can say, yeah, fuckwad, shut up and let him read.
Moving past that, I want to bitch about AC always saying anyways. That was the thing that he
your
used
pet
to say
peeve?
at the beginning of every when I was in the clips. It was always anyways. Here's the next article. Anyways, here's the next article.
We should start that with y'all ready for this.
You could you could probably look up the transcript and look up anyways and like timestamp the whole podcast just on every time AC says the word anyway.
I think my favorite is, let's talk about this. All right. Man who stole 2 packs of ground beef, tracked by police for about 1,000 kilometers across Japan. See, this is the problem about letting the state that has infinite funding from the populace solve your problems, because they'll never stop, right? The law's arm really is long. A common anecdote of customer service in Japan is having a clerk chase you down the street and trying to catch their breath as they hand you a 10 yen coin, which is only worth 6 cents US, that you accidentally dropped. However, this door swings both ways, and those who dare rip off such businesses may also find themselves pursued to the ends of the country for it. Such a case
I'll chase you to the ends of the world.
Such a case started back on the 17th of September when a 41-year-old man was attempting to steal 2 packs of ground beef worth $1.17 from a supermarket in Sapporo City, Hokkaido Prefecture.
Holy shit.
56-year-old security guard had caught him in the act, but as he tried to stop the man, he was shoved in the chest and failed to apprehend the suspect. I know this is neither the time nor the place, but 2 packs of beef for 184 yen is an amazing deal.
How much do they weigh?
The shoplifter fled the scene on foot, but police were able to track his movement using their... I just like the idea that there's like a tracking, like an air tag in the beef.
That's what I said, they're putting chips in the beef.
Yeah, okay. The shoplifter fled the scene on foot, but police were able to track his movement using their extensive network of surveillance cameras on the street and train stations. It wasn't until the 23rd of December that they finally located him in Chita City in Aichi Prefecture. For those unfamiliar with Japanese geography, that's roughly halfway across the entire country, or more than 1,000 kilometers, 621 miles by most modes of transportation.
It's like the state of Iowa all the way across.
Is it?
I can't just do that. Probably not. Probably
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably further.
Probably like the length of Missouri. God damn it! Why do I do this?
How many miles across is the state of Iowa?
From the longest points.
310 miles.
That's what I said.
I'm starting to think you aren't.
No,
What did we say? What did we say PhD stood for? Pretty huge dick? I'm pretty sure that you're doubling things in your mind, good sir. All right.
Unintentionally. It's an accident.
We've seen Japanese police.
I'm short, so everything looks big, okay?
We've seen Japanese people's impressive, when I look at my feet, they're only 6 inches, so it's hard to judge. We've seen Japanese police's impressive tracking skills before when they were able to find the whereabouts of 4 people who flipped over a light truck in Shibuya on Halloween and disappeared into a sea of 40,000. But this might be a distance record, at least in relation to the severity of the crime. Walking down many... Yeah. Freaking Zenigata chasing Lupin halfway around the world.
Walking piece of gum.
Walking down many streets anywhere in Japan, you'll be sure to see cameras posted here and there. These allow the police to keep tabs on where a suspect flees. Even if they duck into a train station, the police have a camera pointed right at the ticket machine and watch which buttons are pushed to narrow down which stops they would get off at. Thanks to Japan's impeccably punctual train system, cops can figure out when suspects will get off a train with amazing accuracy. Next time you use a ticket machine or go through a ticket gate, look over your shoulder, and there's sure to be a camera behind you. So maybe just like...
Yeah, I'll just say, like, put a piece of paper up there or something.
Foiled again, I see. Upon the suspect's arrest...
Block the view with the ground beef.
Upon the suspect's arrest, he denied the charges and claimed he had no memory of the incident. Hopefully, it'll come to him eventually, because readers of the news online are completely baffled as to why he would steal a pack of meat when he seemingly had the funds to travel so far.
Perfect alibi. I don't really have money.
Honestly, it's probably like he's like 41 years old. He might be going through like a midlife crisis. So like he's just trying to... He's just trying to do like some like thing to make himself feel alive. It's like, it's worth like $2. Nobody's even gonna care. I'm just gonna go 700 miles away, grab something, come 700 miles back. You know, no.
Shocker! You can't escape me. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth.
Wow.
I hope you tested that before you played it.
It's 15 seconds.
We went frame by frame in Helsing and got flagged.
That video that I played of the girl from Zenless Zone Zero is 12 seconds, and that got claimed. So,
well, sucks. I guess you're gonna get claimed. Sorry.
Copyright strike inbound.
You owe us $10,000.
Let me play it again just for good measure.
Shocker! You can't escape me. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth.
I like how you're mouthing it. Said he got chasing Lufan was overgrown. If the Japanese drove, this wouldn't be possible. This guy is an American style. Others were equally confused as to why the police would sink so many resources into finding such a petty theft. That's extremely impressive, but maybe do it with more important criminals. All for some ground beef? Well, I mean, I imagine if he got on a train and you knew that he was going to go 600 miles on the train or something like that, that you would just alert the police in the other town that he's going to end up in or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
All for some ground beef. Was this done using AI? Because if it was just people, it's pretty amazing. Did he spend more money on the getaway than what he stole? Or did he just stow away on something? He could have bought so much beef with the money he spent getting to Aichi. If they can chase this minced meat bandit across the country, why can't they find the guy who stole my bike helmet right in front of a camera? The police must be getting bored there. Meat is so expensive now, it's probably a high-risk item, and the police want to set an example. So expensive. 184 yen? There's no doubt that the cost of apprehending the suspect was far, far more than the damage caused. But the economy of crime investigations is generally seen as more of an investment in future crime prevention rather than balancing the scales for that particular crime. Take bank robberies, for example. Although complete figures are hard to come by in Japan, a scraping of news reports from recent years would indicate that the amount stolen in an average bank robbery seems to hover around the 1 million yen mark, only $6,300. Meanwhile, the average police officer's monthly salary is about $2,900 per month. Let's conservatively assume that 5 police officers are required to investigate a robbery, a lead detective, a forensic expert, someone to talk to witnesses, and someone to check the surveillance footage. If those guys spend about 2 weeks investigating this bank robbery, the cost of labor alone would already have surpassed the amount stolen. However, the amount isn't about recouping costs, but putting the message out there that robbery has consequences, which they expect would prevent future robberies from happening and be worth it in the long run. To protect and social engineer. This is also partly why. Why is this bug here? Go away. This is also partly why that guy in the comments didn't get much help with his helmet. Cracking the case of the bike helmet is extremely low profile, and as such, has little or no value for crime deterrence. This would also seem to suggest, however, that there must be one hell of a meat sealing problem in Sapporo that police would go to such lengths about it in this instance. Whatever it is that's going on there, the message is loud and clear. Don't mess with anyone's beef in Sapporo. Damn. That's silly. Let's talk about this. There it is. I did the thing. That was it. Onion-wielding man disrupts Christmas church services. Pours whiskey into holy water. Colon deputies. I don't know what that's about.
At least it wasn't the colon inspector.
A Maryland man was arrested and charged with several offenses stemming from disruptions at 2 Catholic churches on Christmas Eve, including one disruption in which he was accused of pouring liquor into a container of holy water. Do you drink the holy water?
No.
No.
Right? Who fucking cares then?
Is it like, what is holy water?
It's water
just
that's
blessed
been blessed
water.
by the priest.
Yeah.
It's literally water
You're
that's
supposed-
It's blessed water, and then basically you dip your hands into it when you enter a church and you do the sign of the cross.
Mm-hmm.
So Flint's holy water is terrible.
Does Mexico have better holy water? The man, identified as a 56-year-old from St. Mary's County, had first visited the Holy Angels Catholic Church in Avenue, Maryland, during a religious service on Tuesday evening, according to St. Mary's County Sheriff's Office. There, he, quote, approached the altar and dropped an onion in the aisle, disturbing the peace of those attending. It's nice to see the Catholic terrorists getting their comeuppance here. Because normally the police are busy investigating the piece of bacon draped across the mosque handle to the door for the mosque, right? A person then ushered the man outside, where the suspect began pelting this person with tangerines.
Like a good idea at the time.
Later that same night, at a midnight mass at the St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church in Leonardtown, the same suspect is accused of pouring whiskey into the holy water and threatening parishioners who tried to intervene. While being escorted by the
Let's get fucked up on this.
Hold up. So the crime here, now that I think about it, is that you've desecrated the holy water.
Uh-huh.
But can the priest bless the whiskey? And then could I get priests to bless whiskey and sell holy whiskey to Catholics? Because I could be a bajillionaire. Like, that's a great idea.
Why don't we have
Holy
the priest bless vodka? I mean, vodka means water in Russian, you know.
Russian Orthodox, though. They don't bless stuff, right? While being escorted from the building, he then attempted to strike church attendees with a whiskey bottle, albeit unsuccessfully. The suspect was transported to a hospital for evaluation before being arrested on December 26th and booked into the St. Mary's County Detention and Rehabilitation Center. He has been charged with second-degree assault, disorderly conduct, defacing religious property, obstructing a religious service, committing a religious crime against a group, threatening mass violence, and disturbing the peace. Damn, did he do all that by throwing some tangerines? As of Thursday, the suspect was awaiting an appearance before a Maryland judicial official. Wow. I hope for updates to this case.
I was grabbing some food, so I missed most of that. But what if they blessed like gamer girl bathwater? I think that would be a real hit. Or is that redundant? Is it not already blessed by the waifu that you're parasocially attached to?
I think blessed under 30 nun bathwater.
Oh yeah, this article. Yeah, I didn't read the whole thing. I glanced over it, and the first thing like that popped in my head was like, how the hell do you swallow dentures?
I don't want to eat to this.
I guess we no longer have the holy water image in the brand, huh? Damn. Rats. Okay.
Just think of the juicy waifu ass water. But no more eat your food.
Yeah. Think of the ass water. The water that was literally in her ass.
Wow, that's so much more delectable, you know, than dentures.
Yeah. All right, anyway, man accidentally swallows dentures in sleep as foreign object gets stuck in his right lung. Doctors successfully remove dental set.
Did you catch that anyway, Randy?
Oh yeah. No, it's every time. He even said it the last time when he didn't want to say it.
What's going on?
Nothing. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why are you so rude to me? What have I done? That's not fair.
What you doing over there?
I am doing the 10 ads that I have to do to get all the stuff on my mobile game. Anyway, Dr. C.H. Barada, consultant interview. I don't care about it. Let's read this part. In Hyderabad, December 15th, a bizarre incident has come to light from the Andhra Pradesh where a 52-year-old accidentally swallowed his dentures in his sleep. The absurd, I mean, this is why people put them in that cup of water by saying the cup of gamer girl bath water.
The cup of water to clean them. Actually.
The absurd act resulted in the dentures getting stuck in the man's lung and required.
How does it go to his lung?
I don't know. Let's read. Man's lung and required doctors' assistance to remove the dental set. The incident came to light after doctors at a private hospital in Visakhapatnam successfully removed the dentures. You know how you get it stuck in your lungs is you just try to say that while they're in your mouth. Man accidentally swallowed dentures in Andhra Pradesh. According to the report in India Today, of course, the victim is said to be using fixed dentures for several years. Oh. However, it is learned that the dental set got loose over time and was allegedly swallowed by the man in his sleep. Allegedly, huh? What are you afraid of? Did you even name the guy?
This article told me I swallowed it. I'm telling you that's not true.
It is also reported that the dental set, which was swallowed accidentally, allegedly got lodged in the man's right lung after making its way down the airway.
Jeez.
Is that not called inhaled?
Yes. Speaking about the weird case, Dr. C.H. Baharat, a consult and interventional pulmonologist at Kim's Icon Hospital, said that the man did not experience any breathing difficulties as his left lung and parts of the right lung were functioning normally. Parts of the right lung. However, the presence of a foreign object led to the constant coughing, thus prompting him to seek medical attention.
Not the fact that his dentures was missing.
Okay, this is a completely different article. Okay.
No. What did it say?
It says Andhra Pradesh shocker, environmental activist tied to pole, thrashed by aqua farmers for opposing illegal aquaculture in Kanasima disturbing video services. I was
like, that came out of left field.
I'm like, did I miss something? Soon after the man arrived at the hospital, doctors conducted an X-ray and CT scans, which confirmed the presence of dentures in his lung. Post this, the hospital's medical team chose the bronchoscopy procedure under general anesthesia in order to remove the foreign object. While the procedure involved a risk of causing injury to the lung or the airway, it turned out to be successful with minimal complications. Wow.
I'm surprised he didn't like choke to death on it.
My guess is that like they were individual teeth, and they just swallowed some.
So not
That's
like,
the only
not
thing
like
I
the
can
whole,
think of.
Not like the whole dentures.
Or like it broke in half or something.
Yeah, like that's what I'm guessing. Is that like because it was supposed to be a permanent fixture, that like piece by piece parts were coming apart, and he swallowed it or whatever. That's the best I can fathom. All right. All right, moving past that. No? Okay. Whose bright idea was that? Doctors left stunned as man in Colombia comes into hospital with a light bulb stuck up his anus.
Well, of course he did.
All right. A man in Colombia.
Get it? Whose bright idea? Huh?
A man in Colombia left doctors stunned after they found a light bulb stuck up his butt. The patient, 53, who has not been named, went to a local hospital this year complaining of pain in his anus.
That's a big ass light bulb.
Doc, I got to tell you, this new light is a pain in my ass. Come again? Many times I did.
I don't know if I can get another one out for you right now, but maybe an hour.
Doctors did not see anything during a physical examination, but were shocked when an X-ray revealed a large light bulb wedged inside him. It was not clear how the
it was not clear how. Really?
Would a person not put it in the other way?
Be like Uncle Fester and have it light up.
I think what happened is that he put this in while it was screwed into a light fixture. And as he was twisting it around for a little stimulation, it unscrewed itself.
That would be some hot shit up there.
Well, it didn't have to be on.
Okay.
He probably wanted to be over the worst first or something.
Let me, young Footnum. Perhaps.
Young innocent Footnum.
Yeah. Perhaps you are unaware of the Destiny leaks. But let me tell you something about the anus. If you put a device shaped like this past the sphincter.
Oh, right. He is a doctor.
That's only going one way on its own. It is going to work its way.
Self-automated.
It's work its way right up there. Like it's silly young Footnum. Can I get a
One second. You take that back.
I'll have you know, I have plenty of experience with the anus.
This is my nakama.
No refunds allowed. You must keep the light bulb.
It was not clear how the light bulb got up there, but in previous cases, people have put. Okay. I thought I was going to say, but in previous cases, the bulbs have been broken or something. Like, in previous cases, people have put items up their butts for sexual pleasure. It was also unclear how the bulb was removed or whether the individual suffered any long-term damage. Doctors said he was lucky that the bulb had not shattered. Yeah.
It looked like an LED bulb or something.
I'm having a weird, like, deja vu that we covered this already.
I mean, we probably covered a variant of it in the past of like several other people.
What's the date on the article?
No pain. No, I feel like we covered this article and I just
this one?
forgot to delete it.
Oh.
Like from the list of ones to cover.
Okay.
Is he the real reason they banned glass light bulbs? Maybe. It'd be funny if it was like a halogen light with like the squirrels.
The mercury or whatever.
Yeah. Doctor said he was lucky the bulb had not shattered. Revealing the case online, Dr. Julian Pylori, a gastroenterologist in Colombia, wrote, "Not palpable on rectal examination." Not palpable on rectal examination. I don't know what you mean by that. Foreign body material, unknown. Endoscopic removal? It quickly prompted a number of responses online, including from UK-based gastroenterologist Dr. Keith Xiao, who wrote, "Sorry, I'm out of bright ideas." He high-fived everyone in the building after saying that. Another medic, Pakistan-based gastroenterologist Dr. Ikram Termizi, said, "Seems like a bulb." Whoa! Whoa! I don't think we're ready for that advanced thought process there.
Verified doctor in the house over here.
Suction.
You know, it'd
can
help
be
if you didn't eat while we were doing the podcast.
I am not eating. I am drinking. It
I'm
is.
not eating.
It
I
is
wasn't-
banana-y, but actually, it's a liquid.
I would just I would like to ask you a question. Were you eating?
No.
So then, do you think? Do you think that my comment was directed at you then? Maybe it was directed at the person that was eating? Down there? Yeah. Mr. Train Man.
In this scenario, Mirage Leonardo is shocker.
No, that was Reese.
Is that
Reese was eating.
I'm glad you recognized it was Reese, even though I said, "Oh, I'm eating."
Oh.
Wow.
Reese was Mr. Crinkle-bag shoving shit in my mouth while I'm talking.
I'm not.
You're
wants
gonna
to-
tell me, and you're gonna tell me you didn't just have your mouth full of food?
No.
I didn't just have my mouth full of
The
food.
cool
no.
Tucci is
okay.
right. It was
Yeah,
a
okay.
fluorescent one. That's why it's so long.
It's still full of food.
Oh! I'm looking up light bulb. We're gonna find out.
I
how
looked it
many
up.
times covered.
We didn't cover it. We covered one where there was a light bulb in his mouth.
Oh, that's right. We did. I remember that. Okay, cool. All right. Whew. All right. Kotuti says, "Was Footnum's neck due to a light bulb incident?"
Yeah, that's where the length comes from. That's from the fluorescent one. That's why it's so much longer.
What are the
That's why your face is a little red, like the lights on inside your head.
How did you manage to get it
Yeah,
in
that
with such
wasn't
small
me just color matching the face separately from the neck.
What are the orb things in the background? Like, are aliens visiting you? What is
No,
that?
I literally just grabbed a particle effect I had
Yeah.
on in my library just so it looked slightly more interesting.
He's at an enchanting table.
Exactly.
All right. Suction can be applied like.
By the way, that's the other word. It's anyway and all right. Those
Alright.
are 2 words.
Okay.
Pet peeves.
Do not police my speech.
I'm not policing it. I'm just saying those are the
Random
trigger
11.
words.
It's
For the
his mouth,
timestamps.
his choice. Okay.
But every time you bring that up, you've now made me have to change it because now the audience will be annoyed every time I move over to another topic and use a normal turn of phrase.
You will not be able to change it. It's
Because you're gonna-
ingrained.
As soon as I say anything, it's going to become the new thing. This is the
No.
You're not changing
No,
it.
I'm saying
Y'all ready for this?
It's ingrained. You can. It's subconscious now. You will not be able to change it, even if you tried.
You can do it on purpose sometimes just to piss you off.
It won't piss me off. I don't care. I'm
it
just
could be
saying
worse.
it
You
happens.
could always take a shot every time I say and then you die of alcohol poisoning.
Then Randy's the one getting shit-faced.
I think if we wanted to die quicker, we would take a shot every time you go,
That's a good.
Let's direct our attention back to this article. Suction can be applied like that carried out by obstetricians during normal vaginal delivery.
Oh.
What about rectal deliveries?
Or abnormal vaginal.
Why haven't we done an article about that yet?
The anus
Like
is dilated
there.
4 inches.
Well, we actually kind of did. Remember that whole thing with the trans people shoving the fake babies up their butts?
Yes. The butt baby. Yeah, I do remember this.
Yes.
Other viewers were also viewers. Other viewers were also quick to respond.
Why do they do this on OnlyFans?
Including one who said, "quote He literally had a bright fucking idea," and a second who complimented the patient on his impressive skill and recklessness. Dr. Alice Murray, a colorectal surgeon at Harvard Medical School, previously told Metro what a whole range of items got stuck up people's backsides. Thank you, Metro, for that link to that article. I definitely shouldn't click on. We've seen wine bottles, deodorant cans, a shower curtain rail, keys, a toy plastic snake, a gerbil. A gerbil! We've definitely read this before. And, of course, sex toys, she said. Asked how they were removed, she added, when patients come in, sometimes it's simple to manage, requiring a bit of perseverance in ER with lots of lubricant and some basic instruments to grab hold of the thing and gently pull it out. Sorry, my phone's over here looping this ad. I forgot to click the X on. It's over. It's the last one. Fucker, bring the X back. Are you kidding me? Put me on the spot like this? God damn it. Here it is. Okay. Yay. Sometimes if you let an ad run for too long, it cycles back and doesn't give you the reward. So I was a little panicked there. Okay, anyway. We are very careful not to damage the very important anal sphincters. Let's give a round of applause for the very important anal sphincters. Yay!
I like how when I clap, my mouth opens.
If it is really tricky,
thumbs, are you?
If it is really tricky, we may have to do this in a safer environment in theater with the patient sedated or anesthetized and with full relaxation of the sphincters. Prepare the anus. In worst case scenarios where an object is too far up to be removed, then there might be a major operation to get the object out. Doctors have previously warned that when objects become stuck in the rectum, they can lead to the formation of a vacuum. What a horrifying thought. This can mean that when someone pulls on an object to try to remove it, the vacuum causes it to travel further inside of them.
Oh, God.
Young Foodnam, let this be a lesson to you. All right. Woman discovers noodle left in vagina during childbirth after 18 years of pain.
There you go. There's your vagina news.
I have a better drinking game. How about a shot for every article where someone shoves something in a place where it's not supposed to go?
Look, it's 2025, man. I've got a lot of articles to get through.
We haven't met our quota for 2025 yet. Okay.
Nurse accidentally dropped a needle into woman's vagina while stitching her up after childbirth.
Ew.
See, I assumed it was this needle because they pictured this needle.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But probably
stitching
one of
would
those
imply
small
it was a
chrome points.
suture needle.
Yeah, but when I read this, I'm thinking it's going to be like one of the round hook needles, right?
Yeah.
That would be a suture needle.
Yeah. A woman in Thailand has had to endure severe pain for nearly 2 decades after medical staff left the needle in her vagina during childbirth. Ronan, you're in Taiwan, right? You're not doing the surgeries in Bangkok anymore, right? Oh, dear Lord. The woman, now 36, from the southern Narathiwat province, said a nurse accidentally dropped the needle into her vagina 18 years ago while stitching her up after childbirth.
18.
You've been a pain in my vagina since you were born. Like, get out of this house. Can you imagine? Seriously.
I was going to come back like the next, as soon as something started hurting.
No, but think about it. Like, if you get sutured up, right? I mean, I'm assuming this is like, Julie, what's it called when you're giving birth and it tears all the way to your anus?
Wait, what?
Some coworker told me about this too.
What's it called when a woman is giving birth and it rips down through to her anus, or like they cut
Taint fissure?
It's a perennial tear, but I don't know exactly.
Isn't there like a very visceral name for it?
There is. My coworker told me this, but I blanked it out with PTSD.
They get split gooch.
Anyway, imagine that you're sewing that up. You go in to start sewing. Oh, I dropped the needle. God damn it.
Let's just get another one.
I'll just get another one and sew it up, right? And then this woman for 18 years, did she just never have sex again? Because I'm just saying, like, I imagine with enough raucous lovemaking, you're going to sew yourself to your partner, you know, like, if you catch my drift, right? Like, a doctor apparently tried using his fingers to retrieve the misplaced needle. Of
course he
could not get it. The woman told
So he had to stick his dick in it to get it.
Honestly, this seems like one of those situations where those special screwdrivers with the magnetized tip, you know, oh god. The woman told the nonprofit Pavina Foundation for Children and Women, which she asked for assistance on the 4th of November. Fearing more blood loss due to a delay in suturing, the woman recalled the doctor continued the procedure without taking the needle out. She was soon feeling constant pain in her lower abdomen, which often turned severe. Yes. Imagine you're like, you know, having your period, and you pull out you pull out the tampon, and there's just a needle stuck in it.
Or like the tampons ripped, like vagina dentata.
Fearing more blood loss due to delay in suturing, the woman recalled the doctor continued the procedure without taking the needle out. She was soon feeling constant pain in her lower abdomen, which often turned severe, the foundation said. An x-ray last year showed that the needle was still lodged in her vagina. You know, I'm just glad she didn't go to an MRI, to be honest.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Prompting doctors to, at the local hospital to send her for surgery in the Sangla province. The procedure, however, has had to be postponed 2 to 3 times as the needle keeps moving inside her. Is it shaped like a light bulb by chance? The woman has to visit the hospital at least 4 times a month for follow-ups to monitor her condition, causing her significant financial strain. Quote, her family is poor, so she asked Pavina to help, the foundation said on its website last week. Pawina Hong
started by suing the doctor who left it there.
I mean,
for all that.
It seems like he had a decent reason, but yeah, he should have dropped it. Pawina Hong Sakul, the head of the foundation, said she contacted the public hospital and set up an appointment for her treatment. She also coordinated with the Department of Social Development and Human Security in the province to arrange transport for the woman for her hospital visits It was not immediately known when she might have surgery to remove the needle or whether she would take legal action against the hospital for medical malpractice. In June, another Thai woman nearly lost her life after a medical team left gauze inside her uterus during a treatment for cancer that caused her to suffer a severe infection. Gross.
Huh.
Truly.
Oh, now you're saying gross. Okay.
Truly. Where'd this come from?
Well, the matching one's behind our door. I don't know.
There you go.
It's Eli's old slipper.
All right.
Such a random thing to get.
I was feeling it on my foot, and I was like, what is this? Anyway, you guys ready for the SpongeBob?
Let's do it.
Thank you, Fal. I think you shared this. Zookeeper saves monkey's life by licking its bottom.
Oh.
Chinese zookeeper saves rare monkey by making it defecate a poisonous peanut. Promises he didn't enjoy it. Right?
Didn't contract monkeypox or AIDS.
Enjoy that food. But no.
The banana whiskey's not tasting so good right now, is it?
It's done.
Oh, no. Banana as well.
A Chinese zookeeper licked a monkey's
At least
bottom
it's not peanuts.
I do have peanut butter whiskey eggnog in the fridge.
I have peanut butter sandwich, so this doesn't help.
Peanut butter whiskey eggnog. That is something.
That's a combination.
That's a special kind of someone, you know?
Yep. A Chinese zookeeper licked a monkey's bottom for a full hour.
To
save its life upon noticing it had eaten a poisonous peanut.
I would let it die, honestly.
That's my suicide peanut. Give it up.
I think you just want an excuse to do that.
Couldn't you just, like, I don't know, fingered it or something?
How
Did
could
it
he
have
live
to be
with
the
himself?
tongue?
How could he
Look,
live with himself, Reese?
His tongue clearly had the most detailed receptors in it, and he had to use his tongue instead of anything else.
Yes. What the article's not telling you is it was actually a monkey 69. That's why it lasted a whole hour. He was really making it last.
Like, I would not imagine, like, licking
God
anything
damn it.
for an hour.
I mean, the
Like,
monkeys
it's just
can't.
a tongue. Like you get lockjaw or some shit.
Hold on. If we're actually picturing a monkey 69 here, monkey's
do
gonna
not
be
want
much
it.
shorter than the guy, right? So
He'll be
like,
picking his belly button hairs.
yeah, he's not getting anything from
He's
this.
pulling the fleas on the.
Listen, man, that's why it took a full hour. All right.
Picking the fleas out of his
Hold
zoologist's
on.
bush.
Just wait till you hear this guy's name. Zhang Bang Sheng.
Sounds
Became
like it.
worried when he saw that the Francois leaf monkey was unwell and its life possibly in danger following its first public outing at Wuhan Zoo.
Oh my
Oh, no.
God.
This is how COVID got released.
Is that where the bird flu came from? This guy licking this monkey's asshole?
That's probably where monkeypox came from, honestly.
Fuck me. What?
No, they
No,
named
they're
it bird
called
flu.
M-pox. Footnote.
Oh, sorry. Forgive me.
Oh my God. Soon after, the 50-year-old spotted peanut shells on the ground and took action. Bang Sheng saved the animal's life by washing its behind with warm water, then licking it for an hour in order to get it to pass the peanut. Orange News reports that Bang Sheng laughed with satisfaction when the monkey finally excreted the nut.
Into his open mouth.
Oh no. He said that the tiny animal is too small to take medication in the normal way. You liar.
Once again, I'd just let it die at that point. Like, if I had to stick my tongue in.
Francois leaf monkey are one of the rarest types of monkey, with only around 1,400 to 1,650 left in China. Oh, boo-hoo. Seems like there's plenty left. This is one of the first to be born in China's Wuhan Zoo in almost a decade. Did he get an accommodation? Did he get a raise? Did he not get fired?
Get a badge official butt licker over here. Butt licker over the month.
Seriously, you need to get a new career after this. Like, he's gonna go down as. I love how he gave the newspaper his name. Like, your dating life is over, bro. Like,
no, I think he just proved his tongue game can last for an hour. So I think his dating life is gonna have a pretty significant boom after this.
I don't know, man. I just doesn't seem like. I can't imagine a woman would hear that and think, "Oh, his tongue's been inside a monkey's asshole. Yeah, I definitely want that on me." You know, I mean, maybe if you want your butthole licked, maybe you'd be okay with that. Maybe.
Yeah, but then you have monkeypox and AIDS.
Yeah. That is how it starts. All right. All right. Well. Whew. Okay. He had a penis. Is this the real reason they banned glass light bulbs? Was food inaccurate? But you covered this already. Yep. This article is very anal lightning. Yep. All right. Well, I'm thrilled to find out if we are actually doing local recordings, considering there's like a little number 2 next to the recordings. like there's 2 people in here who are I'm giddy with excitement to find out. So, let's see what do we set for our outro is the question. Yes.
Well, thank you everybody for
by the way, I finished
Happy New Year, everyone.
I finished episode 1 of Lupin Zero tonight.
Oh, I have not started Lupin Zero at all.
Oh, it's great.
Nice. Can't wait.
It's okay. It's okay.
Cool.
I liked it.
All right, everybody. Signing off. Thank you for our ridiculously long stream that wasn't supposed to be this long anyway. Bye.
Disappointed!